Shut the fuck up, chat. Don't bother me. What? What? I just realized that Chud Logic was getting view botted. That's why he has 25,000 viewers, or did have. Because there are apparently these people on the internet who go around and view bot people. They view bot streamers to give them a false sense of security and accomplishment, and then get rid of the bots at some arbitrary point. Apparently that's like a whole thing. Are you going to talk about New Orleans? Is that how you say it? New Orleans. I haven't even looked. I don't know. I don't know what happened. There was a terror attack. Do we know anything about motive or scale? It sounds pretty bad though, doesn't it? 15 killed. That's a lot. That is quite a lot. Wow. What in the hell? 1 second. Speaking of WoW, are you playing today? I don't know, man. I probably I shouldn't. I think we have bigger plans, and Warcraft only really gets away with those plans. If I really just have nothing else that I want to do, then I can do it. But there are actually things I feel like doing now. I was just finishing a book on on the Second Lebanon War, 2006, which is pretty good. And then I've got a couple of other ones I want to read about Hezbollah and Lebanon before I start actually doing a video on it. So that'll be fun. Right. What's the story then? 15 killed at least. Someone intentionally rammed a car into a crowd on Bourbon Street. Thanks for the $5, Dwayne. Really appreciate it. Okay. Best book recommendations. Whatever. Of all the books. Probably The Picture of Dorian Gray. That's the best book. Book's a banger. All right. Trump blames immigrants even though it is a US citizen. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. 15 killed. Shamsuddin Jabbar of Texas, who is an Army veteran. The FBI is investigating the deadly New Orleans attack as an act of terrorism. We'll provide an unclassified briefing on New Orleans attack to the relevant House and Senate oversight committees and the Louisiana delegation tomorrow at 10 a.m. ET, according to a congressional aide. The suspect, multiple officials said that Jabbar made a series of video recordings before the deadly attack where he said he joined ISIS. Damn. ISIS is back. We haven't seen one of those for a while. Remember, this is important to the new presidency, okay? It's important to the new presidency because Trump does not see himself as really an isolationist. He's not really, okay? Trump is a selective hawk. As soon as you can convince Trump that any foreign intervention has something to do with America, or specifically something to do with him and America's interests and his interests, he'll become the biggest interventionist in the world. And I think it's the case with this as well. So what's interesting now is that because Trump's kind of stupid, what if he actually just associates these ISIS attacks with Hamas and takes it out on fucking Gaza? I don't know. Excuse me. Human Resources Specialist and Information Technology Specialist on active duty between March 2007 January 2015. Tell that to Jenk. Yeah, Jenk needs the help, doesn't he? And it's especially personal to Trump because, yeah, Trump did actually get involved in the war on ISIS and took credit for destroying them. No one should jump to conclusions. Wow, President Biden. It's very specific. There were explosive devices made. He was in a Oh, there's a Tesla on fire. Oh no. Well, what a mess. Why are people making so much content out of this? Like, is there much more of a story? Trump's blaming immigration even though it's a US citizen. Like, okay, typical. What else is the news about it? Thanks for the €5, Sarah Dorf. Really appreciate that. Okay. Listen, maybe we'll read more about that and find out what's what. But for now, we're not concluding just yet, okay? Because Biden told me not to. So why would I cover it? Fuck that.
Fire went into effect on August 14th, they had managed to advance only by 1 to...
Whoa! This fucking channel. What are they called again? Kings and Generals. They did a video about the 2006 Lebanon War. Israel and Hezbollah. That'd be interesting. Vazraka, thanks for the $5. Appreciate it.
With the latest round of conflict still raging in the Middle East, we thought it would be worthwhile to talk about the previous wars in this region. We have already covered the 1982 Lebanon War and the low-intensity conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, which ultimately led to the withdrawal of the Israeli army from Lebanon. Today we're going to talk about arguably the biggest war between these sides so far, the 2006 Lebanon War. This video is sponsored by our YouTube members and patrons.
I think if I ever did a video about the history of Hezbollah, this war would have to just take its own video. I don't know, like summarizing this would be very difficult.
Who get 2 exclusive videos weekly, not available anywhere else, for their kind support of our channel. You can join their ranks to watch more than 160 videos, including our series on the Pacific War, Punic Wars, Persian Wars, Spanish War of Succession, Russo-Japanese War, North African Campaign of World War II, History of Prussia, Italian Unification Wars, Risorgimento, Albigensian Crusades, and much more. Click the link in the description or pinned comment to get the exclusive videos, early access to all public videos, our schedule, wallpapers, access to a special Discord server where we're very active, and much more. Thanks for supporting us. We couldn't be doing it without your...
Han, thanks for the $5. Do you know that we're in the future according to Black Ops 2? What the... I don't know what that is. What? A pop culture reference? Hell no.
Help. After almost 2 decades of guerrilla warfare conducted by Hezbollah against the Israeli army in South Lebanon, in 2000, the IDF had to withdraw from there.
Man, if I was born with this voice, I would be the king of the world. Holy shit.
This was seen as a massive victory for this Iran and Syria-supported militant Lebanese group, but the war was far from over. Even after the Israeli withdrawal, Hezbollah continued waging war against Israel, following a threefold agenda. First, the organization aimed to free thousands of Lebanese and Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. Second, Hezbollah war against Israel, following a threefold agenda. First, the organization aimed to free thousands of Lebanese and Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails.
How many... See, there's no way that... I thought the number was 2. I thought there were 2 Lebanese prisoners that Hezbollah wanted. Maybe 3. Was it thousands? Wait, one of these sources is wrong. Hang on. What? Hang on. That's a discrepancy if I ever heard one. Let's have a look. I'm going to have the answer to that here. Nasrallah's. This is from the book about it from 2007 or 8. United States, something else, Israel. Wait, what? Where is this bit? Hang on. Press conference in Beirut. Am I missing it? Eek. Have you seen this channel's videos on early Palestine? Nope. Why is it not here? Okay, I'm just going to read it properly because maybe I'm just glancing desperately, trying to be too quick. Oh, here. This is Nasrallah, apparently. We surprised no one. We've been saying for a year that we'd kidnap Israeli soldiers. From the beginning of the year, we've placed the capture of soldiers at the top of our priorities in order to bring about the release of Palestinian and Lebanese prisoners. Next, he took up the subject of Lebanese prisoners in Israeli jails and told them that they were on their way to freedom. Only 2 Lebanese prisoners were being held by Israel, Samir Kuntar and Nissim Nasser. But Hezbollah swore that Israel was secretly keeping another, Yehia Sakaf. Yeah, there were... What's the footnote for that? Footnote 1 of this chapter. Which chapter is this? Thousands, bro. Chapter 4. So footnote 1, chapter 4. Bruh. The footnote is them just saying... Okay, doesn't really tell you anything. How... Okay. So it wasn't... Is he just throwing in all the Palestinian prisoners? Okay. The Lebanese ones are the ones that mattered, though, because that's what Hezbollah used to gain national approval. Like, they would say that we still need to be armed because we want to get the Lebanese prisoners back home. Huh.
Second, Hezbollah considered the disputed and the Israeli-occupied Sheba Farm territory on the northern
So I guess these guys just fucked up, didn't they?
aimed to free thousands of Lebanese and Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails.
He said both groups for the statement. Yeah, but then this person's mischaracterizing. Like, that sentence probably needs a bit of clarification. It's probably worth remembering that there were only 2 or potentially 3 Lebanese prisoners in Israel. But again, holding like foreigners prisoner, people do that all the time, especially if those foreigners are people who were trying to like attack your country. This is another thing that the reason I think Israel didn't really want to, because people have asked, why did Israel not want to cave into this? Why didn't they just give the 2 prisoners back and be like, your excuse is gone, fuck you? Well, it's partially because a lot of Hezbollah's actions in the 80s was, and also the 90s, 2000s, was to attack embassies and particular sites around the world. So they launched an attack in Kuwait as well at one point. And there were a few people, there were 17 people involved. A few of them died, a few of them got the death penalty, but a few of them also went to jail because they thought Kuwait was collaborating with the enemy, kind of thing. And they also wanted to disincentivize Kuwait from joining Iraq in the war against Iran. So geopolitics. But Hezbollah would constantly launch other attacks trying to demand the release of the prisoners from Kuwait. And I guess that's why people didn't want to encourage that precedent, is because they didn't want Hezbollah to get the message that attacking other countries and attacking embassies and all this kind of shit was going to help them get their prisoners released. What's the 2006 war book called? It's called 34 Days. There's also a really interesting story about Hezbollah kidnappings of Soviets, because remember, Hezbollah's whole thing was they wanted to get communist and Western capitalist influence out of the Middle East because they wanted Islamic rule, right? Especially in the 80s. They were sworn to the Ayatollah. So what they did was they kidnapped a bunch of KGB or Soviet diplomats, I think, as well as some KGB spies and officers. And the KGB's response, there are different versions of the story, but they all kind of weave around this idea of kidnapping the family members of the kidnappers and then sending the kidnappers. Wait, that sentence is very difficult to explain. Holy shit. Let's try again. Abducting the people who kidnapped KGB people. They would abduct family members of the kidnappers, and then they would send body parts back to the kidnappers and say, like, give us our hostages back. Give us our people back. One of the stories was they sent like an ear of just an innocent family member, like an unrelated family member. No, they kidnapped the family members of the kidnappers and then sent the kidnappers their body parts. One was as mailing them a couple of fingers. And I think the most extreme story was that they murdered a family member of a kidnapper and put his balls in his mouth and sent the head with his balls in his, like, just some fucking mad shit like that. Yeah. But in any case, they dropped off the kidnapped Soviet agents at the Soviet embassy and then never kidnapped a Soviet again. That's how that went. Proper mob-on-mob violence.
Second, Hezbollah considered the disputed and the Israeli-occupied Sheba farm territory on the northern edge of Golan as Lebanese land and wanted to secure Lebanon's control over it. Third, Hezbollah simply rejected the State of Israel. In his interview in 2000, a few months before the IDF withdrawal from South Lebanon, the organization's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, said this: "I am against any reconciliation with Israel. I do not even recognize the presence of a state that is called Israel. I consider its presence both unjust and unlawful. Hezbollah refuses any conciliation with Israel in principle."
This is after or around the same time as the Israeli pullout. Okay.
Fighting against Israel was a goal in itself, and perhaps the biggest source of legitimacy of Hezbollah, they were not going to give up on that even after the Israeli withdrawal. In the years before the 2006 war, Hezbollah would launch occasional cross-border raids to attack the IDF. There were cases of abduction of Israeli soldiers and civilians for the purpose of using them as currency for prisoner exchange with Israel. The IDF would retaliate with their own raids on Hezbollah and bombing of the Lebanese territory. In exchange, Hezbollah would launch Katyusha rockets on North Israel. And this cycle of violence
sound effects.
had a major potential for a full-scale war. This led to the war for which Hezbollah started preparing immediately after the Israeli withdrawal. Perhaps the biggest asset that Hezbollah had was their massive arsenal of Katyusha rockets. Israel at the time did not have the Iron Dome air defense systems yet, which were later specifically designed to shoot down short-range rockets, artillery shells, and mortars. So countering salvo after salvo of Katyushas was a problem. Not from a military standpoint, since they were imprecise, but in terms of disruption of civilian life in North Israel. To do that, Hezbollah created several rocket units, including the Nasser unit south of the Litani River, specially tasked with fighting Israel.
When they say Nasser, I don't think it's named after Abdel Nasser, right? It's Gamal Abdel. It's an Arabic word, isn't it? Nasser. The fuck does it mean again, though? It's like some victory or perseverance or some shit. It probably has 10 meanings, to be fair. What the fuck does the word Nasser mean? It means something. It's not just like someone's name. Nutter. Yeah, it's Arabic for nutter. Sure, bro.
Each unit had a vast arsenal of 122mm Katyusha rockets and several missile launchers scattered throughout the area, assigned to this unit.
Gotcha.
Measures were taken to prevent the detection of these missile launchers by Israel. The military historian Matt M. Matthews described these precautions as follows. Hezbollah's lookouts would scan the area,
Matt
and
Matthews.
once it was free of
Why
Israel.
do Americans do this? It's such a troll. Pat Patterson, Matt Matthews, Mick Mickelson.
Israeli aircraft, a small group would move in to prepare the launcher for an attack and immediately leave after that. Then another.
What's the M in the middle for? Can you guess? It has to be Mitt, right? Surely for some variety. Matt Matthews. Mick.
Group would bring the rockets to the launcher and leave. The third group would come, prepare the rockets for firing, and then use remote-controlled or timer-based mechanisms to launch the rocket. According to Matthews, the entire process had to take less than 28 seconds to minimize the risk of being detected by the Israeli Air Force. Another rocket unit armed with medium-range Iran-made Fajr and extended-range Katyusha rockets was deployed a bit to the north. Hezbollah also created 2 rocket units for long-range strikes, armed with 610mm Zelzal-2 and other long-range systems between Beirut and the Litani River. In May 2005, Nasrallah stated that Hezbollah had more than 12,000 rockets. They were given by Iran and Syria, chief supporters of Hezbollah. The organization's ground forces were also trained in these countries. Since the IDF obviously possessed a major technological advantage in a conventional war, the main focus of Hezbollah was to train for ambushes. Iran and Syria provided scores of AT-14, Kornet-E, Tau and other anti-tank guns to...
Did Hezbollah really win this war, or did Israel just lose? Well, according to the great man, Henry Kissinger, in Vietnam, I think he said... Fucking Kissinger. I think he said the guerrilla wins if he does not lose. The conventional army loses if it does not win. That's the gist. Israel just fucked themselves. They fucked themselves really hard in this war. They, largely because after they pulled out of Gaza, and because it had been so long since, I guess, Yom Kippur, the kind of fighting that they were used to was raiding little towns in the West Bank. Like, that was it. They were used to that kind of shit. And basically always winning. So their tactics just didn't really work in the north, and they just didn't expect Hezbollah to be as militarily sophisticated as they actually were. It's also the fact that the politics behind the whole thing was just really, really scrappy. Like, they knew at the beginning, people in the military knew that they had to mobilize a shitload of people to achieve anything militarily against Hezbollah. It's like they knew that, but the chief of staff at the time was this weird fucking dude called Dan Halutz, who developed this kind of like military theory of like postmodernism, air power, sociology, like fucking French philosophy. Like, he had this really strange military doctrine that was kind of like indecipherable to a lot of people. But the gist of what he believed, as well as things about to think that this guy had a huge theory about like winning hearts and minds and propagandizing in a war that was probably the biggest propaganda defeat of Israel's entire history. But he basically, I think, because of Kosovo and the Yugoslav war, believed that you can basically achieve everything against these forces just from air power, like from massive air power. That's more or less what he believed, and that's why they were so reluctant to mobilize ground forces, even though it was actually like very, very necessary. So that's true, though. No, well, it was true for Kosovo, but not for Hezbollah. No, and also because they just didn't have any they didn't have any intel on the nature reserves up in the south of Lebanon, which is where Hezbollah had actually moved all their rockets to, and were moving them about constantly. They also had really, really poor training. They had like tank commanders and tank drivers who basically hadn't been trained in any of these maneuvers in the terrain of Lebanon for years. Like, they had no training at all. So even from doing like simple tank maneuvers, they would actually destroy their vehicles or damage them severely so that they couldn't move. So it's a whole combination of things. It's a combination of kind of like hubris, I think, of politicians who were thinking more about politics than about military strategy. It was about poor training. It was about getting kind of like too comfortable with the situation in raiding the West Bank, and also just I guess like you got. I think there's a little bit of Orientalism in it as well, especially from the soldiers. Like a lot of soldiers just they thought they were going to go in and find a few guys in fucking tents with Kalashnikovs, but then they get to the top of a hill and find out that after you move a bunch of fucking bushes away, you find this reinforced hydraulic door that leads into a tunnel with blast doors and shit like that. And they've got like night vision and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just, and they're intercepting communications, even though the IDF soldiers would still they would communicate over the radio and give orders and give away positions in ways that they knew would get intercepted, but they just thought Hezbollah doesn't really have the ability to do this. So, yeah, they just cooked it. Yeah, lots of different reasons that they kind of just got a little bit tooled around. I don't even know how this happens. Like, the logistics were so fucked as well. Like, they would have units going into the south of Lebanon, but they didn't have like food with them. They weren't able to coordinate getting them food, or they just forgot. I don't even know what happened. But they have people going in without food and water. So you have these soldiers who go into these towns like Marina Ras and Bindish Bale and all that. And in the places that they occupied, they were literally just having to scavenge. They just had to go through abandoned homes and find food in the fridges to feed themselves. Or because they also had to go into fucking, or they would just buy it. They would just buy food from locals. Or barter, I guess. I don't know if they had Lebanese currency. So yeah, it was a bit of a state. And contradictory orders and blah, blah, blah. And also, yeah, just not good. Not good at all. How did they do so badly last year? Because of IAF air power, according to Shear. Well, also because, yeah, but they also just like, they learned their lessons. Like they mobilized enough people to go in. They learned their lessons. They, no more 24-hour warnings for bombing targets and shit like that. There's a bit less warning time so that they could actually catch their targets. More intel. Like I think one big difference, and I think this is because of Hezbollah they were really popular in 2006. And the problem with them being really popular before that war in 2006 is that it's harder to get intel on them because you don't have as many traitors, right? Whereas now, after Hezbollah have basically been fucking around in Syria for the last 13 years, and also after they couped the government in Beirut in 2008, and after the fucking, the ammonium nitrate being stored in Beirut port, which led to that massive explosion, there were a lot more people who were willing to just feed information to Mossad. So combination of just like intel, lack of national support that they used to have, lack of a lot less restraint from the Israelis. Yeah. Well.
Inflict as much damage as possible if the Israeli army decided to invade Lebanon. One of the central topics of the current war in Gaza is the vast network of underground bunkers and tunnels used by Hamas. But Hezbollah did it first. Ever since the IDF withdrew from South Lebanon, Hezbollah started building its bunker system. In their article, How Hezbollah Defeated Israel, Alistair Crook and Mark Perry described this process. Hezbollah's rocket arsenal, missile launchers, weapons, and some command and control centers were in these bunkers. They were constructed to withstand Israel's powerful and precise bombardment. Along with that, most important bunkers were dug very deep, sometimes as deep as 40 meters. Some bunkers were even air-conditioned. Moreover, Hezbollah used deception to confuse the Israeli intelligence about the location of their bunkers. Some of them were built in the open, under the eyes of Israeli drones, or in places where the local population could see them. These bunkers were decoys. Hezbollah had around 600 bunkers south of Litani. Not a single Hezbollah commander knew the location of all bunkers for security reasons. Every Hezbollah fighter cell had access to one primary bunker hiding weapons, and in case it was detected or destroyed, they had 2 reserve bunkers to rely on. It is reported that not only the Iranian Revolutionary Guard officers, but also North Korean advisors helped Hezbollah construct this bunker infrastructure. All in all, Hezbollah was well prepared for a war with Israel. They had a very large arsenal of rockets to threaten civilian life in North Israel. They had ground forces well trained in guerrilla warfare and ambushes, armed with anti-tank weapons to inflict casualties on the IDF in case of a ground invasion. and they had a sophisticated tunnel network to hide their weapons, enabling them to execute their war plan. On the contrary, various reports from that period and after the war suggest that the IDF was not as well prepared. At the time, a philosophical shift in Israeli military doctrine was taking place.
Oh, I know that.
Since the perception was that Israel should not expect any ground invasion on its territory due to several victories over Arab armies through the years, now the focus was going to be on the air force, precision bombardment, and expansion of the technological advantage. Budgetary cuts were made to the IDF ground forces. Reservist tank crews had little to no training. According to one report, reserve units did not have any training in large formations for 4 to 6 years. The Winograd report, the official inquiry into the war by Israel delivered after the ceasefire,
You pretty much said half the stuff he does in this already. Yeah, well, I pre-watched. This is what happens when you read the book, eh?
criticized the quality of the equipment for reserve units. The quality of the equipment in the depots sent a message about values to the reserve soldiers, and in fact, missing, obsolete or broken equipment told the reservist that there was no one making sure he would be equipped in a manner that would allow him to operate in an optimal way when he was called to.
The book is called 34 Days. Okay? It's called 34 Days. Fuck me. How many times do I have to tell you, fucking idiots? Israel. Bleh. Hezbollah and the war in Lebanon. There's also, if you don't trust Israelis, because I don't know why they do this. Why do Middle Eastern writers, it's Arabs and Jews that do this in the Middle East. Their footnoting is fucking horrible. Like, they just don't footnote anything. I know that this is largely based off of interviews, the Winograd report, and I don't know, like testimony, I guess, or just news articles from the time. From Hezbollah and from Lebanon and from Israel. Like, but I don't know why they do this. I don't know why they do it in this way. It's just very scrappy.
Flag. Moreover, at the time, the Second Intifada of Palestinians was going on, and many tank crewmen were sent to patrol the West Bank and Gaza Strip, in some cases going years without training on their armoured vehicles. A reserve battalion commander who fought in the 2006 war summarized the state of the IDF readiness by criticizing the Israeli command for having neglected the land forces in favor of the air force, for sacrificing ground mobility on the altar.
What are the credentials of the writers? I believe, well, I mean, they write like journalists, so I'm going to assume that they're journalists. Amos Harel? Amos Harel is an Israeli journalist, as is Avi Issacharoff. Yeah, they're journalists, that's why. Yeah, it's journalists.
Of high-tech wizardry, and for squandering tank specialists in the nooks and crannies of the Intifada. On the 9th of July at 8:55 a.m., 2 IDF HMMWVs arrived near the border village of Zarit after an observation tower detected a Hezbollah fighter with an anti-tank missile system nearby. At 9 a.m., an IED exploded next to the vehicles. Immediately after that, Hezbollah fighters fired several anti-tank missiles on the vehicles, killing 3 Israeli soldiers and wounding 4 others. They then pulled 2 wounded IDF soldiers from the burning vehicles and hastily went back to Lebanon. To cause further confusion and to make sure that this abduction was successful, Hezbollah launched a barrage of mortars and rockets onto the surrounding villages. The IDF became aware of the abduction only half an hour later and broadcasted the code word Hannibal, which meant that a soldier had been kidnapped. A protocol dictated an immediate movement.
Oh no, wait, I thought that meant murder anyone who's going to potentially get taken hostage. I thought that's what Hannibal meant, not just that someone's been kidnapped. Oh no.
Into Lebanon to cut off Hezbollah's escape routes, but fearing mines, explosives and ambushes, the responsible commander refused to order an incursion. Instead, another component of the protocol, barrage of artillery onto Hezbollah positions, was executed. Turns out the commander was right to be concerned, because when at 11 a.m, several Israeli armoured vehicles and tanks moved into Lebanon and reached a hill overlooking potential escape routes, an explosive device destroyed a Merkava 4 tank, killing 4 IDF soldiers. Only an hour later, the Israeli force was ordered to destroy 69 bridges in southern Lebanon, along with the runways of Beirut airport, to prevent the escape of Hezbollah with wounded IDF soldiers. Israel's Prime Minister Ehud Olmert called the abduction of soldiers an act of war, and along with Hezbollah, he blamed it on Lebanon. At the time, Hezbollah had 2 ministers in the Lebanese government, but the Lebanese Prime Minister Fouad Siniora denied the involvement of Lebanon in this matter. The mood was set towards a massive retaliation, but Israel's first major response came only 3 days after the Hezbollah raid on July 12th. The Israeli jets and artillery conducted a powerful bombardment of Hezbollah's and Lebanon's infrastructure. It was claimed that the Israeli Air Force had destroyed 54 Zelzel rocket launchers of Hezbollah, along with striking its main propaganda outlet, Al-Manar TV station.
Oh.
At this point, Israel felt like they had inflicted massive damage on Hezbollah. Destruction of rocket launchers would have meant that Israel had now suppressed a significant portion of Hezbollah's firepower. The IDF Chief of Staff, Dan Halitz, was so assured of the mission's success that he reportedly told Olmert over the phone, "All the long-range rockets have been destroyed. We've won the war." Very soon it became clear that this was not the case. Still, at that point, Israel felt that it had an upper hand in this war. In a speech to the Knesset, Olmert stated that Israel aimed to ensure the release of their captive soldiers, withdrawal of Hezbollah from the border with Lebanon, and called on the Lebanese government to deploy the army against Hezbollah. Initially, Hezbollah was shocked by the scale of the Israeli response. Its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was quoted saying, "Hezbollah has made a terrible mistake in capturing 2 IDF soldiers and killing 8 others on the morning of July 12, 2006. But as Israel continued pounding Lebanon, Hezbollah started...
Are you going to watch the new Electronic Intifada video on US propaganda surrounding Syria? Nah, I had other plans today. Sorry. I've already got plans to pour chlorine into my eyeballs. So unfortunately, I can't watch the new Electronic Intifada video about...
started fighting back. Nasrallah started making almost daily defiant speeches on Al-Manar, which after a brief disruption continued its operation. At that point, the Israeli Navy started blockading Beirut. On July 14th, Nasrallah was making another speech on Al-Manar when he said, "Look at the warship that has attacked Beirut, while it burns and sinks before your very eyes."
I told the story.
At this point, the footage of a missile striking the INS Hanit corvette was shown on TV. Even though the ship was only damaged, it was a clever propaganda move to show an Israeli warship being sunk on live television, since nobody...
That's what I mean though, right? Like it was just like, it wasn't even really a victory. It was just that he didn't die when his bunker, when the buildings that he was hiding underneath got hit and he didn't die. And the TV station was still able to broadcast, so he was able to fire a little missile at the ship that fired at them, causing some damage to it. I think they killed 4 Israelis. But it's like, that's it. It's like, it's just meme wars. But I was like, people loved that. People were like, whoa, this guy doesn't fuck around. Whoa.
Expected Hezbollah to have anti-ship cruise missiles capable of harming them. It also demonstrated the lack of preparedness on the Israeli side, since Hanit had an automatic missile defense system which was not activated, since Israel did not have intelligence that Hezbollah possessed anti-ship cruise missiles. So, only a few days after the July 12th airstrikes, it became apparent that Hezbollah was far from defeated. According to Matt M. Wallace, on July 14th, the Israeli intelligence advised the government that an airstrike campaign and small incursions would be insufficient to defeat Hezbollah. On July 15th and 16th, the Israeli Air Force continued bombarding Lebanon, killing 31 people. But Hezbollah now proved that its capacity to retaliate was still intact. On July 16th, a long-range rocket struck Haifa, killing 8 people. Earlier we described the rocket preparation of Hezbollah, so some if not most of its rocket infrastructure was operational, which allowed the militants to continue fighting. The deputy commander of the Baram Brigade of the IDF, Ishai Efroni, described the Hezbollah way of fighting in a very eloquent way. The Hezbollah fighter wakes up in the morning, drinks his coffee, takes a rocket out of his closet, goes to his neighbor's yard, sticks a clock timer on it, goes back home, and then watches CNN to see where it lands. Resisting such a tactic with only airstrikes was futile. Throughout this 33-day war, Hezbollah continued launching rockets into Israel. And even though from a purely military standpoint...
It's a pretty standard Tuesday, isn't it? The fuck? It's just so funny, man.
These strikes had a minor impact. They disrupted civilian life and caused death and destruction in Israel. 41 Israeli civilians were killed by these strikes, while 100,000 to 250,000 were forced to flee the most affected cities like Kiryat Shmona, Nahariya and Safed, which obviously led to dwindling morale in Israeli society and
imagine that as a day in the life TikTok. They really should. Why don't they really should make it like a lifestyle video, you know? I think that would be really interesting. Because obviously it's a lot more real, like it's a lot more compelling if it comes from Hezbollah themselves. If there was ever like a Hezbollah guy who just got a bit fed up and he was like, here, look, this is what my shift is like today.
Fatigue from the war. While Hezbollah failed to strike bigger cities further away from the border, like Tel Aviv, which indicates that the Israeli bombardment was successful at least to some extent in decreasing the long-range strike capability of Hezbollah, they maintained their overall capacity to strike Israel throughout the war. Most of the Hezbollah strikes had been conducted with the 122mm Grad and Katyusha rockets provided by Syria. They even used improvised Ababel-T drones equipped with small explosives, something we are seeing now in the war in Ukraine. Overall, Hezbollah made 475 rocket attacks throughout the war, with 8 to 9 rockets launched per attack. The IDF's official statement notes the number of 3,970 rockets launched, and General Ben Ismail claims a slightly larger number of 4,200 rockets. Most of Hezbollah's strikes were launched from near Tyre, south of Bekaa Valley, and along the Litani River, both to the south and north.
Why is he adding a second E to Sheba and fucking Bekaa, like Bekaa Valley?
As it became clear that Israel's initial bombardment was insufficient to win the war, the ground assault started becoming inevitable. On July 17th, the first relatively major IDF incursion began near Maroun el-Ras. This assault was led by the elite Maglan unit, with an aim to establish a foothold for further operations in South Lebanon. One of the Maglan soldiers would later
lost
say
8 guys
about the battle, "We expected a tent and 3 Kalashnikovs.
Hey!
That was the intelligence we were given.
Hey!
Instead, we found a hydraulic steel door leading to a well-equipped network of tunnels." Soon the Maglans were outnumbered and almost surrounded. In order to overcome the Hezbollah resistance there, the IDF had to send more forces, including elements of the Golani Brigade and the 35th
It's also the same with Ben Tishbail. Like I think they knew, like, people knew that they needed more people to go in there, but they only sent 2 companies in. Like, why? Why'd you do that?
Trooper Brigade. After a few more days of heavy fighting,
You need to write for this channel. You just read books, bro. I just finished reading a book. Do you want to see my notes? What the fuck? Why do you guys watch me? You think you watch me because I watch YouTube videos and they just tell you what I saw? These are my notes from the book. It's a big book. Got quotes and everything. Fuck off.
July 24th, elements of the Golani Brigade and the 7th Armor Brigade managed to largely defeat the Hezbollah resistance in Manar el-Ras and moved northwards to establish positions around Bint Jabal.
So he called it Manar el-Ras there. he got it right the first time and then fucked it up oh no. Wait. Oh. Thank you, Sulfur.
But by then it became clear that Hezbollah was fighting back more strongly than was expected. So on July 21st, the reservists started being called up in Israel. On July 25th, the 35th Paratrooper Brigade moved north of Bint Jabal to prevent any Hezbollah reinforcements from entering the town. Even though very soon it was proclaimed that the IDF was in control of this town, Hezbollah was still actively resisting inside the town and shelling the Israeli forces. On July 26th, the 51st Battalion of the Golani Brigade entered the town from the east. Companies A and C were immediately ambushed by Hezbollah fighters armed with small arms, machine guns, RPGs, anti-tank missiles, and artillery. They took advantage of the urban defense by taking positions in upper stories of buildings.
How would you write down that word? I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to get more used to, because vowels are a pain in the ass. But if you're writing Jbail in Arabic to get that spelling in English, would it be something like I think it's that for a J? Or is it up? And then it would be a B. Fuck. I think it's that. And then an ein, would it be? Is that not just like that? With the 2 dots? And then a fucking lam? Is that right? Is that how you do it? Or is this is the one I'm confused about though. Or is it just JBL with no vowel? Is that right? Jbail. Y. Yeah, but it's like E, right? Like Jbail. So Kaz, apparently I get rid of this. Why are people saying fucking correct when someone else is saying I'm not correct? Fuck you. Oh no, it's not ein, it's ya. Right, yeah, okay, I said the wrong letter. Okay. Where's the Arabic text? Perfect to me. Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Nice. Got him. All right. I think bint is easier, right? Because it's just B. Ah! And I think the I is implied by this. So you would just be ta. Wait. Wait. Is ta 2 dots? No, that's a nun first. Nun. Nun. And then T. Wait. Is it that? Bint? That right? I think this would go under though, wouldn't it? This would go below the line. Let me see. I'll just Google it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's right. But this should, but this, ah! I would put 5 dots. Actually, so base. Would it not be this though? Because I think, or does nun only go, it goes on the line when it's, oh, it's only in its initial or isolated, sorry. So it would be this. Woo. It's that. Bench bail. Okay, got him. Blah.
Nine IDF soldiers were killed in action and 27 were wounded. Despite this, Israel did not manage to take Bint Jbeil fully under its control until the end of the war. Before August 1st, the IDF was still sending in only battalion and brigade-sized forces into Lebanon, which clearly was not enough. By August 5th, it was estimated that the IDF had some 10,000 soldiers fighting in Lebanon, but they had only advanced as deep as 4 kilometers at most. According to various sources, Hezbollah had only 3,000 men south of the River Litani, which was enough to keep the IDF at bay. And as the stalemate in South Lebanon persisted, while more and more civilians were dying, the voices in favor of ceasefire became more powerful. In his interview to the BBC, the former US ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, admitted that for a while, the United States resisted calls for a ceasefire. The American strategy was to buy Israel as much time as possible to defeat Hezbollah. Hezbollah was widely seen as an Iranian proxy in the region. Even some Arab states shared this view. According to the UN Special Envoy, Taya Rod-Lashen, there were many not, how should I put it, resistant to the thought that the Israelis should thoroughly defeat Hezbollah, who, increasingly by Arab states, were seen as an Iranian proxy. Indeed, early in the war, Saudi Arabia condemned Hezbollah for its adventurism.
They did, yeah, a bunch of Arab states did.
But by August, the momentum for a ceasefire was too strong to ignore. On August 11th, the UN Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 1701, calling for an immediate ceasefire. As the war was coming to an end, Israel made a couple more attempts to ensure advantage before agreeing to a ceasefire.
The Saluki River.
But again,
this was the Saluki River and the fucking bombing. This was one of the bombings that actually just was based on really shit intel, and they just bombed a fucking bunch of civilians in a house.
Attacks were of a small scale, and it is difficult to find a coherent strategy behind them. On August 11th, an airborne reserve division entered Debel, but by the time the ceasefire went into effect on August 14th, they had managed to advance only by 1 to 2 kilometers northwards. Along the coastal road, the IDF made progress towards Mansouri by the end of the war. The 91st Division moved from the Bint Jbeil sector towards the coast, but its progress was also modest. The paratrooper units of the Nahal Brigade landed without any resistance near Fron and Gandoria. As the 401st Brigade moved towards this area to secure it, they were ambushed in Wadi al-Saluki with 11 out of 24 Merkava 4 tanks being hit by anti-tank missiles. On August 13th, a day before the ceasefire, several other airborne drops were conducted south of the Litani in an attempt to capture more territory in this area, but this did not amount to much either. In the final act of war, Hezbollah fired 250 more rockets into Israel. On August 14th, the fighting stopped. When everything was said and done, more than 1,000 Lebanese and 44 Israeli civilians were killed. Thousands more were injured, displaced, and saw their homes destroyed. There was widespread destruction throughout Lebanon and in North Israel. Both sides declared victory, but Israel did not achieve any of its original war aims. They could not free 2 captive soldiers, they could not destroy Hezbollah, and to this day this organization is firing rockets on North Israel. For Hezbollah, simply not being defeated was equal to winning against a much more powerful and technologically advanced army. Maintaining their fighting capacity and firing rockets on Israel further boosted its legitimacy in Lebanon as the preeminent resistance force in the country. According to Nazi Hussein, after the war, Hezbollah distributed $12,000 to each family whose home was destroyed during the war, which obviously further boosted their popularity among the ordinary Lebanese. Ultimately, the 2006 Lebanon war did not solve the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, as the sides have been engaged in a low-intensity conflict ever since, and there is a chance that it may boil over to another round of full-scale war very soon.
It's weird that they didn't mention the Qana bombing. Is it Qana or Qana? I don't know. Fuck. But yeah, that was when they basically ran out of targets and they were struggling to get more. So they just basically decided to, I think what they looked for was circumstantial connection. So if there were like rockets launched in previous days from an area, they would just bomb that area, even though like Hezbollah's whole thing was like you fire a rocket, then you go somewhere else, right? So in Qana, they killed 28 people. I think 17 of them were children, and I don't think any of them were militants. And there was an inquiry on it, but I don't think the findings were ever actually released.
We will talk about the conflicts in the Middle East more in the coming months. To make sure you don't miss them, make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing. It helps immensely. Recently, we've started releasing weekly Patreon and YouTube member-exclusive content. Consider joining their ranks via the link in the description or button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private...
WoW has gotten big graphics updates. Wait, what? In Classic? They've upgraded the graphics of Classic? How would you rate the accuracy overall? Oh no, it's all accurate, yeah. It's just there are a few parts of the story that I would have wanted to put in there. Fuck, making summary videos like this and making them only 20 or 30 minutes long is such a challenge, bro. If I did a video on this, it would last like an hour. Maybe 2. But it doesn't mean that they don't know more information. It's just, do they talk about sources here, or do they just... They just tell you what's what, do they? Huh. Interesting. It was a good video, though. You go off on tangents. Yup. That is exactly what I do. Hang on. Wait, why is the fucking thumbnail for the stream? What is the thumbnail for the stream? Is it not my usual thumbnail? It should be, but I think this restream is fucking it up, no? Let's see. Content. Live. That's fine. It's fine. It's just the tanks. We have more bread tube slop drama. Let's go! I think it's this. Why do people keep recommending this shit to me? This is, this guy. I'm pretty sure this guy's a chud. But they make these fucking hit pieces on like every bread tuber. Fucking Vosh. Adam friended. Okay. I think the guy's a chud. He seems kind of chuddy. The Arabs ban. Maybe they're not, but Mike from PA, Casey Tron, Bad Bunny, DJ Mule. And now we've got Thought Slime. And I think this is set. It's only 13K in 19 hours. It's set to become his most successful video. Let's see, eh? Let's see. Did you see the Israeli raid on the Iranian missile factory? Nope. That's a very home-produced track if I ever heard it.
Thought Slime is one of BreadTube's stranger content creators.
Oh.
He makes videos mainly preaching about anarcho-communism and trending social topics, and he has had many questionable takes and controversies, giving him a somewhat infamous reputation. So I thought it'd be fun to go through
We're
his
going to go over the press conference. Mate, if you guys want me to watch fucking content, okay, there is a stream suggestions in the Discord and there's a Reddit, and I read both of them, okay? Like, do you know why I watched that film about that documentary about the Lebanon War? It's because it's in the fucking Discord. Look at it. Kings and Generals. Whoa, Litterbugs, you should watch this. I'm like, yeah. Oh, don't mind if I do. Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
videography and do a little review of his channel. So first off, let's take a look at the oldest content he's made. We've got Why PC Culture Kinda Rules.
Hey.
And look at this, we've got a little Ransona coming in. And what the hell is this, man? The owning of the word was a seriously misguided move from these people. But this watcher, this Steven Universe fan, this anarcho-communist, well, he's about to lay down some facts.
I'd love to retreat from those hard truths into a childish fantasy of living in the woods too. But I'm an adult, and I live on planet Earth. And we have to face...
BreadTube used to describe liberal YouTubers? Not, absolutely not. BreadTube is far left. It's either like it's like idpol, woke scolds, fucking anarchists, anarcho-communists, communists. That's what BreadTube is, yeah. These days. It used to be like ContraPoints and shit, but even then, like PhilosophyTube and Sean are very far left as well. And it's obviously based on Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, which is an anarchist text, so... Yeah.
Face facts. Capitalism is evil. It's killing us. It was forced on us, and it must be dismantled.
Wow, mic drop. This gives us a pretty good idea of what this guy's about. He hates capitalism, and he's going to give us an emotive reasoning of getting behind the anarcho-communist cause. But these old videos, unsurprisingly, are quite stupid. They often take the form of him saying capitalism is bad, then he reads out counter-arguments in a silly voice that he can shadowbox with.
Okay, Mr. Hypocrite. You made your video using things made by capitalism.
Nothing is made by capitalism. Nothing is made by socialism. Nothing is made by feudalism, monarchy, or fascism. No ideology can pick up a screwdriver.
And from this clip, you should be able to see why he's considered so rage-inducing. Just intentionally missing the point of an argument and acting so smug about it whilst you answer is painful to watch. And I'm not saying this to be a snitch, but in some of his old videos, he calls for violence against fascists.
Hey.
Anarchist praxis tends to revolve around taking shit, giving it to people who need it, fighting systems designed to prevent oppressed folk from being in control of their own lives, and violating the non-aggression principle all over a Nazi's face.
And I think it's rich that this is coming from the guy wearing the King Cuck shirt, but he probably realized it wasn't the best look, and transitions into doing facecam videos.
Hey cuties, it's me, MindPiss.
Ooh, okay, this is what we're dealing with. But he does still keep up the revolutionary talk.
The system needs to be dismantled and replaced with a system that works for us instead of them. The first step is to be angry and organize and stop being civil. We need to see what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
I'm not convinced by that.
I always wonder why there's this correlation of being very kind of like cutesy, ooh-woo, like spirit animal, whatever, but also being insanely toxic and like mean. Like just being bad people. I don't know.
I feel like if someone sneezed too near this guy, it would be a traumatic experience for him.
And if enough of us stand together and fight back, we'll turn the tides. Because not one of us has the power to save the world alone, but all of us together do.
Okay. Revolution time. Come on then, Thought Slime. How are we doing this? What have you got there?
This is from Percy Bryce Shelley's The Mask of Anarchy.
This is what we're doing.
And these words shall then become like oppression's thundered doom, ringing through each heart and brain, heard again, again, again. I was worried that ending would sound a little scary.
This is scary. In one video, this guy almost cries whilst admitting that he likes girly cartoons.
This takedown is cringe. Yeah, this career is a little bit cringe, but it's whatever. I'm mostly just watching for the memes. Slop.
And he thinks reading some lame anarchist poem is too scary for people. But don't worry, our guy Thought Slime's got some ideas. In Thought Slime's world, private ownership shouldn't be a thing, so that's going to be dealt with.
All homes under absentee ownership, which is to say all homes that are owned by people not for the purpose of living in, but for profiting off of, should be seized by the people, held in common, and distributed on the basis of need. This is, in fact, what I think should be done with most stuff. That's the thing I like.
Maybe some alarm bells will be ringing when you hear that. What about the people that don't agree with this revolution? Well, in all of the shadowboxing that Thought Slime's done with his imaginary critics, this is something that he's never addressed. But fortunately for us, we have non-compete to answer that question.
How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them compassionately and humanely.
How did this guy go from being, he was like an anarcho something, maybe like an ANCOM, anarcho-communist, and then he went to being like a full-on fucking like Maoist authoritarian shit? Where did that come from?
Giving them every opportunity to join our society as active and productive comrades, starting by treating them like any other comrade with special circumstances. Rather than ship deposed class enemies off to inhumane gulags or otherwise seek out revenge, they should be placed in reform centers where they are able to live in comfort and benefit from counseling and education, teaching them about the benefits of our new society. Some may never be willing to give up their abuses, and these die-hard oppressors would need to be secluded, perhaps indefinitely. But capitalists and reactionaries who demonstrate a willingness to re-enter society on equal footing should be given every opportunity to learn, grow, and eventually rejoin our community in peace.
Don't worry guys, it's not the gulag you're getting sent to, it's just a camp you may never be able to return from. And check this out, these are the guys that are going to decide when you're allowed out. And yeah, these aren't Thought Slime's words, but throughout his career he has shielded and endorsed non-compete regularly. So this is the best we've got. Another thing Thought Slime likes to discuss on his channel is himself and the problems he has in his life. And the before mentioned emotive techniques are employed.
Oh, the non-compete one. Yeah, that was very strange. Yeah. That was a very bizarre conversation.
When doing this style of content as well. This is something I have a bit of a gripe with. To set the scene, Thought Slime once made a video on She-Ra and the Quartering. This is the before mentioned video where he gets quite emotional about the fact that he likes to watch Sailor Moon and the Powerpuff Girls. And at the end of it, he announces he's non-binary. One thing to address is although he's non-binary, he doesn't like the pronouns they, them, which is why I've opted to use he for this video. But as for the gripe I have, to illustrate this, we're going to look at the video, Am I Valid?
Everybody was super chill about it, and everybody was really supportive, and I got a bunch of new patrons, and all I could think to myself was, I'm a fraud. I got everybody to care about something, but what if I'm wrong? What if my feelings don't matter? Everybody keeps telling me I'm valid, but I don't know if I am. What do I do if they find out?
In his videos, he's mentioned that all of his work is scripted, so I'm led to believe this also is, and that this emotional moment is acted. And call me crazy, but I think it's quite badly acted. He mentions his Patreon immediately before a really tender moment that's clearly included to make the viewers feel sorry for him. But later on in the video, it gets all lighthearted and he starts making jokes.
But it's like German philosopher Freddie Nichols once said, when you peep into that abyss, guess what, dummy? That abyss is peeping back at you. Holla back at your abyss. Do you think I can spend all day insulting myself in my own head for not meeting arbitrary standards of beauty or femininity?
I think the word you were looking for there was womanity.
Womanity, basically?
Womanhood?
Not quite, but okay.
When you've got depressed brain, like I do, sometimes being mean to yourself feels real good. Like, it's bad for me, but let's be bad.
Why? Why do people watch this? Another thing I'd like to touch upon in this video is Thought Slime's comedy. You see, when he talks about his content, he often references that he likes to add a lot of funny jokes in there. So let's check one of these jokes out.
On the other hand, if someone poops in a Tim Hortons, that will be front page news for a week. The justice system will spring into action and make sure that that pooper is brought to justice.
What?
Poop justice.
Poop. That's the joke there. And would you believe it? Thought Slime used to be a stand-up comedian. Unfortunately, I can't find any of his work online anywhere. The world has taken a huge L not recording any of it. But Thought Slime believes himself to be an authority on comedy. And he is so lost in the source that he even questions whether it's okay to make jokes.
That lady looked like Erudite. Yeah, that actually, yeah, she did look a lot like Erudite. It's strange.
Jokes about people being sweaty.
I make a lot of jokes about how sweaty I get in the summer. And that does imply that there's something wrong with being sweaty. And is that fair to people with glandular disorders that make them sweaty all the time?
But you know what's really not funny? When people get their political analysis wrong in their comedy.
Are you trying to say that Waylon has the same opportunities as us?
Well, it looks like someone failed their insight check because this analogy sucks. To map the idea of wealth redistribution, which, by the way, isn't even a liberal idea. Liberals don't really seem to like it all that much.
Thanks, Thought Slime. Thanks for clearing this up. He also does this for movies and TV. He has videos on the politics of Stranger Things and The Purge, and he must be a joy to be around. What did you think of the show, Thought Slime?
That leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's essentially saying that we should ignore class in the face of institutionalized sexism. You think start being poor? Try being a woman, pal. Which kind of sucks, because, like, women can be poor too.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked. But let's take a look at something else. What's this video? Let's talk about last week.
Last week I fucked up.
This is an apology video. What possibly could Thought Slime have to be apologizing for?
I uploaded a mean-spirited video with some pretty ableist language and overtones. I referred to the conspiracy theories of a man who was diagnosed with bipolar disorders using the words nanners and lunacy. Lunacy, I came to learn, was actually directly related to bipolar disorder in a derogatory way, which I didn't know, but I knew better than to use that word. And I did it anyway.
That has to be the craziest thing to make a 20-minute apology video for. This should go down as a legendary YouTuber apology.
Excuse me, you mean the word crazy? Okay. Fuck, do I want to watch all this? It's going
Looking
fast,
here at the
okay.
GOAT of YouTube, Moist Critical's YouTuber apology tier list video,
about 10
and
minutes
Thought
if
Slime
it's
is noticeably
1.5,
absent from
1.5.
this list. Charlie, this is totally unacceptable. I'm sorry, look, I don't make the rules, but you're gonna have to delete your channel. Thought Slime made a video on Chaz. If you don't know what this is, it was an occupation protest in Washington where revolutionaries could hang out and send an anarchist message. I don't really understand the whole point of it, to be honest. I think they were trying to make this mini society with no laws or police, which is right up Thought Slime's alley, and there was a big racial element to it in light of the BLM protests. This was brought up briefly in Thought Slime's video in an interview with a Chaz occupant.
Like, there were some internal problems. Like, a lot of the people of color were complaining that they were being spoken over by having, like, white guys talk over them all the time, and they were getting annoyed with that. And that's valid and legit. So as soon as they brought that up, a lot of people took precautions to make sure that that stopped happening.
And you can see here, they're mindful about race, cool, whatever. But in reality, it was a bit more extreme than that.
By the time you leave this autonomous zone, I want you to give $10 to one African American person from this autonomous zone. And if you find that's difficult, if you find it's hard for you to give $10 to people of color, to black people especially, you have to think really critically about in the future.
Bro, imagine being a black person, you're just going about your day and someone comes up to you and gives you $10 from Chaz. And they probably apologize for slavery or some shit. Jeez. What the fuck?
Are you going to actually give up power and land and capital when you have it? If you have a hard time giving up $10, you got to think about, are you really down with this struggle? Are you really down with the movement? Because if that is a challenge for you, then I'm unsure if you're in the right place. So find an African-American person. The white people, I see you. I see every single one of you. And I remember your faces. You find that African-American person and you give them $10.
That's right, you heard it correctly. If you're white, you need to go and give a black person $10 to prove that you're part of the anarchist cause. The real L that Thought Slime took here, though, is shortly after the video he made, Chaz was shut down because of a fatal shooting that could have been easily avoided. And this place wasn't even anarchist. They appointed a leader, they appointed a police force, and they weren't self-sufficient. They needed to buy stuff to import in for them to live. It was one of the most insane acts of mass stupidity, and Thought Slime ignores all of that and just goes, woo, yeah, anarchism. Some of you may be expecting me to bring up the video he made on Destiny. In this video, he dishonestly frames a debate that Destiny had with Non-Compete, the guy that we saw earlier, but it's mainly him just smugly being like, well, he's a liberal and I'm a communist, and that makes me better. So there's not a lot to say about it, and that goes for a lot of Thought Slime's content. He is ridiculously smug.
Not really, but when people just like summarize a video without showing even like a clip or just a section, it's kind of unnecessary if you're doing hit pieces.
Incredibly ideologically poisoned and boring. And what's this? New diagnosis dropped. Thought Slime, he's got...
Even Vosh didn't support Chaz. Yeah, that's because if anyone looked at any of the facts about Chaz, you would realize that there's no point in supporting it. Like, it wasn't a good idea. It just wasn't. It was shit.
Call you back through someone else.
Hey Bugsline, this is Lady Goggles. I'm an MFA student, adjunct professor, and I create videos on YouTube. I wish people would understand the difference between executive dysfunction and being lazy. There's a huge difference. I'm often having to be responsible for 1,000,001 things at once, and I become so paralyzed with choice that I just don't wind up doing anything. That's not laziness, that's executive dysfunction.
I don't know why people keep calling me. I have another call. I gotta...
Hey Mildred, it's Catherine the cabaretist, and I wish that people understood executive dysfunction, and that it's not just being lazy or procrastinating.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. I gotta hop off. I got another call.
Maybe this isn't fair. It's only a small sample size, but I feel like there may be, when explicitly talking about executive function and laziness in this video, other correlations that might be worth studying. But what's this? The Boogaloo Boys, a meme that kills people.
You missed out on the $10. Yeah, well, it's because you owe that to all the racists who didn't watch Thought Slime's video or go to Chaz.
Wow, serious stuff. I, for one, had no idea that the founder of the Boogaloo Boys, Wendigoon, was responsible for actual deaths. That really is shocking. And you know what, Wendigoon, sorry about this, but you're gonna have to delete your channel. But Thought Slime, he's on the up and up. And when he hit 200k subscribers, a huge achievement, he made a celebratory video called Having a Little Meltdown. Whoa. One thing I found funny is when he discusses his old work, he mentions his Ransona, but he cuts the word cuck off his shirt. So at least Thought Slime is capable of feeling shame when necessary.
I watched the video. Did you watch the video on Thought Slime talking about Zionists? Yeah, I did. It's just social media cringe. Like, he just said that they're like a bunch of people who pretend to be the victim whilst attacking people or some shit, right? Like, it was really, yeah. Thought Slime doesn't know anything about Zionists or Israel or Palestine. He doesn't know anything. Like, why would I bother?
I sleep at night by telling myself that I think other entertainers deserve to get paid, but I'm not an entertainer. I'm a wannabe entertainer who tricked people into thinking I'm an educator. I'm a blogger with delusions of being an artist.
Oh.
And with this personal emotive
Holy
stuff,
shit,
as
he's
this guy is
crying.
a big understander of capitalism, surely he should understand that this is quite exploitative. He's always like, oh, feel sorry for me, I'm this starving artist, whilst he's shilling his Patreon. And it tricks these other weak, vulnerable people into some form of emotional blackmail, and they end up giving him money. I don't know, maybe I'm off with this, but I feel like there's something seedy about it. Also in this video, he strangely says he didn't get to the place that he's in now because of hard work.
Now don't get me wrong, I work hard. That doesn't, like, hurt my chances. But I didn't get anything I have from hard work.
Which is unusual messaging, and I think it's incorrect, because he did weekly videos for a very long time, and that's how he built his following. And I feel like that's the advice he should be giving. But even with this, just the mention of hard work means that he feels the need to give a little disclaimer.
There are lots of valid reasons why someone might...
The reason people get so triggered by this idea about work ethic, even though, again, like, it's funny that they look up to Karl Marx, who's probably one of the like hardest working people on earth in terms of what he did, right? He would go to the fucking London library for like 12 hours and just, if he ever wanted to footnote something, he would literally just have to grab the book, find the page, and then just copy it out by hand, and then take home. He was sitting down so long that he got fucking carbuncles in his ass and shit. Like, yeah, he's but it's funny that I think the problem is that people associate work ethic with like, yeah, Protestant work ethic, the origins of capitalism, and they also associate it with conservatives saying, if you work hard, you get something out of it, right? That whole thing, right? Yeah, those people are there because you hard work. They worked hard, or like people working hard for a boss and just to make someone else's profit. Or like it just triggers them so hard, even though like there should be nothing incompatible with the concept of like work ethic and being left winger. Did I get that word wrong? Carbuncles. Hang on. Boils. No, it is carbuncles.
Not be willing or able to work hard. I am by no means trying to disparage people with chronic illnesses, disabilities, or mental health problems which make hard work difficult, painful, or unpleasant. What qualifies as hard work is also dependent on a lot of factors beyond people's abilities to control. Hard work may be a good quality if you can manage it, but it is not a prerequisite for being a good or worthwhile person.
And this does get to me. Giving trigger warnings for discussion of hard work.
Working hard didn't get me 200,000 subscribers, and you're not going to get whatever you want through hard work either.
And even when discussing a business you're trying to do yourself, saying hard work isn't going to get you anywhere is so bad. Like, I'm actually a bit of a loss for words for this. It just goes without saying for me that that's terrible. So let's look at another bad piece of advice. This is some Thought Slime trademark dating advice for men.
Or take the way that a confident person talks about their hobbies or interests. When an unconfident person does it, they make excuses or act like the things they love are shameful or boring.
Okay, this does make a bit more sense. You do got to be confident.
Oh yeah, I like anime, but I'm not like one of those weirdos that's super into anime, you know? When a confident person talks about their interests, they do it with a passion, assuming that you will be as interested as they are. That is an attractive quality. Fuck yeah, I love anime. You ever see that My Hero Academia?
You're trying to give your probably autistic audience that are constantly striking out with women the advice that when talking to women, to passionately discuss My Hero Academia.
Even if the person you're courting doesn't like the same shit you like, they will like it.
I'm sorry, like that might limit your fucking pool or whatever, but there are plenty of women who actually do find that attractive. Like people who do like it when you talk about something that you're interested in. Yeah, that's like... like if you're trying to screw as many people as possible, then you're probably going to have to do something a bit more fucking copy paste, but like... okay.
You like something. That means you're not boring.
I know it's just an example, but that is the worst thing he could possibly come up with. Let's hear his advice for awkward people.
But okay, for the sake of argument, let's assume that you are hopelessly, excruciatingly awkward. You're just a social disaster. That just means you have to be interesting and likable enough to overcome that. Be nice. Get some hobbies.
What if I'm interested in geopolitics? Listen, I got news for you, Alcohol Ninja. Women are not retarded, okay? Like, they might care about geopolitics. Like, they... Sometimes there's this cringe thing. Oh, fuck, I've heard like a few women say this. I don't know how common it is. There is that kind of like person who just finds it attractive if you talk about something you're interested in, even if they have no idea what you're saying or understand anything that you're saying, which just means they're attracted to the confidence and to the passion, not to the actual content of what you're saying. I don't know. That's kind of always been a bit strange to me, but like, yeah, if you're interested enough in something, like, and you talk about it with the level of interest that you have in it, then you probably will like communicate something to them that's interesting as well. You can make things interesting to people who don't know anything about whatever topic. Because I'm a yapper, right? I'm a yapper. I have special interests and I yap about them. And so I kind of need, if I'm dating someone, I kind of need to date someone who, if they're not interested in what I'm yapping about, they're going to have to become interested. Because otherwise, like, fuck, like, it's just not going to work, you know? Because I'm just going to yap. I'm not going to get bored. But here's what it is. Someone sent an essay on deterrence in stream suggestions. What the fuck? Oh, Taiwan. Okay.
It's all good. It'll come out in the wash.
Just don't be. Get over it. Thanks, Thought Slime. But let's forget about that, because in this next video, Thought Slime has an announcement to make. But let's set the scene first. In this video, Thought Slime disputes a couple comments made by Sargon of Akkad and the Quartering. I'm guessing they're making comments on the transition of BreadTuber, PhilosophyTube. They make some pretty shallow analysis, saying it's all done for clout, and obviously that really upsets Thought Slime. And so, to dispute this, Thought Slime uses the example of Jim Stephanie Sterling as to why this isn't the case. And Jim...
What if I'm interested in YouTube drama? Then you're probably gonna have a hard time, like... If your entire special interest is like commentary YouTube, then it's going to be a little bit difficult to, if you meet someone who doesn't know who Turkey Tom is and what he said about fucking H3 or like whatever. I can't even think of names. Or that boogie guy. I don't know if you can introduce like the Lavloon saga on a first date. That's going to be difficult. You could probably still do it though. Like you could probably still say like, yeah, I'm interested in, like I watch a lot of YouTube drama. Like for example, this story about this person who XYZ, like you could make that interesting. Yeah, you could.
Stephanie Sterling is a gaming YouTuber that posts weekly videos exposing the gaming industry. And they came out of the closet quite controversially as a non-binary gender trash girl from the gender dumpster. That is what it says on their Google profile. And it hasn't gone well for them. Their fan base has diminished significantly. So this is a good example for Thought Slime for being like, it's hard for trans people, etc. But for PhilosophyTube, their career has had the exact opposite trajectory. And if we compare their content, I feel as if maybe Thought Slime should have done a bit more analysis on this before using Jim Stephanie Sterling as an example.
Okay. Hello. My name is Abigail Thorne. I'm the creator of PhilosophyTube.
Oh, hi, didn't see you there. I'm Fem Sterling, here on the Jimquisition for the first time. Oh, yeah. So, if you've got anything shitty to say about Fem Sterling, I'll have you know a man offered to help me with my shopping, so...
I'm not sure if insensitive is the word, but I don't think Thought Slime thought this through. And after all that, we still need to check out Thought Slime's announcement.
I don't have to conform to the same social pressures online that I have
it's
to.
Just like shitting on people coming out as trans or non-binary. I don't understand the point of that. Okay.
This, Thought Slime has had a couple different looks, so to speak. And not so long after this, Thought Slime had a shift in content. In this eating very spicy hot sauce to keep this channel update interesting video, he announces that he wants to make a change from the weekly videos into more high-effort long-form content. And the video right after this, How Gary Vee Manipulates You, isn't that bad. It's not good, it's not like fun or entertaining or anything, but it's a step up, so I'll give him that. But he doesn't keep it up. He slowly falls back into doing purple M&M discourse and Twitter argument documentation. He made another personal video called Can I Learn to Love My Body? Brilliant thumbnail for this one.
I remember feeling it was pointed, accusatory. Memories get distorted over time. I mean, what are the odds that this really happened?
This one's got quite a strange tone. It's super personal, intertwined with nostalgia critic-esque skits.
Wow, what an asshole. Although I agree with everything he said. But remember how he looked right at you and judged you? That must make you feel like a complete piece of shit. I was the fattest kid in my class.
This isn't better content, but leads to a very unusual scene where he's obviously trying to be as emotional as he possibly can. Really tender stuff. But it still has this devil character inserting quips as it goes.
I obsess over how important my looks are, how everyone must be as disgusted by me as I am by myself. I don't think it's technically dysmorphia if you're actually ugly.
He does end this one with a bit of a motivational type of speech.
There is nothing wrong with your body. Your body is beautiful, if for no other reason than because it is the mechanism that allows you to exist in the world. And no matter what any small-minded, spiteful, ignorant shithead tries to convince you of, you can be healthy at any size.
And although there is this motivational speech at the end, there's still this really can't-do attitude about it all. And this is a kind of through line for most of his work. You're never going to be happy or get what you want, and it's all because of capitalism. Give up on trying to work hard to achieve stuff. Give up on working out to try to look good. The only thing that really can make you happy is a communist revolution. And that's all a bit of a downer. So to finish off this video, we'll look at some of his more stupid content from his later career. So let's check out some of his takes on shoplifting.
The greatest form of theft is almost universally not shoplifting, not robbery, not car theft, but wage theft. And, you know, that's putting aside the theft of surplus value in the first place, like all wage labor could be said to be a form of theft. Now, people have been predicting that the rise of automated checkouts would result in huge losses of entry-level jobs in the service sector. Turns out it didn't, specifically because these companies still want people around on account of shoplifting. So therefore, it could be argued shoplifters are job creators. Here's a question that doesn't seem to come up as much in this discussion, a perhaps more fundamental question that seems to get ignored. How come the shit at Walmart belongs to Walmart? And again, not a space alien. I don't mean legally. I know that they own their stuff. I know that it's their stuff and the police won't let me have it. I mean morally, ethically. How come? Walmart's not using it. They don't need it. Why is it theirs? What moral utility does it serve that they're allowed to have it?
And it's pointless
because Walmart's whole thing is that they're able to efficiently get goods that people want in one place at a good time and to transport them in such a manner that it's fairly like affordable compared to like an independent retailer selling a specific thing because of the bulk purchasing and because of their logistical systems. Like, it's what? Okay, whatever. That's probably why. That's probably why they have that stuff. Ugh. Show me a better way, bub. Let's go. Wasn't it? That was the same video where he said that people people have an instinctive passion for truck driving because they play driving simulator games. Like you would always have enough truck drivers. All right. Huh! You simply do not appreciate the road. You know what? I would probably do truck driving for free for like a day, then I'd get bored. That's probably what I would do. And then I'd be like, bro, can I get compensated for this, please? Come on. Come on! We yearn for the 18-wheelers. All right. Why don't they just make kids do labor and educate them later? Why don't they just get 5-year-olds and 6 and 7, 8, 9, whatever, all the preteens, just make them do the driving. It can't be that hard, right? Make them drive the trucks and do all the other things that they'll probably find fun, and they'll get money for it so they can buy all their stupid fucking toys and video games and all this shit that kids want to buy, and then just educate them later when they actually care about maths. Like, just do it that way. It's not like it's like the mines were dangerous, okay? But if they weren't dangerous, bro, a kid would love that. Just fucking smashing up big rocks into little rocks, finding gold. All right. Okay. Okay. Where is the other thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, this actually expanded. Oh, no. Why did so many people cover this video? What the fuck? This was recommended to me weeks ago because apparently it mentions me a couple of times or once. I don't fucking know. We're going to look at a new breadtuber, it seems. I don't know how new they are, but they seem to be new on my radar anyway. Ah! Jump scare. We're going to watch a video by someone called Mika's Rhetoric, a YouTuber with 50k subscribers, talking about the H3 drama, and apparently we have an honorable box mention. Okay, new breadtuber dropped. This was recommended to me a while ago. Let's go.
Hi everyone, it's me again, and today I'm genuinely the most terrified.
Volume. That's what you are. You are low volume, my friend. It's okay.
I've ever been to ever talk about anything, ever. And I wish that was a joke, but alas, here we are. So today we're going to be talking about H3, and I'm just going to talk about my feelings, my thoughts, the complexities, where I've been. Maybe I felt like I've been too complacent in certain things. I felt like I've, maybe run a little bit too much defense, and where my thoughts are now, and kind of my perception on the general audience perception, how things have changed. And yeah, everything's looking good. I look pale as hell. I think my makeup looks like Doki. I don't have a lot of notes. I just finished work. Also, obviously, because everything has to be good. These are my little, very short, just like one page, little iPad note moment. So pray for me, I guess, in advance. Links, source, way support channel, all that kind of stuff, all down below, including the link to my wonderful, beautiful patrons and members. Names on the screen. Also, while I'm at it, because
that's a good number of patrons and members for a 50k sub channel. Well done.
This might be the end of my days anyway. I'm about to hit 50,000 subscribers. So if you could be so
end of your days, mate, you're it's not that bad, okay? Chill. Don't worry about it. As someone who has been there, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay.
kind as to perhaps participate in such event, that'd be really sick. That'd be really nice of you. Yeah. I never ever bring that up because I think it's weird. I think even being called a content creator is weird, especially because I work like a people job. People job. Yeah, as if I'm not a person. But anyway, you know what I mean. So yeah, participate in the student loan paying trade. That's where we're at.
Okay. Sorry. Welcome to the we're still left wing. Okay, despite what everyone says, Sashmoth, you fucking idiot. Get out. Take a day off. All right. Fucking appearance. Comment. Fuck you.
Now, no parts of the video I'm gonna maybe chapter it just based off of like different points, or I'm not gonna chapter it at all. I don't really know. So I'm gonna chapter the introduction though separately. I know that I can do that much. So let's get right into the news, just like Ethan Klein's bestie, Killer Keemstar once said. So there's a couple things. I have sort of like a layout of my time frame. Also, I'm going to do a disclaimer right away.
Yeah.
And this might disappoint some people. And I think there is a lot of nuance that needs to be understood here. I have a public-facing job in the back end, okay? Plus, I am, if you don't know, which everybody does because I'm annoying, I'm a registered licensed high school teacher by trade. I don't teach right now. However, that is something I would probably like to do come like a few years, whatever. And the issue with that comes with the fact that...
Okay, just getting ahead of it. If she's a high school teacher, okay, and she's doing the Ethan drama, I don't doubt Israel-Palestine's going to come up, especially if I do as well. Just a word of advice. Okay, don't worry about people hate if she ever watches this react. Don't worry about people hating you, okay, online, because the fact is people online will align with your position. You're generally going to find someone on the internet who thinks your thoughts speak to them, and you tell them what they want to say. You're like articulating what they want heard, what they want to say themselves, but maybe can't say it as well, or broadcast it to a large enough audience. Some people will hate you. That's okay. Don't worry. It feels pretty bizarre at first, but you'll get over it. You get used to it. You learn the process. However, if you if this is about H3, and I think she obviously falls on the opposite side of this drama, if you have sympathies with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis and all that, just keep that to yourself, okay? That's my advice to this person. Just keep it to yourself, okay? Because you're going to have stop anti-Semitism on your ass like a lightning bolt. And they will email the school that you work for. Oh, no. Okay, that's just my, listen, from one creator who gets hate to another, okay?
Taking specific political stances very intensely can bar me from doing that forever. And I know that sounds severe. It sounds like I'm doom posting. It sounds like I'm being selfish. And maybe to a certain degree I am. I just genuinely consider my impact as an educator and my impact as someone who can work with youth and can work with and do research and do all these things as more important to me.
1.5 would be nice. Let's see. How are the chats going? Any $10? Not even a $10. There's a few fives. Thanks, Vazaraka and Hun, for the $5 each. Thank you very much. But what?
And more valuable than necessarily my social media impact. And because of that, and this is me being very vulnerable, like this is my genuine, and I'm actually really, like I'm so sweaty already, scared about how these will reflect, okay?
Damn.
That being said, and I'm only saying that I have been supporting the Palestinian cause since last year.
Okay.
And just in general before that as well.
Yeah.
I took a course on colonialism specifically to learn about it because I was kind of confused about everything. And one of my favorite essays of all time that I've ever read is Patrick Wolf's essay on Palestine. excellent essay. I'll see if I can link it down below, like if there's a place you can read it for free.
Patrick Wolf's essay isn't on he mentions it. I think she's referring to settler colonialism, the 2006 essay, right? Where are we? What? Oh, here. Settler colonialism and the elimination of the native. This essay is it's just not good. I don't know. Fuck it. Like, there are some bits in it that like are a little bit illuminating about Israel's, especially its expansion into the West Bank, and how they talk about like how the expansions into the West Bank were not really they weren't really an total accident. Obviously, some people in the cabinet, like before the 6 Day War, most people were not thinking about going into the West Bank. Like Diane wanted to. Everyone else was like, we don't even want to fight with Jordan.
1.5 now, you greedy potato eater.
And they sent Jordan 2 messages at the very beginning of the war to tell them, like, don't fight with us. And they just kept on doing it. So and then Jordan overextended because of bad communications. And then Israel just plowed into the West Bank. And then once they were there, Diane started very passionately getting into the settler fucking thing, and people started moving there. There weren't that most of the settlers to begin with. They went into the West Bank normally to places that they had lost in the 48 war. Like they tried to recover lost property and shit like that. And then after 77, especially with Menachem Begin, it becomes like a full-blown movement. But the reason it was able to function fairly quickly and fairly immediately after the war, even without government policy, was because all the institutions that they needed for it were already there. They were already being used after the 48 war. Like the expropriation and the absentee property and all this kind of stuff. Like all these laws were already in place. But despite having a few eliminating aspects here and just like a broad history of the Hutus, the Tutsis, and Europe and all that, he alludes to differences between Zionism and other forms of European colonialism, like in the sense of like renaming places to Hebrew names is actually more like old biblical names rather than trying to just like, you know, like if they come from Europe, right? There's no like new Moscow, okay, or new fucking Odessa in Israel, right? It's things like that, or the idea that it's not just like bringing the culture of a mother country into the place that you're coming from. It's a bit different from that, right? But he alludes to these differences, but he doesn't really highlight them at all. Like he still just tries to shoehorn Israel into all these other different colonialisms of Europe and America and everything else. And the problem is that this is, I think, the popularizing of the term settler colonialism. But I think colonial settling, like that whole concept, I think the first real mention of that actually came from 2006. No, not 1960s. Yeah, it came from the 60s. Was it 66, 7, 8? It was around that time. I can't remember the author. I wonder. Let me find it. There was a particular author. Was it this? What's the name? What the fuck? I don't recall the name. Maybe I do. Hang on. Is it this? It's some essay by an Israeli dude where they mention the origin of it. I think the first mention of it was, 66. The term colonial, but that was colonial settler. So it's from this. It's from a book called Colonial Empire, 1966. And it basically just talks about the history of colonial empires of Europe. And they talk about Portugal, they talk about Germany, they talk about France, they talk about Spain, the UK. They don't acknowledge Israel, though. And it's because, specifically, this author did not consider Israel to be settler colonial in the classical sense, because the theories in Europe that developed on settler colonialism are derivative from Marxist theory. It's derivative from like Lenin and his work on imperialism. And it's very economically focused for that reason. Like settler colonial and the colonial settler was specifically to do with mother states needing to expand in the name of capitalism, economic growth, and surplus value, and going into other countries and exploiting the resources and sending people from the nation over to do that, to exploit the region on behalf of the mother nation, which is why they saw Israel as different, because Israel didn't really do that for that reason. Like Zionists didn't go to Israel to plunder, right? There's an old joke that says, I think it goes, if you want to make a small fortune in Israel, just arrive with a large one. And then the idea was that it was actually economically costly almost, or it was economically irrational to go to Israel. Even people who started the first kibbutzim and the first towns there were like, we're not going to get a return on this for like 30 or 40 years. Like it was really people with not that much money to begin with going there because of some kind of like idea of reclaiming like part of the old homeland, or going there to just establish a presence, or going there to find safety, or going there, and especially the concept of labor Zionism, going there to build up what was basically a backwater of the Ottoman Empire. So the way Patrick Wolf summarizes this, he only really alludes to Israel, but there's one thing that he does that is just, there's a few red flags in this, but it's like the one that really fucks me off is this one. He does the thing.
Rip Vorsh's cat Artemi died yesterday due to kidney issues.
Oh no. It's such a shame. Thanks for the $10 though, I guess. Wow. He does this. He does this little quip. So he says, settler colonialism destroys to replace. Again, the first places the Zionists settled were mostly empty in the 1880s up until like 1920-ish. Like they settled normally in empty places that they purchased and built up. Like that's the whole idea, labor Zionism. And like basically inventing a new Jewish identity, the one that was distinct from the more assimilationist, elite, urban Jewish identity of the people in Germany and France and all those places, who basically thought that the more they assimilated, the more they would get acknowledged. Quotation marks, mostly empty. Choo-choo train, if you can prove otherwise, that the Zionists initially mostly settled in parts of Palestine that were already inhabited in 1880 for the 20, 30, 40 years. Feel free to show me. Otherwise, just cope, kill yourself. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's just true. It's true. Because I think a lot of the reasoning that people have on Zionism is that it's all very like retroactive rationalization. So when they went initially, in the 1880s, there was no Balfour Declaration, okay? There was no real concept of carving out a state. Like even with Herzl, like when they went over to historic Palestine, they went largely because in the hopes that they, not really knowing exactly what would turn out of it. Like the idea of a Jewish state or like a state of Jews, like they didn't really know exactly how that would pan out, because most of the campaigning that people like Herzl did was to try and talk to the Ottoman Empire, right? Because they didn't expect the Ottoman Empire to go away. When Ben Gurion moved to historic Palestine, he didn't learn Arabic, but he did learn Turkish. He spent a year learning Turkish well enough that he could go and study like in Turkish, or I think it was law. And also to try and get Jewish representation in the Ottoman political system. I think there was like in his old home, there was like a fez, right? Like, yeah. So the idea that but the problem is that people see the Nakba in 48 and they retroactively seek out a few quotes and imagine that that was always the intent. That was always the plan, was to go in there and do that, which is just false. That's not exactly what happened. He studied law in Istanbul. Okay. But yeah, the way that he does this quote, as Herzl, founding father of Zionism, observed in his allegorical manifesto / novel, if I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. And it's like, wow, this just sounds like Nakba, right? This just sounds like blowing up a village and replacing it with a Jewish community, right? And planting up European pine trees and shit like that. But where's this quote come from? He incorrectly cites it. He said it's from Alt Neuland. It's not. It's from the Jewish state. But if I look, the full text, I think it's on Virtual Library. If I find that quote, the Nakba was clear self-defense from an Islamic genocide. That's not true either. That's also incredibly simplified. Ooh. It's not an accurate quote. It is. He says the exact words. What's the context? These prefatory remarks are merely intended as a hasty reply to the massed objections which the very words Jewish state are certain to arouse. Henceforth we shall proceed more slowly to meet further objections to and explain in detail what has been as yet only indicated. And we shall try in the interests of this pamphlet to avoid making it a dull exposition. Short aphoristic chapters will therefore best answer the purpose. If I wish to substitute a new building for an old one, I must demolish before I construct. I shall therefore keep to this natural sequence. In the first and general part 1 shall explain my ideas, remove all prejudices, determine essential political and economic conditions, and develop the plan. And then he goes on to talk about the Jewish question. He's not talking about planning to destroy Palestinian buildings. He's talking about dismantling pre-existing Jewish opinions about emancipation and argue why they're wrong and why a Jewish state is what would actually ensure survival, not assimilation. He's not saying anything about, but that this dickhead, this Patrick Wolf guy, just grabs this to say settler colonialism destroys to replace. Like, it's such a bad faith quote, and it's you cannot do this by accident. This is completely intentional. What does he also do? 2006. He also says, nice little throwback here, comparing Gaza and the West Bank to the Warsaw Ghetto. Famous. This is a year after Israel pulled out of Gaza and 1 year before the blockade, 2006. The blockade was 2007. He's calling it the Warsaw Ghetto. So, this guy is a bit of a shitter. I think you're not going to learn that much about the nuances of Zionism and the Israel-Palestine conflict if you learn this about colonialism. This is a shit essay for that. How has this not been scrutinized in academia? No, it has. People in academia fight over this quite a lot, because the whole thing is that you can't say there's no colonialism or no settling from Zionism. That's ridiculous. Of course they settled. Of course they were colonizing to some extent. Of course they evicted people. They might not have planned in advance to do the Nakba, but they did do it, right? And they had those ideas swimming around in the back of their minds for quite a few years before they actually did it. Like, the idea of forced transfer didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't just come as a spontaneous response to military need, right? That's not how it worked. But when people try to throw it into the category of settler colonialism, especially when settler colonialism is usually understood as economic projects by capitalist powers trying to plunder nations, there's so many qualitative differences that people overlook to their peril, like to their detriment, because there's also, there's like a footnote somewhere that encapsulates it quite well, I think. Is this from, yeah. There are these historians, I think they're historians, who write this book where they basically describe Zionism as pure colonial movement, as pure colonial settlement. But then they do a footnote where they say there are caveats. They do a footnote where they say there are salient differences, which are Zionism's nature as an ethnic national rather than an economic project, the refugee status of most of the Jews who came to Palestine, the loose organization of the diaspora Jewish communities as opposed to a well-organized colonial mother country, and lastly, the ideal of the return of Zion, which is grounded in Jewish tradition. So they say it's colonialism, but all these very, very crucial things that make it fairly qualitatively different from your average European colonial project, right? But the problem is that most people, but it's pure colonialism, but all these impurities, right? It's just silly. You do gain something from looking at the settler colonial aspects of Zionism and the fact that they, again, even if it wasn't like settler colonialism and like exploiting the locals, because what they tended to do more often was they would exclude Arabs. They would exclude Arabs from working on areas that they owned. And they did that even though Arabs were willing to often work for less. So they could have exploited them, but they chose not to because they wanted that whole contiguous Jewish presence and all this kind of shit, right? It does have colonial aspects in the sense that they kind of looked down on the locals. They infantilized them. They thought they were kind of primitive and a bit shitty, right? And they also, obviously, they did buy land and tried to make contiguous state territory or like proto-state territory by moving people and by forcibly evicting people, if not by the 48 war, just blanket expelling them. So there are aspects of it, but there are a lot of qualitative differences that unfortunately, this guy, Patrick Wolf, does not acknowledge at all. The other problem with this is that, especially when he talks about Israel, is Palestinians have no role in this story. They're completely passive. So when he talks about Gaza being like the Warsaw Ghetto and being closed, even though this is pre-blockade, it's like there's absolutely no mention of any decision making from Arab leaders at all at any of this point. Like it's all just, they're just like the indigenous Palestinians here are just like a passive entity. That's it. They have no role. They have no agency. Isn't the settler colonial accusations referring to the West Bank? Ah, sheer. My sweet summer child, no. People who usually invoke the term settler colonial are saying that Israel, the entire country, is a settler colonial project. It is a settler colony, they will call it. They call it the settler colony. You're the ones who don't even want to call it Israel, they'll just call it the settler colony. And Wolf means the same. He means Israel, not the West Bank. Anyway, so yeah, that's probably why this poor person is probably not going to have the most refined understanding of the conflict if she's getting it from Patrick Wolf. Anyway,
I have the book version that has all of the different colonialism essays in it, but as such, I'm not going to dive super deep into the politics specifically. I've also vouched for Jewish people in my videos. I've talked about how a lot of conspiracies lead to, or fringe conspiracies lead to anti-Semitism. I talked about in detail, for example, Nerd City, and discussing how he kind of leaned into the New World Order. I've discussed, this was quite recent. I'm trying to remember who I was making a video on, because this is not really scripted. So who was I talking about that I was that those conspiracy theories were coming up? I'm also trying to edit this very minimally because I want this to be a conversation. Was I talking about Jeffree Star, of course. Jeffree Star talking about the Illuminati and the elites in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And I brought in the fact that usually that's implicit of anti-Semitic stereotypes. I've talked about education and the importance of not falling into those things as a result, and the red pill movement. And
oh, sorry, shit. Wojtek and Speedy Taco, thanks for the tier 1 sub, and thanks for the $10. And Loner Unbox, thanks for 99 cents, eh? Every little bit. Okay, hang on. I'll give it a 1.25, okay? Thanks for that.
Links to anti-Semitism, and it's links to Islamophobia a lot of the time, too, to a certain degree, anti-religious sentiment as an act of evil, and vice versa, too, as in a weaponization of religion. So I just want that to be a clear stance here. Operation Olive Branch, Master Doc, also linked down below, actually, now that I bring that up. I just know that because I have such forward and bold opinions on people I talk about all the time, there's an expectation that my politics align. They do, I promise.
Which one is Operation Olive Branch? Why does that make me think of Syria? Am I thinking of something different? Stupid name for an operation. The Turkish armed forces going into Syria. Why did you throw that one in? What's that to... Okay. Is there another Operation Olive Branch that I don't know about? What do they have to do with Israel and anti-Semitism, or... Operation Olive Branch is the Turks going into Syria and kicking Kurds out and moving them deeper into the country. Huh, okay.
Just publicly, I'm very cognizant of my social media footprint.
It's the name of the Arafat speech in the UN. Wait, let me just see what she's referring to. Hang on. Operation Olive Branch Master Doc. Holy shit! What am I looking at here? Oh, it's a grassroots effort. Oh, so they just they just used that's so funny. They used the title of a Turkish occupation of Syria for their anti-settler colonial project. Okay. Huh. Mutual aid. This is quite colorful. Bahrain medical aid. Master list. Donate. eSIMs for Gaza. Lebanon Network for aid. Okay. Huh. Should probably find a name that's a bit less colonial, but fuck.
My internet footprint, because I just think where I can actually make a difference in my future matters. And again, maybe Mika, why do you think this way already? Because I've already run into these problems when I was doing social media and my student teaching internships. So that's why I'm saying these things in advance, okay? Now, I have the lineup of how I think this started from the inception of the podcast to now. So this will be, I guess, a chapter. I'll talk now, my disclaimer, my politics, and then whatever, okay? And if people think that I'm weak in that regard as well, I understand, honestly. And I also have like a pretty, bringing my mental health is very silly, but again, I just want to be honest, right? I have a pretty intense anxiety disorder. And the only time I've contemplated quitting the internet with like certainty was in reference to discussing Ethan Klein before. And I was treated in a way that maybe allegedly in Minecraft could be considered harassment because they were making an account where they were dedicated to like saying all this stuff about me and how evil I am. And then they were DMing people that I'd worked with on other videos that I was this horrible, evil, morally corrupt individual and all this stuff. When we talk about the inception of the podcast, it was not responded to well for a long time. And this has been discussed by many different videos at length, including... So I was watching... I always know that I'm right when I have the opposite opinion of Nicholas DiOrio, because I was watching Ethan Klein's video, or the H3 podcast episode about... And I haven't watched it in like a year, so this was like shocking to see these like vast differences, different setup, different show, everything like that. Chatting in about Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being like, oh, Ethan's gonna get all the tankies. So...
Whoa.
But I was like, man, when I'm watching it and I'm having trouble getting through it because I'm just cringing so hard, and then my bestie comes in and is like, you're slaying. I'm like, okay, so I'm right. Anyway, when the podcast came out, a lot of people criticized Ethan for being really unprofessional. There was also a lot of really famous clips that came out of there, such as Ethan Klein being like, iDubbbz, I love that you say the N-word, and then just saying the N-word a bunch of times. The clip with Joji saying that women were, at the time, was still doing stuff on the internet, I think, as Filthy Frank, saying that women were made to be submissive to men.
Or apes or whatever, right? Our Neanderthal cousins were probably just like crazy. So there's definitely something like in us to like conquer. Men want to like conquer.
Right.
So it's, you know, women are in a nature setting like to be conquered.
There was also the clip where Ethan...
Are these not all things that... It's funny that people bring up Ethan controversies, because I believe most of these are things that Ethan had said and done before Leftovers podcast, right? Like when Hassan and Ethan were still friends. As in, like, Ethan had done all these things and then Hassan became his friend. So was his past just not an issue, but it is now because we're not friends with him anymore? Like, they did the same with the Hassan Destiny thing as well, right? They do it as well because Hassan talks about all the CP debates and the whatever the fuck else that Stephen has, the incest debates. But these are all things that Stephen did before Hassan became friends with him. It's so ridiculous. Like, you might as well be like, hey, me, I'm a hypocrite. I am a massive cunt hypocrite. Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Ethan Klein was talking about Jewish people in Israel and commenting on their hygiene and commenting on some things that should not have been commented on in the way that they were.
The Jews, well, I mean, Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. That's why we all have all these
really
neurological diseases.
Holy shit!
Because back in the day, we had our little village and we fucking ran around in our little suits, and nobody wanted us, so we're like, well, other. And to be honest, there's like stinky suit where like, bro, you have to be very generous to fuck a Hasidic Jew, right?
How would I know? Yeah. How am I going to say to that?
I mean,
Jews making fun of each other. This is one of the most like normal things. What? Again, was it an issue? Was it an issue when Ethan made that comment about Ben Shapiro going into the camps? Because I believe this was also.
I'd be remiss if I did not comment on a guy who apparently is a
was,
YouTuber
again,
and gamer of some.
Shut up, Ben.
Winger, so that's totally fine. Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets gassed first.
Well, that's nice. I have a rule generally.
This was fine. This was anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. Just so you guys know, that was anti-Zionism, right?
Well, I've lived in Israel for 5 years, so they wear the suits, they got the hats, they don't shower nearly enough. When it's 1,000,000 degrees outside, they rock the black suit. They stink, bro. They stink, and you know they don't shave. You've seen their face. Imagine what their dicks look like.
Wait, I always thought those were like fake.
No,
those are real.
Those aren't extensions.
Those are real.
Those are all.
That is commitment. I guess if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
Their faces look so gnarly. So imagine what these dudes look naked, and they're all pretty fat too, because that that wife's at home cooking. That's all she does.
Not all fat.
Well, a lot of the ones you see are pretty chunky.
Can we
get a picture? Yeah, let's see this.
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of how hot they are.
Harry. You asked for it.
So those clips were already coming out. And then also there was criticism that the podcast was boring. I remember the episodes with just Ela and Ethan being quite boring back then, especially that the guests were kind of all that it was. So, and people were really upset that they were no longer making the H3 Productions videos, which were their most popular and most liked content to this day. Progressively, as Ethan Klein started hiring more people, you started getting kind of like a co-host dynamic almost. It's like you have now Dan, the producer, you have Ian, you have Zach. That was the crew for a long time. Circa 2020, whatever, they hired AB and Lena, who are both Lebanese, and this is going to become relevant soon. Then you also have the hiring, who were also fans of Ethan's. He hired AB because AB ran defense for him when another creator named Gokanaru made a really long, pretty okay, actually, like I remember liking it even back then, hit piece on Ethan Klein. And then AB ran defense for him as Starkiller with like a mask on or whatever on a video, and he hired AB and hired Lena as personal assistant. Then you get also hiring Cameron Grants, who was making memes on their subreddit a lot to do design work, hiring Sam, who used to be dating Ian to do graphic design stuff for him and set design, that kind of stuff.
Ethan is right about Hasidic Jews and the way that they're smelly. Having to sit next to one on an El Al flight is the worst thing ever that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I don't recall. She's been 12 minutes into this. So far, we're talking about how Ethan... we're talking about how Ethan said cringe stuff, or not even, it's just edgy. It's just edgy stuff before Hassan's community took him on board and liked him and defended him for all these things. It's okay.
Then you have...
Is she acting like all these clips are revelations? Everyone knew about these clips. Like everyone... Do you think Hassan didn't know about these clips?
Of hiring of another fan, Olivia, who does writing. I'm sneering because I'm just trying to remember like what because she kind of does everything. So I'm not trying to remember her role. She seems to do research and writing stuff mostly. Okay. Then you have also the hiring of Swedish, another fan, Love, who does social media. I think that's right. Yeah, so Olivia does, is that everybody? Now there's a new guy named Nathan or something. No idea who he is. Anyway, as they hired these people, and a lot of them being quite young, a lot of them being like Gen Z. I think Love and I are like born the same year, born a couple months apart. And I'm 24, by the way. You start having these like...
I feel like if this is a pre-recorded video, you should probably learn what you're talking about before you talk about it. Obviously, it's really cool that you can just drop the settler colonialism Patrick Wolf essay, not really say anything about it, not really give any arguments about it, not give any like pros and cons of it, not scrutinize any of the content in it. And then just jump onto this and not know anything about how the different co-hosts of the podcast are involved with each other. Okay. Probably need to script this, or at least if it's prepared, it seems semi-scripted, it's prepared, it's got notes, then you should probably like edit the rambling a lot more. Yeah, I don't know.
Found, you started getting a lot more of these people who were much more progressive, politically progressive, and ideologically progressive than Ethan. AB and Lena. Because so Ian doesn't say shit. Like, Ian's, like, hiding, okay? So we don't know about Ian. But you have, and then Dan seems to, I think Dan is very left-leaning, but Dan also doesn't respond to criticism well. So when he has maybe socially conservative, even to a certain degree, like, opinions on things, and then people push back, he, like Ethan, will kind of view it as the entire left's opinion on this entire subject and then just be pushed away. And then Zach, I would say, is somewhat on the more socially conservative side. This is just how I'm gauging them. I could be completely wrong. This is a discussion again. So, but what I'm saying is that environment was pretty stable in a sort of awakened centrist / center-left vibe, right? Now, when you started hiring AB and Lena, who are Lebanese, who have been affected by a lot of these conflicts in the Middle East, even though I think they're both born in the United States, but Lena's parents, for example, were recently in Lebanon, etc. Olivia, who seems to be quite progressive and is very, ideologically and socially left-leaning. I don't know what Love's doing. He doesn't say much. Cameron also seemed to be a pretty progressive person. Sam as well. So you started having this sort of environment that was fostering these ideas more openly. And when you have your researcher, who is a...
AB and Lena were cool with Dearborn voting for Trump. Is that true? I don't recall them saying that it was okay that they voted for Trump. Can you show me that? I'm not believing that without some proof. This is 1.5. This is 1.25. What, for $10? You think I'm going to go 1.5 for $10? You guys are disgusting. What the fuck? I should have used this more often. I always forget that you have to... He defended it in your conversation. Did he defend it? I don't... Did he just say it's understandable that they're like low information voters who are mad about the war? What? Like normie. Doesn't mean that's not defending it. Like, stop doing that. Jean-Luc Dickard, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Interesting name. They didn't seem particularly concerned and explained it was in protest. Whoa, thanks for 20 euros.
Or I will commit.
Why do you don't get to dictate the speed that you're paying for, bro? Like, what the fuck? Thanks so much, though. I really appreciate that. I'm so humbled. Okay, we're going 1.5. 2 is way too fast. 2 is insane. Anyway.
A sort of kind of left-leaning person, and AB as well was also doing research. You start to your content begins to tilt. And then you get to the debate era where Ethan Klein was debating Pearl from Just Pearly Things. He debated the guy who's claimed that he cured Tourette's. There was also the debate that he debated Fresh and...
Not nice, you people. Am I really the only Hasid listening to the streams? While some of my kin can do a better job showering, 98% of us shower every day, and we have more money than most of you. Is this just a... This is just a Jew fight chat. A Jewish fighting pit.
Fit, I believe at some point there was, which I didn't watch that. I think I'd already checked out at that point. There was also, there were just a lot of the beginning were people I didn't really know. I think that might be why I can't remember all of them. But anyway, there was these debates, right? And then streamer Hassan Piker was reacting to them because it was the same sort of universe of content creators that he was against himself. From the debates of the Red Pill guys, where a lot of the defenses tend to have to be these kind of left-leaning ideology, Ethan Klein presented to a more left-leaning audience. And left-leaning audiences really like to watch people get dunked on like that. I think the very first one, which involved Hassan as well, was actually talking to Aiden Ross about gambling. So now you get the show Leftovers, which ended essentially right after.
PLS can't keep up with her.
Thanks for the $20. Okay, if you say so. We'll go back to 1.25, I suppose. Money speaks. Thanks for the $5, 8-bit Sepher. Keep it up, Boxman. Appreciate it.
After the events that occurred on October 7th, which has kind of led to a lot of the downfall. But I think something that a lot of people were not considering was there was quite a few small spikes that began hitting people. And I don't want to reveal the exact comments that I found, so you can take my word for it or you cannot, just because I don't even want to start getting into like any of the identities on the Snark Reddit or any of that kind of stuff, because Ethan's gonna go buck wild on that if it ever gets anywhere. I've been reading like there was a post about being a fallen
I love this culture where it's okay to attack like Ethan and H3 with absolute impunity, but we have to be so protective about anyone that he responds to on his Instagram post, and they get like blowback for a day. Come on. Papa Smooth, thanks for $20. Speed it up, please. I don't mind if I do. Okay, let's go 1.5. Okay.
fan, which is what Ethan Klein refers to people who no longer like his content. I guess technically by that design, I would also be a Fallen fan. But the juxtaposition that Ethan Klein often puts towards Fallen fans are people who are like borderline neo-Nazis. Like these sort of people who really liked conservative content, they liked anti-SJW stuff, they really hated leftists, they whatever. That was who he used to position mainly as these like Fallen fans. But now you have Fallen fans that are those left-leaning people, which now Ethan Klein often refers to as extremists, which is being often quite inappropriately used. So a lot of the people brought up these other instances besides the recent, what people are referring to as the Hassan Piker crash out, which I'll get into soon.
I'm helping.
And I want to go through those events to remind people what they were, to sort of maybe place people in where they started feeling a disconnect with the content. So the first thing I could think of, which is not something that many people really brought up, and this is going to sound really crazy to come out of my mouth, but the prolapse fixation is an issue. It is. She's an issue. For one, you have the issue of, that's kind of gross. So what happened with this is it started with Howie Mandel just raw posting a prolapse on TikTok where it was someone prolapsing through a pair of shorts or something, and he was like, what's going on? Is this COVID or something? So which it became a meme because everybody's like, Howie Mandel, the known like germaphobe or whatever, plus like just beloved TV host, just not having any idea what he's looking at. He says
Ethan, I don't recall Ethan ever being right wing though. I remember him being like part of the anti-SJW thing, but from like not from like a proper conservative position though. I don't think he was ever a conservative. Maybe I'm wrong. But we're going pretty far back anyway. He did what? I don't know this story. Prolapse. Okay, interesting.
He says he thought he sat on something, which I guess kind of makes sense in context because there's no other universe where Howie Mandel would just be doing that. It was like a boomer gets TikTok moment, and it was quite wholesome and funny, right? But then what ended up happening was Ethan Klein became obsessed with this and started showing this to everybody, the TikTok to everybody and stuff. But then also got involved with this sex worker named Hunger FF, who's really famous for utilizing his prolapse rear end to make content. And what he would do is he would sit people down and force them to watch this content when they were being interviewed by him. So he did it to Howie, which I guess sort of contextually makes sense. I think he might have had him do it in person, which is even worse. Then he showed, so I mean, I guess to a certain degree you can go, yeah, that's like a joke, right? Like that was the guy who did it. But why was he showing Stavros? Why was, is that his name? I think so, that's how you pronounce it. Why is Brittany Broski have to watch this?
I just sent it. This is the video I was saying I was worried that you were going to show, and you were like, I wouldn't show that.
Why would I do that? What kind of psycho do you think I am? All right, you're not showing the screen, right, Ian?
You're just going to show me?
Yeah, well, if I show this at home, I'd be banned on all.
Oh, girl, we're halfway there.
All right, so it's only a minute long. Okay?
It's a minute, it's 10 seconds.
Yeah. But maybe you can bail whenever you want, but it gets better towards the end. So it says, is this COVID related? Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Wait, did you not see this either?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
What?
Wait. Look. Why don't make me look at this by myself?
This is like, actually,
No, stop. You're
it's
crazy.
Harry. Oh, that's making me gag, bitch. Turn it off.
That's actually our friend of the show, Hunger FF.
I love Hunger.
Why are we making Anthony Fantano see
Stop
this?
asking me
Right?
if I've seen Corey's latest video. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I don't know how late you're talking, okay? Just, I've seen your question. Holy shit. Just wait. Oh my God. We're in the middle of a video. Stop trying to yoink me into the next video. Sorry. It's just like, it's like a glitch in the Matrix. Like I keep seeing the fucking same black cat going. Stop. I like this edgy Ethan. You should bring him back. Was this supposed to be like coercive or some shit? Is that what we're trying to say? That he was making them watch some gross stuff? Okay.
Why is this being forced? This is not comfortable content. This is not, they're not really consenting to this a lot of the time. I feel like there's definitely like a element of feeling like a coercion because of the interview space. And the crew will often push back on this as well. There's also the event, and this leans into the next thing too, which some people refer to as Bottomgate, where linking to this prolapse thing too, people really felt that Ethan Klein was, how do I say this, inappropriately pushing homosexual men as inappropriate, maybe not inappropriate that he doesn't believe in it, but it was like a joke kind of, you know? And then there was this whole conversation, and I never got watched this episode because I think they started it and I got so cringed out that I just stopped watching. And this was something that I noticed was common with watching H3. A lot of people go, yeah, I couldn't finish the episode, it was like too cringe. And I'm like, well then why are we watching it, Queen? Because I watch a lot of other people, you know? And I don't cringe out of their content halfway through ever. If I do, I kind of never watch them again. So what's happening with this, you know? I've never watched like a ContraPoints video being like so icked that I need to leave. Or I've never watched like a Smokey Glow video or a Megan Ann video.
The ContraPoints videos where she goes into like really graphic explanations of gender dysphoria or talks about being sexually assaulted and all that. Like, yeah, of course there's content that's going to be difficult for some people to watch and not for others. But is it like coercive to get them to, I don't know. Should he have done a content warning? He did kind of say that he couldn't show it publicly. So like he couldn't show it to the stream.
or an Adam McIntyre video, or even like a Foodie Beauty Girl World reaction channel video, or where I've just been so icked that I need to like bounce, you know? So what happened essentially was they were talking about like tops and bottoms and that whole concept, and then the chat was pushing back, being like, hey, like this is starting to sound kind of homophobic or whatever. Dan starts yelling at them, Ethan starts yelling at them, and everybody is really like annoyed about this combativeness.
Stop with the fucking appearance. Oh my god, hang on, wait, we're doing another ban, okay? We're de-chudding. We're de-chudding the audience, okay? Let's go. We're culling the chuds. Take a nap, dick. All right.
They were just trying to kind of push you in a right direction. So that icked out a lot of people. And I saw that on the Snark Reddit too, when there was the post of like, why did you stop watching the show? A lot of people brought up that. There was also, this was a huge one. I'll get to what my end was this segment where they were talking about Cutie Cinderella, who is a streamer on Twitch, where someone made AI pornography of her, essentially a deepfake video.
Oh,
and she's crying. I also never saw this episode, thank God. I feel like I would have lost it back then. But I mean, I guess not thank God, because I ended up watching for quite a while longer.
Why? Why? What is going on with you?
I'm sorry, don't mind me.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
You're a monster, dude.
AB hiding his face.
You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
I think people read way too much into laughter. Like sometimes people laugh when they're uncomfortable all the fucking time. But
You guys are crazy.
It's
crazy.
Where's the face?
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
Yep. He apologized and Cutie forgave him. Is that true? Okay. This is the only serious voice in the room, okay? The only adult in the room.
Just not being aware of like the severity of this like event, I guess, and cognitive dissonance as well that I'm not proud of. I think it was just a lot of it for me too was I didn't have anyone to help me with research at the time. Now Nor helps me, right?
But Ethan didn't do the sound effect. Someone else did. Okay.
I didn't have anybody to help me, but the show had brought into these different episodes that gave me an idea of like research. So for example, like I would not use the H3 videos as research because there's a lot of inaccuracies. But let's say for example, like they were talking about for like Colleen Ballinger or whatever, they would get exclusive interviews that I was not able to get ever. They would get a lot of exclusive things that I was not able to access. They would be able to pay for things I couldn't access. So I would watch them as like a basis of like where
he
finding
messaged
things.
Zach
And
to
kind
hit
of
it. Oh, that's a bit naughty. Damn.
There pretty often. So that was sort of what I was even telling myself at the time. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then I obviously got to my final straw later that year. But the issue was Cutie Cinderella was talking about how she felt violated that these videos were being made without her consent and often being positioned as real, which is very, very fair. Then essentially what happened was Ethan messaged the sound guy, Zach, to play Anouk singing Chestnuts over it. And just to give you an idea of like how unserious this is like... I'm gonna cut the audio now because I want to get claimed. But like this is like what that video is and what it looks like, right? So it's like very silly, obviously. So then they sort of apologized for it. It was very weak and people were really not happy with it. And it actually became a meme that like it shifted into Ethan Klein kind of almost separating responsibility to a certain degree by claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode. This also was something where he said that if there's another Holocaust, that Ben Shapiro should go first.
Oh, she mentions it.
That's what Ethan Klein said. And
Yeah.
I disavow this as a concept, obviously. So that was another event that he considered that goblin
Okay.
mode thing. So he ended up getting this like broadcasting button where Ethan could
It's interesting. So she just really genuinely didn't know that Ethan had done all these things. Then why wouldn't you? Surely she's going to ask the question. It's like, why did Hassan and all of his community accept it and make a show with him? Why did they do that? Why were they fans of him for as long as they thought he was as left wing as they were? And now they only care about it as soon as they've fallen out with Ethan.
push it and it would cut the last 15 seconds, similar to like a censor button on live television. So instead of really addressing, I found the Cutie Cinderella stuff, he kind of boiled it down to this like goblin mode, right? Then
Does she disavow anything Hassan says? Nope, and she's right not to, because if she did, he would probably DM her and then she would kill herself. Yeah, if you wanna stay on Hassan's good side, you can't really generally, you can't really say anything.
Crew members started leaving in the last year. First, Cameron Grant, and then Sam. Cameron said that he received another job. He received a job offer closer to where he's from, Massachusetts, and he was moving back. And he also just really, really hated living in California. Now, obviously, you can receive, when you're a public-facing figure as well, like Cameron was on the show, you can receive job offers like just randomly, right? Like via email, via whatever. I just wonder. I feel like he was applying for jobs to get that offer. Because I think in the industry that he's in, you have to submit portfolios and stuff. That's just my tinfoil hat theory, though, in that regard. Okay. Then Sam left. And the vibe of Cameron leaving versus the vibe of Sam leaving was very different. Cameron was very apologetic. He was very sad. Sam was sort of like a moving on to better things.
You were done dirty by this breadtuber, so bad faith. What did she do? Am I actually mentioned here? I don't know where I'm mentioned. I don't think I show up. There's no video. There's no clip, obviously. She's just going to say something, I guess. Unless it's one of these tweets. I don't know. We'll see when it comes. Who knows?
Because she began working for Cutie Cinderella. And in that Cutie Cinderella clip of the chestnuts thing, and maybe I'll have the image on screen or I'll play the clip or whatever, Sam is visibly extremely upset at Ethan while it's happening. It appears recently that Sam has moved across the country, presumably back to Georgia. So I don't know if she's still working with Cutie Cinderella. She might just be done with the whole California thing in general, especially because her and Ian broke up. So I think she just kind of wants to leave. But I wonder about that too. Then you get to the Hassan videos. So what it began from was Ethan Klein started posting Instagram stories with Hassan clips claiming that he is platforming anti-Semitism, Hassan specifically. Now, a big focus of Hassan's content is being very pro-Palestinian. And this is something that Hassan has been doing for years and years and years. He says it's about 10 years of public advocacy. Now, you can say what you want about Hassan, you can say what you want about Ethan.
10 years of public advocacy. Remember that. Remember. Ten years of expert knowledge. 10 years of advocating for the Middle East. 10 whole years, 10 whole freaking years, bro.
I don't know which is which.
Which is Yemen. Find it, Hassan.
Close the cookies. Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it.
10 years.
Closing it.
10 years of advocacy.
I think.
Come on.
No.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no.
No.
Damn, there's 10 years. Damn.
No.
Wait, so we all have blind spots, okay? You can learn for 10 years and start with fucking Iran, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Israel. You clicked fucking Israel.
Nope. Got it.
Got it.
One of
Saudi.
these.
Okay, come on, Saudi. You can do that. Okay. Wait, where's the clip there? Okay. 10 years, bro. 10 years. 10 solid, stinking years.
And I personally like the secret third option, Sam Cedar. I'm a Sam Cedar stan, I fear. Has he ever done wrong? I don't know. Tell it to your mom. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I do actually, I love Sam Cedar. Anyway, that's my secret third option. People are like, oh, it's Hassan or Ethan. I'm like, Sam Cedar. Anyway, so he starts talking about how Hassan says he's platforming anti-Semitism on the Twitch platform. I think a lot of this stemming from Frogan being his mod. Somebody who Ethan Klein hates because Frogan was tweeting about October 7th. Ethan Klein disagreed with a lot of her takes. He unfollowed Frogan. Frogan noticed and talked about it in Discord. And essentially said that she would like to support Zionism if that means Ethan Klein.
Say what takes. Say what takes. 10 years. 10 years of advocacy, bro. 10 years. 10 whole smacking years. 10 years. Maybe it was 8 years. Maybe he started in 2017. Okay. How are we going to summarize what Frogan did?
I would follow her back. So he started talking about how Hassan says he's platforming anti-Semitism on the Twitch platform. I think a lot of this stemming from Frogan being his mod. Somebody who Ethan Klein hates because Frogan was tweeting about October 7th. Ethan Klein disagreed with a lot of her takes. He unfollowed Frogan. Frogan noticed and talked about it in Discord. And essentially said that she would like to support Zionism if that means Ethan Klein would follow her back. As these sort of progress, you get into what people have been referring to as the Instagram
Okay, so
story.
she gets specific about that part, but not about what Frogan was actually saying. Okay.
Crash out. This has been something that a lot of people have DM'd me wanting to know about. And I've talked about it in private with people, like with text messages and stuff, because some of them have just been so heinous that I'm just like absolutely caught aback by this thing's like the existence of these posts. So one thing he focuses on is this one Yemeni teenager that Hassan interviewed, who Hassan claims is not a Houthi, who Ethan claims is a Houthi, and then Ethan pulls up all these different posts and stuff, and then claims
who Hassan introduced as a Houthi. Yeah, okay.
All these the Yemeni kids are Houthi, and Houthi people hate Jews and all that kind of stuff, and a lot of nuances to that. Obviously, there's a lot of nuances to the Yemeni teenager as well. I don't want to really get into that because I think that would take a lot more digging than this conversation I want to have is requiring, and I think is something that I want you to be able to discern on your own. But there ends up just being more posts, right? So Ethan Klein does this show where he condemns this episode where he condemns Hassan, talks about all this proof that he has that he platforms anti-Semitism, and then starts saying many Jewish friends and family. I'll have this picture on screen too, obviously. Many Jewish friends and family have reached out to thank me for the show today. I want to thank them for their kind words.
Are we going to get into the meat of any of these arguments, or just conveniently skip over all of the problematic parts of?
encourage you guys to please check in on your Jewish friends. I think you'll be surprised the amount of anxiety, fear, and isolation they're experiencing, and how genuinely happy they are that you ask. Cheers and thanks you guys for watching. So a huge premise of this Hassan episode 2 was something that I was very frustrated when I was looking at.
Does it really matter if he's a Houthi or not? Apparently it does, because Hassan gets really butthurt now when you say he's a Houthi. Yeah, of course it fucking matters, you stupid cunt. Why would it not matter if someone is part of an international terror organization or not that is attacking ships in the fucking Red Sea in international waters and kidnapping sailors for over a year? Yeah, it probably does matter whether or not he's part of an organization that fucking steals humanitarian aid, allows its own people to fucking starve, kidnaps aid workers to the point that the UN doesn't even really want to send aid into Yemen because they literally can't have any fucking mechanism in place to get the aid to the people who need it because the Houthis are stealing aid and kidnapping people. Yeah, it probably matters to know whether or not this guy is actually part of an organization that hates the Jews so much that they mentioned them twice in their slogan. Aren't the Houthis just the government of Yemen right now? Thank you so much for asking me that as a question. Choo Choo Train? No, they're not. No, they're not. They're an insurgent group. They control about 2/3 of the people in Yemen. They're overseeing 2/3 of the people. But no, they're not the legitimate government of Yemen. They're not recognized by the international community as the government of Yemen. They're not even trying to partition the area of Yemen that they're part of. There's a legitimate government of Yemen that fights with the Houthis. The Houthis were a fucking uprising that allied with Saleh, the guy who got kicked out of Yemen, the illegitimate leader who got kicked, the president who got fucking deposed in the Arab Spring, returned to Yemen, joined forces with the Houthis to conquer Sana'a in 2014. So if you call like cooing half the 2/3 of the country or 2/3 of the population being the government, no, they're not the government of Yemen. No. And also doing it with Iranian weapons and Iranian funds on behalf of an imperial Islamic redemptionist fundamentalist force. Yeah. I don't even know, like at least Hezbollah got a few people into parliament, but I don't even know if the Houthis did that. But yeah, I appreciate you asking me that like it was a question. That's good. Appreciate it.
Where
maybe that might change your position on whether or not it matters that this kid was a Houthi. I mean, he was a Houthi sympathizer, and Hassan glazed the Houthis in that interview. So, and Hassan interviewed him thinking he was a Houthi. So, okay.
Claims that Ethan Klein kind of hinges on is...
Oh yeah, they did bring back slavery as well, didn't they? They brought back slavery in Yemen, like slaves. Like people fleeing conflicts in Africa would end up in Yemen, some of them, and the Houthis would enslave them. And persecuting the shit out of minorities, Christian, whatever remaining Yemeni Jews, Baha'is. And the slavery, oh yeah, let's forget the slavery. Child soldiers, like a lot of them. Huh.
That anti-Semitism is something that is accepted in society, but all other forms of racism are not. So there's three main aspects here. For one, Ethan Klein claims that 90% of Jews are Zionists. Secondly, they claim that using the word term Zionist is in turn anti-Semitic. So these two things end up being linked, right? Tertiarily, there's the claim of anti-Semitism being the worst and being the highest rise and being whatever. Now, obviously, anti-Semitism...
The problem is the glazing, not just the talk. News organizations talk to horrible people all the time. Yeah, if you had an interview, that would have been fine. The problem is that it wasn't an interview. It was a glaze-off, yeah. Where he sounded like he had the energy of a couple of fucking teenagers on a prank call. How many questions were about fucking food? Like 3? Yeah. But you can interview fucking Sinwar if you want, or the Ayatollah. But if you glaze him in the interview, people are going to challenge that, yeah.
As a concept is very ingrained into Western culture and in cultures around the world, which is really, really obviously evil and unfortunate and tragic, right? And again, I talked about this when I talk about fringe conspiracy theories, I talk about right-wing politics, I talk about the red pill, I talk about all that kind of stuff. So I've demonstrated that as a fact in the conversations I've had before. The thing is, and this was the same argument I had with somebody in my personal life last Christmas, was, sure, yes, but do you also think being Arab in America is a cakewalk? I think this is a nuance that's missing in most of Ethan Klein's conversations. And when we talk about these types of things and these differences, I bring up a Bill Maher video. My best friend, who I definitely don't want to play Minecraft with, Bill Maher. Bill Maher did a video, and I'm going to look up right now on my computer as I'm saying this, what year this was. Because I just saw it on Twitter recently. What was it called? So this was a video from 11 months ago. Oh my God.
What did Ethan say about being Arab in America as a cakewalk? I don't think he did. Again, it's just because he's fighting with, because again, these people think that because you're if you're like an Arab or a Muslim or anything like that, like you have to be treated like with the softest of kid gloves because you're just basically a toddler who can't defend themselves and can't advocate for themselves. And if you are an Arab creator who starts a fight with someone on the internet, you can't hit back because they're poor defenseless fucking Arab subject of colonialism, whatever. Yeah, like it's infantilizing anyway. That's it. Ethan's not a Bill Maher fan. What the fuck?
I lied. Well, I didn't lie. Bill Maher posted it on his YouTube channel 11 months ago. So he's still co-signed. Okay, so this is still fully co-signed. It is called the Muslim Dior Fashion Show, which is clipped from the But I'm Not Wrong HBO stand-up comedy special. Now, I'm not going to link it because I hate Bill Maher. And I'm also not going to...
platform him.
I don't want anybody to really look at it. And I can't clip it because I'm going to get claimed by HBO. But all I'm going to do is just put a still image on the screen. This flew. And didn't only fly, was incredibly successful. This is a representation in the media on HBO of mocking hijabi women. If you wear burqas and all that kind of stuff, right? Being Muslim, a big part of it too, right? Because Bill Maher's whole shtick is the zero IQ take of if you believe in a religion, you're an idiot. Despite the fact that all of my arguments as Bill Maher hinge on the exact same structural conceptual frameworks, and I've never had an original thought in my life. But my father-in-law's gonna watch this and I'm gonna have a really bad Christmas. Anyway, there is even a line where essentially a girl shows her ankles, like, because they're also all too short, which is besides the point. And then he, like, makes a joke about how she'll, like, be unalived, if you will, right? These representations can exist in American media and be openly accepted.
Does Ethan even agree with Bill Maher? No. I think Ethan once called Ramallah a terrorist city. I can't remember where the clip is, but he did. I'm pretty sure he said that. That's probably a pretty shitty thing to say. I don't know if it was referring to the second Intifada, to the two guys who got lost and they got lynched and shit, but I don't know. But no, generally speaking, I don't think he humors any like Islamophobia generally.
Known people in my personal life that are from like rural areas that will see a person who is a hijabi, for example, and then be worried that they're going to be unalived by them.
We're not showing what we're talking about, just doing Hassan style summary. Okay, fuck me, Ethan. Ramallah. Because Ramallah is not really, you wouldn't call Ramallah a terrorist city. You would call maybe Jenin, because even the PA calls them that now. And even then it's just the camp generally. Oh, is it this? Is this the Ariana person clipping it? Okay.
Make a mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid,
right,
in Ramallah to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right. She didn't call it a terrorist city, and he just kind of said it like a passing comment. I don't think he was making a particular judgment on Ramallah. I don't think he even knew anything about Ramallah when he was saying this. Oh well. Yeah, cook as a fuck.
So I was in the Jeep.
Yeah, this is probably not. You probably need a bit more than this if you're going to call Ethan an Islamophobe.
As soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
No,
you
you
heard
just hear it.
It's a gnarly armored Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once. but surrounded.
Again, the
with
reason people have a problem with this is because they think the average IDF raid into the West Bank is just where they go into a random house, kill some civilians, and kidnap some other ones, put them in administrative detention, and then just go home. Like, that's probably what they think a raid is. They have no idea. Like,
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh,
You
different
go.
car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so? Like how so?
Is this Fauda? This is close to Fauda, yeah.
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
$1.4 billion plus people in a genocidal death cult is a bit problematic. Okay, I just okay. Where are we? Goodbye, Cheech Wizard. Again, like, there's the difference between not liking a religion and being just like just being like a bigot. Okay, bye.
Via like extremist terrorist tactics. I'm not going to get into that because I think it's just so heinous to even discuss. Islamophobia is so intensely ingrained in especially post 9/11 North American culture, but also Western culture, that I just genuinely don't understand the cognitive dissonance. Ethan Klein also goes off about this FBI statistic about hate crimes to certain marginalized groups, quoting all these statistics to be like, the Jewish struggle is the undermined one. When media representations like this can exist, like all of George Bush's presidency can exist, the sentiments towards people from the Middle East still exist. And I just think that there's a dissonance there. And that dissonance is the main point of frustration with that audience. Because it's one thing for Ethan Klein to go, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't like what's going on in Palestine, I don't like any of this. But to then, every other statement is an argument against the people who support it because of the 10% of things you don't agree on.
To be fair, he argues with people who support Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. It's not like he doesn't argue with people who dislike Netanyahu and think there are war crimes and want to condemn fucking like the Israeli fucking military actions. He doesn't. Okay.
You openly attack pro-Palestinian creators on a regular basis. Demand that their sponsors be taken away, demand that their revenue be taken away, demand their platform.
True, radical Islam doesn't exist, it's all in your head. Kwasi, what the fuck are you referring to? I banned someone who said it was 1.4 billion people in a genocidal death cult. I don't know if you've realized the issue, right? But most Muslim countries are not sending people to go and fight with Israel, right? Why? Why do you think that's the case? What, like, if they were all part of a genocidal death cult, why aren't they all doing it? Actually, a lot of these more conservative, like Sunni Arab states really don't like the genocidal death cult of like fucking Iran and shit like that. So, Jesus.
Platform be taken away. The actions aren't aligning properly. Because I think the biggest issue is, Ethan Klein often talks about the eradication of the Jewish people being an ideology of the Houthi, of Hezbollah, whatever. Which again, are instances of that being true, yes. But doesn't seem to also...
Let's go back here. Okay, what's the
you
crux of the
openly
argument?
attack pro-Palestinian creators on a regular basis.
Okay.
Demand that their sponsors be taken away, demand that their revenue be taken away, demand their platform be taken away. The actions aren't aligning properly.
Oh.
Because I think the biggest issue is, Ethan Klein often talks about the eradication of the Jewish people being an ideology of the Houthi, of Hezbollah, whatever.
Yeah.
Which again, are instances of that being true, yes. But doesn't seem to also acknowledge that...
Which again, what is that being true? So she acknowledges it, okay.
Which again, are instances of that being true, yes.
There are instances of it being true, okay. That's more than I'd expect, to be honest.
But doesn't seem to also acknowledge that it is not right for the preservation of Israel to come at the cost of other people.
Okay.
Because he always says they want 8 million Jewish
Which,
people to be
again, I don't think... Okay.
displaced from Israel. And then, that's the biggest issue. Which again, I don't think is a lot of the arguments a lot of people have. Are there, of course, people who are anti-Semitic on the left that are saying, yes. But also, that doesn't mean that your arguments, your absolute arguments are correct either. You see what I'm saying? That there is, to a certain degree, a nuance to these things. And a nuance that I'm so scared of, that I'm not relaying properly. But the preservation of the Jewish people in Israel should not be coming at the cost of Palestinians. Shouldn't be coming at the cost of Lebanese people. Shouldn't be coming at the cost of Yemeni people. And that's the main point the audience isn't liking.
What does she think they're doing to... What do you think they were doing to Yemen before the Houthis? What? It's so stupid. I don't know why. Like, why you just read this one stupid fucking essay by Patrick Wolf? Obviously, reading that by a very partisan shithead who's just basically talking in abstract theory the whole time. What the fuck did Israel do to Yemen, bro? What the fuck? Israel attacked Yemen after the Houthis attacked Israel, not before. Okay.
Because Ethan seems to be pushing the contrary. And you can add in your little anecdote that you don't like it, but when everything else surrounding it seems to not relate, that's why people are feeling the way that they're feeling. Ethan Klein requests nuance for his takes, but asserts his own opinions on others. For example, the Twitch panel with the Love Sabra category, talking about the Habibi pass.
Oh no.
This is a joke that can be taken too far. It is also a joke that I've seen in other contexts. Hassan brought up a tier list of having, for example, with Black Americans, who's invited to the cookout versus something like people who make boxed mac and cheese or something. I can't remember the analogy, but anyway. Also, Ethan Klein uplifts creators recently that do not support Palestine. For example, Lonerbox.
Oh my God.
Like this with Destiny, who literally debated Norman Finkelstein on the fact that the genocide is okay. And I'm going to have a little bit of censoring because I want the video to have reach.
Of course, I was going to expect a lot more elaboration or a clip or something, but okay. Oh, whoa. There it is. Let's go. What a piece of shit. What the fuck, man? Like, I'm sorry. Why? Like, contend with something. Bro, what? You're coming in here being like, oh, I read an essay about settler colonialism from 2006 by a guy who clip chimps, literally fucking quotes out of context and compares Gaza and the West Bank to the Warsaw Ghetto in 06. But I'm about to act as if Israel is trying to fucking exist at the expense of Yemen. Like, that's how that happened. That's why Israel attacks Yemen. Like, apparently just 1,000 miles away. It couldn't possibly be because Yemen was like attacking ships and firing rockets over at Israel. All right, it couldn't possibly. That's why Israel attacks the Houthis in Yemen. She doesn't know shit. She doesn't know anything. Like, you think there's a chance this person's watched any of my fucking videos? Obviously not. No. God. But because I hung out with Destiny, who debated Finkelstein, who, by the way, Finkelstein supports a two-state solution, you idiot. Like, if you bother to listen to anything Finkelstein says on substance, Finkelstein's a two-stater, which would be enough for half of Hassan's community to fucking hate him. But, you know. Cringe. Being so closely tied to a creator who's on camera saying genocide is acceptable is going to lead to people thinking you share his views. Yeah, I know, and those people are idiots, yeah. Even if you argue with them on that specific point, which wasn't even an advocacy for genocide, but okay, well, whatever. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Bad Monkey. I understand that people on the internet are idiots. Yes, I understand that the internet's full of crazy people. That's not the problem, though. No one cares about, like, people. The problem is not, it's the same with Ethan. What did Ethan ever say that was so bad before they all fell out with him? The problem is that these people see it all as just some kind of self-aggrandizing moral narrative and moral, like, signal. And then because it's all narrative, because it's all just a collection of bullet points that they read out of a fucking pamphlet by propagandists who generally support terrorism, then, yeah, if anyone steps outside of the narrative, that's it. That's a problem. I feel like Finkelstein's positions are incoherent. No, they're not. They're not incoherent at all. They're incoherent to a logical person, but again, not to someone who's trying to spread a narrative, okay? So Finkelstein is a two-stater who doesn't support a full right of return, okay? Because he's Mr. International Law, right? But to him, he's also a demagogue. He is a firebrand who shits on Israel and lies constantly about Israeli conduct and always takes the most bad faith interpretation of, like, everything like sympathetic to Israel, right? But it's not there is a consistency there. The consistency is that he's built up an audience. He has built up an audience of pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, one state, fucking full right of return, destroy Israel wankers, and he disagrees with them. But if you notice, Finkelstein doesn't talk about two states anymore. Finkelstein doesn't talk about two states anymore. He still believes it. I can show you him still believing it when he was at that protest, right? When he was trying to tell them not to say, no, not this one. This is another one. When he was trying to tell them not to say river to the sea, Palestine will be free, he was saying Palestinians will be free.
This notion that I don't agree with the slogan. I'm going to be candid with you, and I don't make any claim to infallibility. I'm simply stating, based on my long experience in politics, I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. And that simple amendment, that little amendment,
That's because... Shut up, blow it up. I don't fucking care. Solution. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know. Yeah, interpretation. Wow, good. Wow, great analysis. Fucking idiot. Hey! You're kind of... God, he's such a yapper. Why do you watch this guy? The two-state solution without full right of return. He's still going.
But when I was hearing that this slogan causes pain, anguish, fear, the IDF, it is a genocidal army, a genocidal state. It doesn't seem as provocative. We see claims more offensive part than the about that slogan. Even though, as I said, I disagree with it, but that's a separate matter. Because we have legitimized this notion that hurt feelings are in their untrammeled freedom of...
Is this what his neighbors were talking? Where is the...
Two reasons. Number one, no radical movement can make any kind of progress.
I don't think I would... Where does he recommend the change? Oh my God. He tries to amend this fucking phrase. And it doesn't work because the audio is so shit. 29 minutes. 20, Is he talking here?
No, the movement, from the river to the sea. I remember in the 1970s, one of the slogans was, everybody should know we support the PLO, which was not an easy slogan to shout on Fifth Avenue in the 1970s. I do vividly recall looking at the rooftops and waiting for the sniper to dispatch me to eternity at an early age. However, there's a very big difference when you're essentially a political cult and you can shout any slogan that you like because they have the river to the sea, Palestine. And I don't make any claim to infallibility. I'm simply stating, based on my long experience in politics, I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
Yeah, when he says that, you should change it to Palestinians will be free. When he's trying to say that, he's saying that he supports a two-state solution. And he doesn't want a full right of return. You can show that as well, like in the... Because he's talking about two states. He is a two-stater. He's a two-state solutioner, right? And he doesn't talk about that because he knows that his rhetoric and his firebrand dogma analysis basically results in him cultivating an audience that would hate him for this. So at the end of this thing, they ignore him and they just go back to saying, river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And the funny thing is people are saying, oh, Finkelstein's not on your side. It's like, I know you think that. He's not on my side, right? He's not on my side at all. But he's a Zionist. Like he thinks Israel has a right to exist under international law because it does. He's an international law guy. And this is why he says this. That's why he says, don't say Palestine will be free, say Palestinians will be free, because that is compatible with the two-state solution, which he's advocated for his whole life. And again, that's the point. Like, no one cares about policy. Finkelstein doesn't care about policy. He doesn't care about what he wants to actually happen on the ground. He wants to basically keep his audience. So it's so ironic that he gets so much more attention now than he's ever had in his life. But just as he gets all this attention, he has to basically keep that attention by sacrificing any actual concrete advocacy, which is why he doesn't advocate for anything anymore. He just cries and soys and acts like fucking Lord Denethor writing the obituary before Palestine's even dead. So really that solution, 2 states with not a full right of return, that's also the position of Destiny. It's also the position of Ethan Klein. It's also the position of me. We might argue over Jerusalem and the right of return and Temple Mount and all that, but ultimately, like, his policy advocacy for the final settlement between Israel and Palestine is more in line with me, Ethan, and Destiny than it is with Hassan. But again, no one cares about what you actually want. No one cares about your what you want to happen in this conflict. They just care about the narrative. Can you deliver the narrative? Can you are you part of this self-aggrandizing moral story, or are you not? Like, it's basically a meme. It's like, that's what I mean. It's not actually politics. It's not actually advocacy. It's just a vibe. That's why people think that Finkelstein is on their side, even though his advocacy for a final settlement is closer to mine, right? And that's why this person is feeling confident enough to talk about this, despite apparently not knowing dick about anything to do with the conflict.
On the fact that the genocide is okay. And I'm going to have a little bit of censoring because I want the video to have reach and not get age restricted. But they're just contrary to each other, right? Lonerbox specifically pissed me off because, for example, and this is a clip that was circulating as well, Lena, AB, and Olivia ask about aid. They ask about the civilians. And Lonerbox just keeps going, well, I'm not understanding your question. And then just dancing around it. Because he doesn't have an answer. Because it's morally reprehensible.
Oh my God, you disgusting piece of shit. What was the question they were asking that I think they were asking about Palestinian resistance, like during the invasion or something. I was like, are you asking about whether or not Gazans should fight with the IDF even if they're not in Hamas? I spoke about aid. I spoke about civilians. Hang on. Let's find this question and see how easy it was to understand. Oh God, this person's never having a conversation. There's no point. Oh God. Well. That's okay though. Don't show any clips, don't irresponsibly platform. What was the question? Probably matters what the question was. This was when they were like, why can't they just target the terrorists and not have any civilians die? I'm like, sorry if I'm dealing with, should I have just said that's a retarded question? Fuck off and come and like read one thing before talking. Should I have said that? Should I have behaved like that with someone I've just met for the first time and it's just like when I'm a guest on a show? Should I have said that? Would that have been more clear? Like, what the fuck? Only is like, I don't even know where this is in the transcript. Is it this?
What other option? Well, it's going to happen basically, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah.
Like, how do we
Obviously,
move forward?
it shouldn't.
It shouldn't happen. We don't condone it, but what?
And especially if you want to send aid there, and people are scared that the aid will go to Hamas, which is, I understand. Obviously, like there is a threat there, but if you fear that it'll be going to the terrorists, what do you do to supply aid to the innocent civilians who have been dying and are dying?
As far as I know, with international law, at least, like if you're the occupying power, you have to make sure that aid can get in. I think the American government, I don't know if you know, recently there was like a measure that was taken in October for 2 weeks where Israel basically, the IDF, this is about the blockage and America so pressure you've got them. 30 so I'm days that even if it might go to Hamas, you're supposed to let aid through. Okay, so I did answer a question about aid. Was there just one time where I said I'm not understanding your question and asked them to clarify? Like, what a disgusting prick. Why? The fact that she started this video like, oh, I'm so scared I'm going to get attacked and all that. Meanwhile, I'm just going to strawman the shit out of people I disagree with and not even show any evidence of it. But also, please don't react to me online and say mean things about it. Like, fuck off.
There's also the concept of grouping Jewish people with Zionism that many people have pointed out in itself can be deemed as anti-Semitic. I think Ethan Klein has openly attacked anti-Semitic.
She was talking about what American supporters should do. But then I said that like American pressure helps to push Israel to allow aid in when they otherwise weren't, right? Like that's, or to push more aid in. It seemed like every time Biden said something public about aid, the number of trucks going into Gaza went up, like, even if they didn't have anyone that could distribute them. That's why you constantly see from Kogat, like, oh yeah, we have like 800 trucks on the Gazan side of the border waiting for collection. Next day, yeah, we've got about 770 trucks. Okay, next day, we've got about 769 trucks waiting. Yeah, like that's what happened. They put more trucks in when, like, Biden, so that's what I was saying. Okay, whatever.
Anti-Zionist Jewish people, such as someone who was hosting or who was on Hassan's stream. He also says that it's really it's giving gaslighting and it's really demeaning for people to suggest that Ethan Klein talks to a Jewish person. It's because you keep saying when people criticize you that they don't understand because they're not Jewish. So then they go, okay, well then talk to a Jewish person. There are anti-Zionist Jews, Sam Cedar. And he won't do it.
Do you acknowledge that they are the minority? Oh yeah, I wonder. Talk to Sam Cedar about Zionism. Banger.
So it's like you're just constantly saying all I want.
I'm sorry, like I don't hate that. Like that Lena and Olivia person, like it was fine. Like talking to and AB as well. Like I'm okay to take. Like I think they were literally asking me to like solve the entire conflict. It's like it says tall order, but I mean whatever. I didn't even know Gaza was going to come up. I thought because Ethan wanted to talk about left-wing anti-Semitism. So I didn't even really do that much digging on the war, at least, or like refreshing, but you know, at least we knew some things. But like that cherry picking, what the fuck? I can't even find the timestamp in that video. Does this person have a Twitter? I don't even know why am I even contemplating this? Why am I contemplating talking to this person? There's no fucking way. Like, okay, never mind.
Essentially relaying, it's like all you want to do is complain. And all you want to do is just be agreed with. Which I guess to a certain degree everybody wants. I just think that's as much of the politics as I can get into.
Wow. I know that after all that deep diving, eh? That's all the politics we can get into when we're just strawmanning people, vaguely alluding. Oh, we mentioned one essay, but didn't actually say anything about it. Just that it's called settler colonialism, and that feels good to say. Sorry, guys. After that deep dive, whoa. After that intense research and hard journalism and all that nuance, let's get back to the surface, to the vibes.
Things have clearly been going badly. And people have also been joking a lot about how Ethan Klein, like, enemies have begun to, like, supersede him. And this has continued on the Instagram crash out, and I have screenshots for that too. Such as Trisha Paytas going on SNL, and apparently Broadway? I'm not sure about the Broadway one, like how the logistics of that whole thing. Hassan also did a speech about Israel and Palestine at Cambridge University. And talking about Trisha, people have been claiming that Ethan Klein has made the segment about him, saying that he thinks it's really bad that the stories often being posted where Trisha Paytas, his ex-podcast host, said he cut off his arm if she ended up on SNL, and now he's got to cut off his arm. So people have been talking about how Ethan Klein is essentially like miserable and pandering and whining and whatever. So he started weirdly posting on his Instagram story just stuff like, everything is pointless. About to enter my Joker era. And then has this as his gotcha, which has seemed to have been the vibe of a lot of recent months. Psych spelt wrong. Bitch, I'm glowing. Again, reminiscent of the vibe that there's a deep insecurity and fear. And Ethan Klein also revealed that the revenue from November had gone down 10% from the previous, or was their lowest month by 10% or whatever since this year for the podcast. Now, I don't think people realize how serious that
What's she talking about? Well, we're outside of the research deep dive right now. We're outside of the research deep dive. We're like, Lonerbox said at one point that he didn't understand a question, even though he answered other questions about aid, and probably said more about aid in that single conversation than I have in my brain and have accumulated in my head for my entire fucking life. Okay. Despite that, I'm still going to say that he just basically supports like what, a lack of aid and targeting civilians or whatever the fuck else. She's went to straw man because I've associated with Destiny and he argued with Finkelstein. And apparently in that Finkelstein debate, he said genocide was okay. Okay. Nice one. Yeah, after getting out of that research, after getting out of that like cave, now we're back to the regular old good honest politics, good honest vibes.
That is because it's November. Last month, I made 3 videos, I think. Not a lot of videos. We did not make a lot of videos in November. I was tired. I transitioned jobs very, very late October. So, I made one on October 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4 videos in
Lonerbox is best buddies with someone who supports Willie Mack, who supports Elon Musk. You guys don't, like, I don't know why. Stop trying to do these insults. They don't matter. They're so useless. Sorry, you're never going to see me glazing a terrorist. I'm sorry, that's it. Like, get over it. You're never going to see me glazing a terrorist. Or saying, or for all the clips that go out about me that are apparently me justifying like murdering kids in Gaza or whatever, for the amount of fucking mental gymnastics and bad faith that people have to dig through my fucking VODs for to try and find. Mate, you are never going to find me saying, oh yeah, there are settler babies after someone's just described settlers as military targets, right? Yeah, you're never going to find that.
November. I made double what I made most months in November. And obviously, I had a video get over 100,000 views, which is pretty base and epic. Thank you for that, by the way. So that obviously helped. But double is not proportionate. So if your revenue is lower in November, that means it's going to be exponentially lower come January. November should never be your worst month. November and December, you should be juicing on nothing. I'm also, again, just the 2 videos I've put out this month. 2 videos.
Is Willie even an Elon fan? I don't think he is. I think they were just trolling. But I was too. That response was all trolling. Oh, god damn it. Okay, sorry. For the millionth time, if you don't like someone, comment on something other than their fucking appearances, please. Like, this person has not made any personal attacks. If someone starts making personal attacks about like looks or fucking anything else, like personal, then go for it. But she hasn't done that yet, okay? That's not how that works.
Maybe she would be willing to listen. You never know. If you reach out privately and kindly when she's convinced you're bad but knows nothing about you, maybe she'll second guess her preconceived notions. It happens.
Thanks, Rosie. Thanks for the 1999. There is no way. First of all, she won't talk. And second of all, nothing I say will convince her that I'm like okay or whatever, because her moral standard is just different from mine. That's why she tolerates people like fucking Hassan glazing Houthis, who she even admitted have like what instances of anti-Semitism, but has a problem with like me because I what.
It is projected.
She couldn't remember. If you ask this person, can you just remember like one single thing Lonerbox actually said about the conflict? Like just one opinion that he gave about the aid or civilians or proportionality or the history of the conflict? Just any like just in a sentence or 2 sentences. She would not know what to tell you. You understand that, right? She would have no fucking idea. Her head would explode. She wouldn't be able to tell you a single thing from recall. She just has a vibe. That's it. She would have no examples. That's how these people work, okay? They are vibe merchants. They are here with Christmas tidings and Christmas vibes, okay? For the entire year.
I think that I will again make double what I make in a normal month. I also forgot to mention, and this is where I'll end off my last thing, is my personal leaving point. Which again does not contribute well to Ethan's claims. Aaron Bushnell last year, or earlier this year, might have been January. I'll actually look up the date of that. February 25th of this year. So this is when I checked out. Aaron Bushnell self-immolated. Self-immolation means to set yourself on fire in protest. Ethan Klein, and I was actually a member at this time because what happened was when the BBTV fallout happened in 2023, Ethan Klein was talking about it on his members' videos. So I signed up for the membership. And then I forgot that I had it. And then I tried to cancel it a couple times on my PC and it wouldn't work. It would just refresh and I would still be joined and it wouldn't work. Months and months and months. I would just randomly remember because I was told that you couldn't cancel it on your phone. One day I tried it on my phone and it instantly worked. Right after this Aaron Bushnell stuff. When I was like, you know what? I'm done with everything. I'm unsubscribing the whole 9. Because of the comments that Ethan Klein was making, essentially mocking Aaron Bushnell's efforts and the impact that he had. And if I could find
what efforts, what impact? Stop doing this. This is so gross. Stop encouraging this behavior. Like, stop trying to act as if this achieved anything or was going to achieve anything. What are you talking about? Efforts. Aaron Bushnell. Hang on. Is this right? Where's the... Just to double check, I've got the right source for this. Washington Post. Jesus. Sorry, Aaron Bushnell, who supported October 7th, by the way, who denied that Israelis were civilians. Why are you... what efforts? This guy wasn't an activist, okay? He wasn't like a guy who was just concerned about human suffering. He was upset that Hamas were losing. He was upset that Hamas wasn't winning, that October 7th didn't last a bit longer. Like, why would you validate this shit? That this guy he was a crazy person, okay? Like, that's it. He was just a crazy person. And acting as if there was anything like glorious or anything poetic or like moral about this behavior. Like, no, this is just a crazy person. It's a crazy person who set himself on fire, right?
The clip on that I'll insert it here.
My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at burning a lot. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that bad sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean, but I mean that as a compliment. What the f are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They're just saying, all I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I've even said.
The disrespect...
It's not even that... Okay.
...of that effort and the mocking of the concept and the harshness and lack of humanity really highlighted to me those feelings I had acquired from those other instances and the core of where I felt like they all came. And that was my end point.
Yeah, you shouldn't encourage people for doing that. You shouldn't suggest that this is a strategy that will help and that anyone should think that if I do this, I will get reverence and martyrdom as well. Yeah, you shouldn't actually be... Where's the disrespect? Is this guy a fucking angel to you? Again, this guy fucked around. In terms of the response to him, I'm sorry. Like, if you're a piece of shit in life, people are going to treat you like a piece of shit in death as well. I don't even know if he was like a bad person. He was clearly fucking like he was unwell. He was sad.
Was when I said, you know what, I'm having a lot of cognitive dissonance about this. And I don't appreciate this content. I don't appreciate how it makes me feel. I don't appreciate the impact that it has. So with that, I'm going to conclude, and hopefully my address doesn't end up on Reddit. This is just my nuanced conversation on my feelings about it, and I hope that you appreciated it. And I'll see you when I see you. Bye.
If you support Hamas unaliving civilians for supporting H, do you have support the Allies' strategic bombings? Okay, I'm going to pretend that was a properly worded sentence, but what, the bombings of German civilian cities? No, I don't support that. No. Like, targeting civilians generally is like, you never do it. It's against the rules, okay? Civilian collateral, different story. No, you don't target civilians. It's bad. Even people at the time knew it was bad. Like, after Dresden happened and after Hamburg happened, like, people, I think Churchill thanked every single military division of the British Army, apart from Bomber Command. He left them out of the victory speech because they were so controversial. Yeah, if you're targeting the civilians with the intention of terrorizing the population into surrendering quicker and demoralizing, yeah, you target civilians, yeah, that's a bad thing. You're not supposed to do that. It's bad. It's very bad. Oh well. What a awful fucking video. 98k views. Well done. Ethan added you to his Insta stories. Nice one. Don't get discouraged by the hate raid Ethan sent your way. Ignore his rabid fans. Mate, these guys know nothing. These guys know absolutely nothing about rabid fans. Oh, God. But again, you don't notice it because they're on your side, right? There are a lot of former H3 viewers here, though. A lot of fallen H3 viewers. Olivia, AB, and Lena were rightfully pushing back against his ignorant arguments. This is talking about me. Except Ethan clearly brought him on as someone who shared his viewpoints, and he was making points Ethan also made. Oh, clearly pushing back against my ignorant arguments. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm an active deprogram patron. I know you are, because you're an idiot. Yeah, well done. That's Oh, whoa. Let's go. Do I want to watch Sam Hyde now? Do some more right-wing cringe? I've noticed a lot of people are talking about that stupid Sam Hyde video. And being like, oh yeah, he's really saying something here. Yeah, I wonder if I should finish it. Damn, Asmongold made a 2-hour react. Are you going to react to the content nuke? When it comes out. Is it out? I don't think it's out, is it? Have we decided what to do with the Goldstone report rebuttal? Yeah, it's probably still sitting there for a while. We'll see. You're doing what Sam Hyde wants. This is how he stays relevant. Mate, I'm sorry. He's already relevant. This react got 1 million views. So unless Asmongold is ripping it to pieces...
I don't even know how...
Where is it? Just go into...
Giant cities that nobody lives in to compete. Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state fucking nightmare to compete? Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking?
Okay. Sam Hyde Nazi slop. Okay.
Talking about, and at what cost? Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not
true.
Sam Hyde is boring and an expert at saying a lot but not saying anything. Yeah, I know, right? I just thought I would go into this because we're on a bit of a break now from people who say a lot whilst actually saying quite a lot of substance, you know? We're done with the high substance, high research, highly thought out content. Now we're on to the vibes, okay?
Worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years. As long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon. We have to accept a lower quality of life immediately to compete with China. That's the thrust of every article.
Is that response going to be a segment? Yeah, it can probably get edited down a little bit, but yeah, sure, why not?
American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because there's a big boogeyman looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years.
I think that's a good point. Yeah. You don't need to compete with China. Their population's collapsing. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I need to compete with something that's going to ruin itself. I don't know. I mean, I think that like you do have to compete.
I feel like Sam Hyde is just like, and it's a very fashy thing to do, because it's the only kind of rhetoric that far right people are really sold on, and it's just someone who just kind of waffles about absolutely nothing, but like it's like a pinball brain, right? So he'll be sitting here being like, the Chinese and their huge population and the competition, and they got the technology, and we got an age of AI where people are looking at their phones, just scrolling, looking desperately for the next dopamine hit. And that's not even to mention this goddamn decline, marriages, people getting divorced. We're fighting these endless forever wars that have nothing to do with us. And the immigration and the wages, and you're working every day at your computer, ticking boxes like it means something. Oh, wow, and the GDP growth is really good. I love it that your masters can tell you that the GDP growth is really good whilst you slave away in this work you hate. Buying shit you don't need, getting pissed off, and these politicians, and they act like everything will be okay if you vote for them. No, it's bullshit. They only care about themselves and power. And also the white identity of the United States is under severe threat from the Jewish-controlled white fucking genocide cabal that is wanting to use critical race theory and immigration and wokeness and academia to destroy our faith in the one true white selves. And also this goddamn eternal hamster wheel, cogs in the machine, personalized numbers, social credit score, it's coming. And also they are trying to use transgenderism, which was invented by a Jew in the Weimar Republic, to question people's faith in our traditional gender roles that will defend the nation against the outside imperialist hordes of hypermasculine Russians and Muslims with their sophisticated weaponry to take us over. Like, it's all this fucking, and people are sitting there fucking stoned, being like, yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 And they have no idea what they're listening to. They couldn't regurgitate any of it. It all sounds right, you know? It just sounds like, I'm upset. I don't know why. I don't have a wife with fucking 34D cup who churns butter in an Amish dress with blonde pigtails. And I'd be a shit dad because I play too many video games. But I'm upset that I don't have 3 kids all the same. And my favorite character is Tyler Durden because I don't know he's a meme. And then if you ever try to get them onto some kind of like prescriptions, like what do you do about what kind of society do you actually want? It's always this just pick and mix from history, right? It's like they're playing one of those custom civilization games where you can just grab all these incompatible social spheres and just ram them together. So they're like, oh yeah, we want all this, we like the technological advancement, like the technological powerhouse, but also fuck Silicon Valley and fuck immigration for plugging all the employment gaps that we actually need. And like, we also want traditional, like fucking 19th century gender roles, but also the kind of like technological advancement. And wasn't it great when we landed on the moon? And wasn't it great when we did all these things that were kind of like only possible because we employed women and got them outside of the kitchen? And we also want like, I don't know, the 18th century fucking scientific method on like with 14th century attire. That's all it is, okay? This is what they're like. It's not a prediction I'm making, okay? I watched a bit of it yesterday.
with other countries. I mean, obviously you have to an extent, but if the level of competition ends up, basically disenfranchising and fucking people over, then yeah, it's probably not worth it. And I think that also, like, people have agreed with that. That's why they outsource stuff, and that's why they do things overseas.
Years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up.
Yeah.
Elon doubles down in this.
There's not really any evidence for that ever, besides like maybe some slightly negligible impact that's already offset by tax contributions and that go towards the social programs and welfare and things like that. Yeah, none of that. No, we don't care about that. Yeah, that's all they're doing. They're just bringing these the brown skins to come over. Oh God.
Tweet offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about?
Well, of course people are going to care more about their own personal status than the country as a whole in an abstract sense. Yeah, of course. I mean, that makes every single person is going to think like that. And they might not say it outright, but at the end of the day, that's what they're going to vote on, and that's what they're going to do. Not patriots? Well, I think that really the idea of being a patriot is a two-way street. A lot of people aren't going to be trying to maintain the existence of an entity that is actively working against them.
Oh, God.
And again, if you think it's not, that's fine, but this is the way these people feel, and so that's just it.
You want America to fail for your own personal gain. Elon, what are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening.
This guy says he makes his living in America, in the American economy, okay? This guy who makes his living in America, okay? The big economic fucking powerhouse of the world. Where real wages have been up, where they handled the fucking inflation crisis because of the Russian war in Ukraine and COVID better than any other country in Europe, where their unemployment is at like 4%, where real wages are up, where it's the country on earth where you can basically become the best you, where like we're earning like a decent decent British salary of like 30 to 40,000 pounds is like kind of being a bum in the United States, right? Like what the fuck? Again, it's all just vibes. It's all bored people just needing a vibe. And it's so interesting as well that like these are the same people, by the way, who get totally fucking hooked and duped by these ideas of like, these are the guys who get duped by these Russian military propaganda videos, right? Like Russian army propaganda. Like these are the guys who get duped by these videos showing like the real masculine fucking men with their fucking guns, and they're all benching, and everyone's fucking yoked, and there's like fucking dubstep going on in the background, or the Hamas propaganda, or the Hezbollah propaganda, and every single time it doesn't register with them at all that these are the same armies that get the absolute shit kicked out of them by non-binary, women-heavy fucking armies, like whether it was the Nazis getting fucking hit by Soviet women snipers, or the U-boats getting sunk because of the strategies of a bunch of female mathematicians making fucking the attack patterns into a game of Battleship, or whether it's the Hamas and Hezbollah with their hyper manly fucking videos getting outdone by the IDF who are on their side. And the IDF propaganda videos is always like some blonde 20-year-old Zoomer doing a little TikTok dance and then saying, Israel is under attack and we need to defend ourselves. And we are conducting operations in Gaza and in Lebanon. And then like, that's these people, okay? They are everything they accuse woke people of being, they are it. They are hyper emotional. They are irrational. They're completely, like they only view their politics as entirely aesthetics driven. Yeah. Plus racism.
Is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain.
Yeah.
That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue. This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's
I
calling
don't
you.
think it's a dishonest mischaracterization. I think that it's just a misunderstanding of the way that people think. Because he's right, and you can make a very strong argument that stock prices do affect individuals, and you can use that to talk about 401ks or people's investments, and I think that you can make a strong argument that way. But the problem is that that argument, it's kind of like what I was saying before about like a lot of philosophy is what investment? Well, like if you have a job, for example, like, and again, oh, I don't have a job, sure. But there are a lot of people with a job who do have 401ks, right? It's too speculative. It's too L-rich take.
Meanwhile, this is the propaganda of the side that's winning, right?
Right now, we're at one of the most strategic points in this war. The Gaza-Egypt border is right behind me, and a lot of questions have been raised about this place and why the IDF needs to stay in the Philadelphia corridor. What is over and under the Philadelphia corridor, that maintaining IDF presence is so crucial. We are under the Philadelphia corridor. This is
Look,
one of the...
This girl is 10 years old, right? This girl is... 10 and a half, sorry, not to be insensitive.
The largest tunnels found in this area, over 200 found in the general area of Philadelphia, 9 like this crossing into Egypt. It is very well built, it is tall, it is wide. I'm 5'5", you could fit 2 of me in here. Widthwise, you can easily fit a car in this tunnel, cinder blocks all throughout, going back to Egypt and used by Hamas for years to smuggle ammunition, rockets, and store them right here, hoping that the IDF wouldn't strike it because of the proximity to the border and to Egypt. That tunnel under Rafah is not an isolated incident. Under Rafah, there is a wide complex of tunnels, hundreds of kilometers, that the IDF has been dismantling for 3 months now. And last week, underneath this kid's room behind me, right down this shaft, 20 meters down, 6 hostages, 1 American Israeli, were found dead, and their bodies were rescued from here. A Gazan family was trying to raise their kid in this room, and
Look, she added that. This wasn't the kid's bedroom at all. She added these 2 things, right? She added these 2 pictures because it made her more comfortable. You know, it made her feel more like she's at home, right? That's why she did that.
Hamas was digging a tunnel underneath it, keeping hostages in horrific conditions, starving, not being able to stand up. There are candles lit, remembering the 6 hostages found here. But this is not an isolated incident. This is not the only house in Rafah with a tunnel under it. This is not the only house in Rafah booby-trapped, awaiting troops to arrive, to blow up and collapse on them.
And you got this fucking little whippersnapper, and then also, like... Wow, look at our, this is your Hamas video, like, oh wow, and then these are the guys who watch 2 videos like this, and then they're like, well, clearly the fucking woman's about to get her shit pushed in, right? She's about to get absolutely fucking annihilated by these high density, like, hyper compressed, quick editing. What side? This is what I mean. This is what these guys are like. They're just, it's all aesthetics. You have no problem with watching IDF videos, but you cry when Hassan watched a Houthi video, Lameo. See, that's what I mean. It's all aesthetics, right? You understand that I'm trying to juxtapose. I'm making a point about hyper-emotional right-wingers who view the entire world through aesthetics and rhetoric rather than actually anything of substance. And that's why people like this get quite popular, right? That's what they do. And they're like, it's the same kind of mindset that makes you watch a Hamas propaganda video and an IDF propaganda video and think that the Hamas are better because their videos are more convincing, because they're more hype, because they're more aesthetically pleasing. And then you come in going, it's funny how you think that Hassan shouldn't have glazed a Houthi terrorist and promoted him and then covered for him and then tried to whitewash his actions and his beliefs and literally supports a movement that starves its own people, that carries out fucking slavery, that steals aid. He wasn't a Houthi. Sorry, he was introduced as a Houthi though. He was introduced as a Houthi. You don't know if he's not a Houthi, by the way. Like, he was asked if he was a Houthi and he never answered. But again, that's what I mean. Like, I'm just using it to illustrate the difference between the propaganda videos of the IDF and of Hamas, and to illustrate the fucking aesthetics brain of this guy because these are the kind of guys that would get convinced by the hyped propaganda video, even though it doesn't actually reflect the capabilities of the army. You fucking inept retard. Sorry. Like,
No, see, you're not listening. You need to listen. Just listen, and before you come up with your opinion, listen to what I'm saying. There are a lot of things that are true factually.
Houthis didn't starve their own people. Oh, really? Is that true? Is that why? Is that why the UN actually threatened to cut off food aid because the Houthis were stealing so much of it that they couldn't even guarantee that any of the aid was going to go to the people who needed it? Is that why? You whitewashing fuck. Stop it. What? Why? You're a fucking white person simping for people, like, simping for fucking terrorists. Why? Do you think they just get called that because the West just feels like adding a bad name to their enemies? That was after the fact. That's not mutually exclusive, you fucking idiot. Oh yeah, Saudi starts the famine. The Houthis don't fucking help it and exacerbate it by stealing aid and kidnapping aid workers and disencouraging the UN from even sending aid there at all because they couldn't even guarantee that people who needed it would get it because they thought there was too much risk of getting kidnapped or the aid getting stolen, and they had no way around it. No, they didn't do that. But also they did, but these other guys did it too. You're such a liar. You're a bad propagandist. Go away.
And true in a greater sense, but that truth does not matter to an individual. Because when the individual experiences something that's negative,
the Saudis are 90% responsible. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they only, okay, even if that's true and that's backed up by anything, no, it's not, you fucking idiot. You just made that, you just completely made that number up. But they only caused 10% of it. They only starved 8,500 out of 85,000. Whatever.
The only thing they're going to think about is their own personal circumstances. So you can't take an abstraction argument, distill it down to an individual person, and then say you should care because of your 401k. People don't give a fuck about their 401k if they can't afford, $400 in groceries. How true is it that America lacks STEM talents? I think that it's both true and not true.
Wow.
A liar. People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so, that you already have with the Groypers, which, by the way,
you just want to upset them.
You have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying or not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue.
Yeah, you can't ban people. Like, if the policy is that don't break the law and don't dox people, that's basically what the rules are. And then you ban people for things that aren't doxing and aren't breaking the law, then you're not following the rules. And if you're not following the rules, then nobody can predict what's going to happen. Free speech absolutist? Well, I think that it was a mistake for him to have said that. Nobody is a free speech absolutist.
Okay, that's true. Okay,
almost nobody, at least. Almost everyone immediately has examples and forms of speech or
it's just funny that because for Elon it actually is if you disagree with him, that's it. It's the caricature. Because left-wingers will ban people usually for some kind of like ideological boundary that gets crossed. But for Elon, it's just people who disagree with him. It doesn't matter if they're aligned with them or not, like ideologically.
Word for it, like expression that they think should be against the law. I am? Well, no, you're not. I mean, like, for example, like child sexual abuse material. Do you want that? That's free expression, right? That's a person expressing themselves. Do you want them expressing themselves that way? I don't.
Not the CP argument.
Okay.
Can't escape them.
So let's just stop. Wait, yeah, fraud. Yeah, exactly. That's against the law.
Oh no.
Complete violation of the
He's
trust.
learning how dumb his chat is.
That the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're for free speech. It's straight George W. Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
There it is.
That's what this is. You're either agreeing with me or you're fucking an enemy.
Yeah.
You're
Why
an
does it
enemy.
need to speed up again?
It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned.
Yeah, people should not be getting banned for disagreeing with us, even if they disagree in a stupid way. Why do you got so many retards in your chat now? I think actually I don't. I think actually the majority of people in the chat are smart.
Wow.
There's a handful of clowns. Of course there's a handful of clowns.
Listen, that's not true. It's not true in my chat either. I'm never saying that about you guys. Thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. You're a clever person, though. You are. You're probably the smartest person in the room. Jane Socks with the $10 as well. I don't like his Trotsky cosplay. He does look a little bit like Trotsky, doesn't he? Huh. Yeah, well. Agony, thanks for the $5. Aren't the Houthis currently starving Yemen's third largest city? I don't know what's going on there right now at this moment, but I'll look into it. Thanks very much.
But in a general sense, we got a lot of smart people in chat. People that are thoughtful, intelligent, and add a lot to the stream.
True.
But you're always going to have some goof boys that are going to be sprinkled in there. There's 34,000 people watching the show. Big surprise, there's some of them that are idiots.
Position. It's just my way or the highway.
Yeah.
Is that what free speech is? Is that who you are? You can
Well,
just
that's what free speech was on Twitter before Elon. It was. It's like you either have this opinion or you get banned.
You can be like Ellen DeGeneres, you can be like The Rock, and you can get Ozempic, you can get breast implants, start going on The View, whatever you want for popularity, you can do that.
Are you going to tell me that the TOS on Twitter is less arbitrary now than it was before Elon took over? Fuck off. People were banned before for TOS violations, generally. That's what happened. Now we have Elon literally banning people who cross him. And openly saying that it's a personal choice, like when he didn't let Alex Jones back on because of Sandy Hook. That was a personal debate, a personal decision, sorry. That wasn't to do with TOS, that was just because he didn't like Alex Jones. That's it. Bakar Baridi, thanks for the €2. You kill the man, but not the idea. Oh, so true. Oh.
Of course. But to the extent that you have popularity, you keep digging this hole, it will be misplaced, and it'll be there because you're rich. What does winning actually mean? Healthy, functioning societies, they need more than gadgets.
Oh,
they
let's
need
go.
more than Marvel.
Yeah.
More than
True.
Goyslop. They need a shared ideology, heritage, history, beliefs and values, religion, or they collapse and they crumble. That's Babel. That's Rome. That's every empire that's been
it's
crushed.
always the empires. It's always the incredibly vague references to these great empires. Excuse me, how diverse were all of these empires? Did they collapse as soon as they got diverse? That's not how that happened. They lasted hundreds of years before they... What?
Because there wasn't social cohesion. Basic bitch libertarian principles aren't enough. Maybe they're enough to get VC funding, maybe they're enough to create an interesting exercise of some sort, but they're not enough to hold people together. And again, we're back to the...
I think he's right about that. And I think religion even is an extension of that. Yeah, I do. I think it's an extension of that.
Oh my God.
It's very hypocritical of Reddit to allow politics on a website, but not on your subreddit. Okay. But yeah, definitely.
Idea of people as a collection of economic units. That's what
is a Nazi dog. It's a Nazi dog whistle to say that there's a shared culture cohesion is good. I mean, I feel like I don't think that's a Nazi dog whistle. I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's just not. I mean, that's not it.
Foundation of Marxism. That reality is just math. And thus the justification.
That sentence in and of itself maybe isn't, but the fact that like the broad rhetoric of what he's doing about like technology, like mocking all the technological advancement, whilst also I think yesterday we saw him like reminiscing about how he went to the moon. So it's like these are two incompatible things, and then comparing it to like saying that diversity caused the fall of Rome and shit like that, and all the great empires is like that is kind of Nazi-esque. Like Nazis will say that shit. Yeah. Immigrants, wage suppression. What was he saying here just a minute ago?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's just not. I mean, that's not it.
Foundation of Marxism. That reality is just math.
Marxism,
and thus the justification for a lot of Marxism is also.
I think that this is a huge issue, like outside of like Marxism or anything. Like a huge issue is that a lot of people that have, I would say, above average intelligence can't understand the way that an average person or a below average intelligence person thinks. And so they can't reason out and understand what this person values. So they keep trying to appeal to them in ways that are not immediate, not direct, and not first order principles. These are not things that you immediately are being affected by. And I think for a lot of people, religion, community, and these kinds of things do really matter a lot. And you can say that they shouldn't matter, but even if you're right, according to them, you're still wrong. And that's the issue, is that the strongest argument isn't an argument. And a lot of people are persuaded by things that transcend logic. And this has been something that I have unfortunately learned a lot in my life, is that
people are more convinced by rhetoric than they are by argument. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. More convinced by stories than by facts. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say it transcends, because again, it's incoherent. Once you actually break it down logically, it doesn't make any sense. He's talking about Elon Musk and the big tech empires, and they're exploiting the immigrants for profits while suppressing the wages. And that's the problem with these Marxist intellectuals. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? We're talking about capitalism, GDP growth, numbers, employment, wage suppression, and that's the problem with Marxism. Like, fucking hell, bro. It's incoherent. It's completely incoherent.
That, like, I've always assumed that, well, if you just explain the truth to people, then they'll just listen to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life over that. Well, you just tell people the truth. Just be honest. Just explain it to them. No, that's not how it works. Not that you're dumb to understand the truth. Well, or that the truth doesn't matter to them.
Goddamn Marxist
That's another really
Silicon
big
Valley
component,
capitalists.
is that a lot of people are selfish. And you think about it, right? Logically, people have evolved, and the ones that weren't selfish probably got filtered out a few million years ago. So there's a whole, the book that invented memes, the word memes, is called The Selfish Gene. It's like a whole type of study inside of psychology. It's a huge component.
So what leads Silicon Valley libertarian type people to attempt to quantify the unquantifiable.
Yeah.
Mount Rushmore, the space program, the interstate system, motion pictures, electricity.
Yeah.
These are all things that are not quantifiable. So they're quantifiable in the sense that you can look back and you can say that they cost X amount of dollars, or that a certain amount of...
A good example of this, I don't know if anybody watched any of the, like the old movies, it's the Kingdom of Heaven. At the end of it, it's like, what's Jerusalem worth? And then Saladin is like nothing, and then he goes everything. That's exactly what Sam is talking about. That's exactly what he means.
Except there was a price on most of these things. There was a price on the moon landing and technological advancements of America, and it all happened in a country that had already taken in quite a lot of immigrants, right? It's just because they were white. It was immigrants who weren't even considered white. Italians, Irish, they were considered as culturally inferior when they came to America. And all the things that Mexicans get accused of with like gang violence and the cartel, while with Italians, it was the mob, right? The mafia. Again, he's just finding a million different proxies for white and non-white. That's all it is.
Yep.
Bring steel is used in their construction.
Such a great line.
But these
So
dream
good.
projects are unquantifiable.
Amazing
There's
movie.
no slider
Old
in the
movie from
program where you
2005.
can crank up the number of Indians to 200 million and bring the American dream to fruition faster. Okay. There's no data entry point where you can bump up the Indians and get Chrysler buildings popping up everywhere, more Art Deco construction. We do not need more bloated code bases, more tech gadgets, more poorly run hotels, more work ethic, okay? What we need is leaders willing to fight
common
for
values
the American
and
people, not for corporations, not for the idea of America, but for the American people. That is the only
That's why they sabotage Bernie.
thing that we need on the brink of collapse, on the eve of our crumbling. It needs to be something higher, a higher ideal.
Who is this guy? Well, he's a comedian. Yeah, he's a comedian. He makes funny videos a lot.
You are such a Western chauvinist. You can support a group actions, but not the values of that group. For example, we support the U.S. in World War II, even though the U.S. was a homophobic segregation state. Why does that make me a Western chauvinist? What? What? I think the United States in World War II also were worthy of supporting because they had a just cause, which was getting rid of the Nazis. What do you think that's comparing to? Is that my criticism? Is that because of my critique of the Houthis? Oh, you're so fucking retarded. Okay. The difference is that the Houthis are also like the fucking arm of an imperialist force. Do you think that's what we need? Like, we need fucking Iranian Islamic fundamentalism across the entire Middle East? You think that's a just cause? Sorry, wait, we're doing more golden rules now, okay? We're shitting on Nazis now, okay? I'm done with you guys. You guys have had your moment in the sun, okay? Get out. Get the fuck out. Where's my chat? Fuck! Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? There we go. They're gone. Thank you.
And yeah, Sam Hyde. That's Moist Critical. It's the ghost of Kiev.
Than tech company market caps. If it's just that, then it's just noise. It's just not reality. Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating with massive college debt, hundreds of job applications. They're being looked over for people who are not us. That's not a meritocracy. That's not some idealistic, high-minded thing. It's just money. Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse. The soil that all this winning flourishes out of is salted. And that means that the next Apple, the next Google...
This is so wrong. I think that a lot, and this is what I was saying before, a lot of the people that focus on analytics and they focus on, like, well, statistically, I think that a lot of people are really missing the big point that he's talking about, is that those things are not relevant to people when they can't pay their bills.
Oh, what? But the fucking Rushmore and the moon landing, that is? You think that helped people pay their bills? They're probably, you know what? The only reason that Sam Hyde fawns over Rushmore and the fucking moon landing and shit is because it's something in the past. It's nostalgia. You can feel, and that's the feeling that he likes. Because god damn, if that was happening at the time, if they were doing the moon landing, like the space program and the nuclear, like the Manhattan Project, if that was all happening in his time, he would have been like, yeah, but what's this doing for the common man? Are we not really disconnecting ourselves, our fundamental human relations between one another as a common people with a common ideology and a sense of culture and whiteness? Not that, not that, not that, not that. Whoops. He would have been doing the exact same thing. He'd have been sneering at foreign intervention in wars, especially against the Nazis. He would have been like waving his hand at the idea of the space program and like technological advancement, because again, that's like, that doesn't really correspond to the kind of shit that you want to achieve for America. It doesn't really have anything to do with it. Also, the fact that these were programs that were built up by foreign scientists as well as local ones, like fucking Einstein. No, you don't want that. You don't want that at all. You want a fucking woman in a white dress and a house with its own lawnmower, even though all the neighbors have their own lawnmower and no one's thought of sharing one. And an uncle who's touching up the kids. And a wife on fucking Valium. That's what you want. That's what Sam Hyde wants. And probably someone has polio.
These are not important. And I think this is probably one of the biggest issues that the internet has, is that it's very hard for people to discuss values because...
And everyone thinks smoking is healthy.
Nobody is going to be empathetic and accept that other people's values that are different than their own have merit in their own right. And I think that this is the problem, is that you have a lot of people, again, who are, you know, I would say above average intelligence in a lot of cases, that just simply can't understand why these abstract concepts are not compelling to an average person. But they're not. And I think that gets proven every 4 years or every 2.
I'm just saying, if you live in a... No, it's not... People don't share lawnmowers here either. But I'm just saying, if you're in a suburb, like a little suburb where basically everyone knows each other or recognizes each other, and there's not any other fucking civilizational activity for at least a mile or two, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just chip in and buy a really good lawnmower for people to share. Yeah, I think it's irrational. I think it's stupid. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a perfect example of just how devolved suburban life is.
2 years, but people never figure it out. And also, most people are average. That's why they're called average.
Will be Chinese. Potentially the next SpaceX will be Chinese. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't that be interesting if China makes it to Mars first?
Oh.
It would be great for humanity. Why don't we do it? Let's do it. China makes it to Mars before America. Does that sound like fun? It's just humans. They're just interchangeable economic units. Why wouldn't we want that? I think we do it. It sounds good to me. How do we define winning?
Yeah, tell us.
I think a really good example of this is actually a point that Neil deGrasse Tyson brought up, is that one of the big reasons for people to go to the moon and to focus on space exploration is to inspire the next generation of people that want to go to Mars and explore more of space. And I do think that it creates that outcome. Tyson's an asshole? Okay, well, he's right about that.
I was Asmongold that I spit on. I'm not dissing Asmongold. I'm just playing around. I spit on...
What, I have water on me? It's going to kill me? Is this it? This is another shower joke? Is that it?
Moist Critical. I'll spit on his face.
Is that it?
Fucking guy.
I don't know why he has a personal.
We have a deal with Moist right now for nicotine pouches. These are Moist nicotine pouches. I call them Moist. Did you know Moist is a Jewish word? I didn't know Moist Critical is actually Jewish. Did you know that? Crazy fact. Winning. Is winning.
That's what I said, bro. People were saying I'm Jewish because Asmon Gold. Really, really funny.
Okay.
Really funny.
Why is that crazy fact?
Making it so that tech companies have even higher valuations. Is that winning? It's the valuation of Netflix. I figured it out. That's why we're not winning, is because Netflix stock isn't high enough. That's the only way to win.
Like this is again, you can't fantasize and fucking reminisce about the moon landing because you wouldn't have been caring about the moon landing. You'd have been complaining about how TV is rotten in people's minds. And you're really fucking upset that America sided with the Allies against the Nazis.
To add more commercials.
I want to kill my neighbors and burn them alive and blow up my car, but it's okay because Netflix is worth $3 trillion.
That's a lot.
I want to cut my cock off and scramble my brain with fucking fluoride. I'm going to win because Netflix is worth $3 trillion.
Yeah.
I can't believe the dollars are this high.
Fluoride.
I can't believe we're winning this much. The dollars are this high.
I think a good personal example of this is the amount of people that were trying to assure average citizens that, oh, well, the economy has made a big recovery. And then somebody goes to the grocery store and they see, I don't know, like a box of cookies is like $6. And they're like, no, it hasn't. You're lying.
We have
Bacon
such
is
good
$30.
drones and spying technology. We're winning. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
You were talking about the fucking moon landing. What is that if not technological? Oh my God, he's so stupid. Oh God, I hate these people. I hate them so much. They're poisoning the brains of the most highly suggestible dipshit fucking men. Oh God.
At least leftoid medicine vaccine brain niggas. Bleep that out, please. I said people. At least people whose blood has been replaced with vaccines and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse. They and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse.
So fucking stupid. Oh God. Wow.
They think that they're helping people.
Yeah.
If winning is just drones doing an aerial display while a robot jerks me off to sample my DNA, then everything is lost. I killed a homeless person today, Chris. Did you know that? It was free speech. I said, "You fucking dirty ass bum, ruining my street. I'll kill you." And then I used a speech button to shoot a speech bullet with a speech.
I don't need to pause this often. Okay, I just want to get the gist. Okay, we've got the gist. I got the gist. Okay, we'll keep watching, but we just need the gist. Where the? I just want a text source, man. Please. Why is that font so fucking big? Smaller, please. Okay, I'll change that later. What's a good font? Oh, I like this one. Why is it so large? What? Why is it blurry? Okay. Here. Okay, that's what we're calling this. Now we know. Okay. There we go.
I worked an NFL cheerleader team. The guys, too. I used free speech on them. Do they have male cheerleaders in the NFL?
I don't think so.
National League. Look it up, please. Does the NFL have male cheerleaders? That is awesome if that's true. A third of the league is male cheerleaders. America is the greatest country on earth.
Wow.
Here's your male cheerleaders.
Is that a real
everybody
thing?
on fentanyl, everybody working at
I feel like you do have, mascots are male cheerleaders in a way. Like, if you think about it, they kind of are.
Angelo's, everybody working at the mall, they're all retards.
Kind of.
Everybody who's had their lives destroyed by Big Pharma, by the grist mill of inflation and taxation, everybody that's been betrayed by their leadership in this country, are they all retards? Is everybody who's got...
Yeah, I think a lot of them actually are. But if there's so many of them that they're the majority, then if you're looking to win an election, you need to appeal to retards. That's the truth. That's it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, question resolved. Yeah, no, I think the truth is, I think a lot of people are really dumb. I do. And I feel like in so many cases, this proves itself to be the fact. Like maybe just ignorance of the truth? No. I think that a lot of people are actually just stupid. Straight up. Like, I really think that. Like, and it's half. Half the people are dumber. Yeah, half the people are dumber than average. Doing the math, that checks out.
And this is a lot of people who has $400 in their bank account and is getting hit with overdraft fees and has the landlord from hell.
It's not just the overdraft fees, it's the low balance fees as well. That you have to pay money each month to have the money in the bank. You have to pay to give the bank your money because you don't have enough money for the bank to make money off of your money.
Tards, you work at a sub sandwich shop. You couldn't invent PayPal. If you really believe that these people are all retards, then you have no place in the discourse going on about the future of this country. You are just a computer guy. And I don't think you really believe that. I hope to God that you don't. But if that's really what you believe, then you're not a leader. I could say fuck you. I could say take a step back and fuck your own.
Well, no, I think it is true. It's just that you can't. Like, basically, my viewpoint is that just because people are stupid doesn't mean that they're not entitled to human decency. So, like, it's the same as, like, I don't really feel bad for people that get scammed, but I don't want people to get scammed. Like, I don't feel empathy or sympathy for them, but I feel like a responsibility to help them. Does that make sense?
Face. But I'll say this. If you really believe that the American people are retards, which they are, we got male cheerleaders in the NFL, but if you really do not have in your heart grace and respect for the Homer Simpson vinyl siding economy shit.
You got to keep in mind, Homer Simpson was a manager of a nuclear fucking power plant. He not that stupid.
8-bit Sever, thanks for $5. The Sam Hyde shit is really weird. I don't know if he's joking or just being seriously racist. This is serious. Like, come on. Is anyone watching this and thinking it's all just a meme? He's just pretending to be like a crypto Nazi? Like, yeah. Mirror, thanks for 15 shekels. Thank you for showing me what the witnessing to an old god does to a mind. I don't know what that means, but thanks very much.
Driving retards make your dream possible. If you have a heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder.
And you got to keep in mind also, like, The Simpsons caricatured Homer Simpson after like maybe 10 seasons or like 8 seasons. But early Simpsons, Homer wasn't like the brightest, tool in the box, but he was an intelligent, hardworking, good guy.
Possible. If you have a heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder than telling you to go fuck yourself. You can do the go fuck yourself all day. I tell myself to go fuck myself. You can say that all day. Fuck you. Fuck you. I say that in the mirror when I wake up and when I put makeup on. Who gives a fuck? If you believe these people are retards and you don't have any goodwill towards them, then you're not a leader. You're just a nerd. And there's plenty of those. There's plenty of nerds who got lucky. I bought Bitcoin, Magic the Gathering online exchange.
Oh!
I got lucky. There's no shortage of nerds who got lucky. There's this disturbing idea from the BoomerCon right that America is just a collection of ideas, and you bring everybody in the world, the teeming masses who are desperate for a half-gallon of milk, you bring them here and all of a sudden they're hit like lightning with this idea that makes them able to make this country stronger. This country's never been weaker, and it's never been more open to foreigners who aren't us. These two things...
I don't know. I think it used to be way more open, right? Because like you just have people coming over on boats and shit. But like I don't really know how true that actually was. So it's hard really for me to say like, gangs in New York, etc. And so like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Is somebody here? Yeah.
They're not unrelated. They're directly related. Would Ben Shapiro say the same thing about Israel? Israel's just a collection of ideas. Would Vivek say the same thing about India? India is just a collection of ideas, really good ideas. That's why they're doing so good. Grope women on the train. That's not a glib remark, by the way. I make a lot of jokes about Indians in my stand-up act. I had an Indian woman come up to me after a show. I thought she was going to chew me out and beat my ass, ear-beating Indian style, for the jokes that I made. She said to me, "Thank you for saying that. I went there with my 13-year-old sister, and they pulled her pants down on the train."
Jesus Christ.
Is that an Indian idea? When we bring them over, does that idea suddenly vanish and they get the neural net download of American ideas? Is that how it works? The people who are mad at you right now don't view America as a collection of ideas. It's not an economic zone. I hate how there's this argument against Americans asking them what they built. If you're so great, what did you build? What did you build? Nothing significant that gets built. Gets built on an individualistic scale. The greatest things that humans have built, cathedrals, which if you disagree with this, it's just, you're wrong. I mean, computers are pretty up there, but cathedrals are a good example of this. Cathedrals are built over hundreds of years. Yeah. They're built not just by the army of stone masons.
They're also built by the aliens, just like the pyramids are. Yep. I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
Build them, but by the towns who pay for it. They are the cream sitting on top of the cake. The cake is the soil. The cake is the vinyl siding dumbasses who are your customers. who are the people who pay for this shit by putting their retirement accounts in Vanguard mutual funds. They're the people who you owe a debt to, a debt for being able to do the stuff that you do. These H-1B tech workers that are
yeah, nobody does something like this on their own. That's always true. Yeah, and like you have to like usually the government even helps people, etc.
So many of them are
this has 6.5 million views on X already. Oh damn!
Built. They're maintaining code bases for stuff that was built years ago.
Yeah.
What are they making? Social media apps that collect all your data. They're making to-do apps, dating apps. Who fucking cares, man?
Well, dating
what
apps.
What did they build? Mobile phone games. It's just stuff that feeds more into consumerism. It's not
anime girls.
Better for anybody. The sentiment that Americans aren't good enough. That's one of the darker things that has happened here. I know Vivek Ramaswamy does believe it to be the case, and for him, this Twitter bomb was a mask-off moment in a way that I hope it wasn't for you. But that sentiment and the Twitter deboosting, algorithm change, blanket ban, all that stuff, those are the darker things in the sense of not good for humanity, not good for the future. Running Twitter the same way your enemies did before you bought it from them.
I think that if you want to talk about banning people, it's very hard to say whether people got banned or not. I don't know. But because like the reason why is that some people were putting forward information that somebody got banned, but then it had the indicator that they had closed the account themselves. Because like there's two notifications. There's like this account has been removed and this account no longer exists. But you could easily say that they just gave it the other notification, so it seems like they didn't. So like I don't think that's really convincing to anybody, right? That already believes the other way, but took their blue checks away. Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that you should lose your verification status, because if verification status, and this was a big problem that Twitter had, is that basically Twitter had this big issue with advertising, which I guess they don't have to worry about that anymore, but at least not for a while. So they had this issue that because people that were verified ended up being kind of like a, it was like almost like Twitter gave them a seal of approval, or they're like, yeah, we know who you are, you are who you are. And it became like kind of a, this is a person who represents Twitter's values. It became a really big problem when people got verified and then they said bad stuff. And I thought that Elon made a very good decision by taking verification and just making it a subscription rather than this weird form of like, yeah, like this like nobility of social media. How fucking cringe. Jeez. How extremely fucking cringe. Yeah, no, just let people pay for it and that's it, like an endorsement. Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you wanted when you bought this thing? Is that the let it sink in moment?
Yeah.
Is that what you envisioned for the global meeting grounds? And we're not talking about just making the 10% of people on the left and the 10% of people on the right mad. The middle is the Overton window. You're just talking about satisfying the Overton window.
Yeah.
This is censorship. You're engaging in censorship pretty much right off the rip here. You just bought Twitter. You just got in with Trump. You just became a Republican. You just courted the MAGA base. That's a pretty big betrayal of the role that you have stepped in to fill.
I think that most people that are aligned with Twitter in terms of like values, like their value aligned with Twitter, I think that they would disagree with banning people even if they were saying things that were really bad. I think that there's like a handful of things that I would say that there is an overwhelming consensus that you should ban and like delete this and censor this stuff. Like for example, illegal activities, any illegal activities, like whether it's, you know, CP, whether it's anything else that's like really bad, like threats of violence.
Why is everyone talking about CP? Is there a single thing I can watch today where someone doesn't talk about CP? Fuck me. Everything Sam said in this video is true. Cope and seethe about it, I guess. Obviously, yeah. I like it when he's like, we don't care about technological innovation. Also, wasn't it so nice when we did the moon landing? Yeah, good. Very coherent. I can totally see what kind of policy prescriptions are coming out of this, whilst you guys on the fucking MAGA right fucking implode because of H-1B visas that account for less than 90,000 immigrants a year. Like, oh God. Yeah, well done with that. Well done. When did he talk about the moon landing? In this video. Oh, like, yeah, that's what I mean. I said this earlier. People who thought this video was good and insightful don't remember a single fucking word about the video. They just listened to it and they were like, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, ancient Rome? Yeah, yeah, I know all about the fall of ancient Rome and how it was caused by Indians working in tech on H-1B visas. All white ancient Rome. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Technology numbers. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, GDP. Fuck that. Also, I love my job where I get paid fucking $70,000 a year for some shitty. Yeah, fuck off.
I feel like and anime. Well, I mean, I
love living in the fucking. Oh God. I love living in the most successful economy on earth where fucking real wages are going up and where they handle inflation better than any other European country at the same time, where unemployment's only 4%. Oh, God. But also, I love having the spare time to fucking whinge about it and not really knowing why I'm upset. It's not really because I'm just sitting like probably doing all the things that Sam Hyde is complaining about with people sitting on their phones, looking for dopamine hits, watching fucking Netflix. It's probably not why, like, but we're not going to look into that, okay? We're not going to look into myself, okay? We're going to talk about how it's them, you know, the government and the tech and the numbers and the immigrants and the GDPers and the Marxists, the Marxist GDP growth enthusiasts. Yeah, this is very coherent. Yeah, I agree.
Like those are the two actual real ones that people, pretty much everybody agrees these are bad. Everything else, no.
Whether or not it's even true, okay? I couldn't work at SpaceX. I don't have a delusion about that. It doesn't matter because you are in charge of American companies. You are an American leader. So what matters is that that's the sentiment people are walking away with after your tweet storm. It's not helped by these Patrick Bet-David, wolf in sheep's clothing, cocksucker podcaster guys who are just up your ass because they have money. The extent to which you deserve to be a king, more importantly,
so authentic, not like
or
those
equally
other
importantly, how
chuds.
posterity will look upon your works is directly related to your attitude, your benevolence towards the American people.
This is one thing that a lot of people that are, I think, like, this is probably an issue that I have too, personally, is that I don't really care a lot about how people see me. And so I'm an asshole. And because I'm an asshole, I alienate a lot of people and I make people not like me just because of the way that I communicate and the way that I act. And it is a negative. It absolutely is a negative in some cases. Now, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I can't do anything else really besides that, right? Because I'm a dickhead. But at the same time, people care a lot about that. And they would rather have somebody who, you know, treated them right, do something bad to them in a lot of cases, as long as it's not something super bad, than somebody who condescends to them and treats them like shit, help them out a little bit. And I've noticed this a lot. It's that, like, and in sales, I think this is anybody who's done sales or has been involved in sales can probably attest to some variation of this, is that the most important thing in sales is your personal relationship with the person that you're selling to. That is the most important thing. And people want to do business with people that they like. If you're real and not fake. Yeah, exactly. Sadly, yes. Well, again, like, you always have people that are, you know, lamenting the fact that people are people. But, you know, true, you're right. But that's just the way it is.
Cybertruck's cool, but if America crumbles because we've taken on too many outsiders who don't give a shit about the country.
America is a country of outsiders. Just say non-white. Just say non-white. Why is he such a snake? Too many outsiders. Mate, what? What's he talking about? How did they make America? What's it made out of? Is it made of natives or is it made of fucking outsiders? The United States is built by outsiders. Unless he's like a... Thanks for the 874, Papa Smooth. Just paid $641.26 for my Vyvanse prescription. You get the change for $650. Wait, sorry, what? $641 from Vyvanse. A fucking... For how many? A month's worth? You only get a month's worth at a time here. Maybe 3, but... It's 80-something pounds here for my prescription. The most I've ever paid for Vyvanse was like 100 for 1 month of... $640 for 1 month of Vyvanse. For 30 pills. Why? United States. Bro. I went private as well. That's a private fee. Obviously, it's not a NHS fee because I paid for it. What the hell? That's so weird. Welcome, goddamn America.
Then the Cybertruck will be a footnote in a Wikipedia. It'll be the DeLorean.
Why have you not transferred to the NHS? Should be a few months after private. You'd think so, right?
It'll be something interesting. People look back, oh, that was kind of cool. You know why they won't be driving it? Because they'll be driving a Neo, and China will be the first to Mars.
Oh.
This isn't fixed by moving the goalposts of what an American is. It would be a lot easier if an American was just an Indian with an Ivy League degree. It would make this whole problem go away instantly if that worked. If you could just wave your hand and say that an American is a Guatemalan who was born here, that's an American. We wouldn't have to have this painful conversation. It would be so easy if you could do that, if it were a computer simulation. That's Marvel movie shit. An American is whoever Doctor Strange brings through the portal to beat Thanos.
But yeah, because they're made up of Italians, of Irish, of fucking Scottish, bro. Like, he's probably going to go to the pub after recording this and have an unsolicited conversation with someone about how his old man was Irish in an Irish pub. He's gonna harass a group of Irish tourists, okay? He's gonna go up to them and he's gonna be like, "Hey, let me tell you about the immigration and ancient Rome and hey, you're Irish? Hey, I'm a bit of a Mick myself." Like, he's gonna do that. after saying that it's a fantasy that people can come to America and become an American, even though that's exactly what happened. Fuck me.
The new Spider-Man is an American. It's a lesbian from Sri Lanka who just came here to start up a cupcake business. But she listens to Cold Wave. And she just came here to start up her hair dye business.
Whoa.
She's an American. She's here for the American dream. That's not reality. That's math. That's Marxism. That's computer programmer.
I don't think that it's binary.
Why Marxism? For fuck's sake, bro. America, Marxism, really? You think America was... Jesus Christ. This is the same country that did fucking McCarthyism. That whole Ronald Reagan speech. That whole Ronald Reagan speech when he's saying that anyone can become an American. The guy who fucking fought communism told Gorbachev to tear down the wall and shit. Where they were arresting you for... They're arresting you for being a communist. There's a suspected communist walking around your town. Handing out pamphlets. Oh no.
I think that, yeah, obviously if you replaced all of the people in America with people that aren't in America, would still be America? The answer is no. But I do think that there are a lot of people that embody American ideals that come over to the country and are a positive for the country. It's a matter of degree more than it's a matter of reality. Because I think that it's very obvious that, like, we all know people probably, if not personally, then you know people like, you know, just in media. These are people who are not Americans by birth, maybe, or, you know, their family wasn't, or maybe their parents weren't, but they come to America and they have a, you know, a lot of people come to America because they like those ideals and they want to be a part of that. And I think that's important to have, right? It doesn't mean to just import every single person. No, of course not. But to have some of that is not a bad thing. What are American ideals? I would say American ideals are, let me think. Extreme individuality and extreme individualism.
Oh, so the opposite of what Sam Hyde likes. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I love it that he had to stop and think. Like, the answer's never really on top of anyone's heads. Individualism. So that means that people can be different, right? Like individualism. Like, we're all Americans, but they can be different. That's what they'd say, right? They can have individual differences, like ethnic differences, because that's how America was fucking formed. Okay. I hate this. I hate this so much.
I think that's probably the core of most American ideals.
But he agreed with Sam Hyde when he said a society needs like a common values and a common culture and a common story and all that. How is he? It's vibes. It's just whatever sounds good in the moment. You could literally get like people like this, like fucking Asmongold. You could literally get them in a room, right? And just be like, listen, you know, there's too much Marxist individualism, he, she, them, they's, cutting your dicks off. And that's a problem, you know, because society's not like that. Society needs to have common values and loyalty and citizenship with service, and like otherwise we'll fall like the ancient Rome. And they'll be like, yeah, that's just true. That's just a fact. It's baffling that people don't understand this. And then 2 minutes later, I'm being like, you know what's so great about America is you can be you, okay? You can be like a goth, you can be a gamer, you can be Indian, you can be Muslim, you can be from Irish, German, French, British, Italian. You can be all these things, and you're still, at the end of the day, despite all our individual differences, we're still Americans, okay? And he's like, yeah, that's absolutely so true, man. Yeah, that's, yeah. I completely agree with that. Like, it's just pick one.
And like from that, like that, if that's the tree, there's like branches that are, you know, like representative government, branches that are like, you know, liberty and freedom of speech and owning a gun. But the tree there is individualism. I think that's the main thing. Self-determination, self-preservation. Yeah, sure.
Bullshit. We all know what an American is. Yep. And all these paragraph-long definitions and high-minded ideas.
He's saying he means white. He means white. He doesn't mean like from a particular. He means white. But he's not going to say it because he's a coward. Okay.
It's just propaganda. We know what an American is. And if you're not here to help the American people, then your usefulness to us is over with. The right wing, Republicans, conservatives, etc., they are trolls and memers and shit posters, and they have acerbic ideas.
It's crazy how every single other politician has like a professional photo of themselves as their picture, and then Donald Trump looks like fucking Braveheart with war paint on, and it's the American flag, and it's some AI generated image, and he's the president. Okay.
Also the most forgiving people. They're the most forgiving people. Anytime anybody does anything remotely based, they are absorbed by the right.
Tell us. Tell us what an American is. You don't want to do it.
Happens with me is that like I have a lot of, and you guys can probably see this because like I disagree with Sam on a few elements here.
Yeah.
I have a lot of left wing ideas, right? I mean, I wouldn't really even consider myself right wing, but a lot of people do because, again, I think that there's a lot of people in the right wing that are not really used to having allies.
Talking about not feeling safe in her neighborhood. That's based, man. Anna Kasparian was red-pilled this whole time. I can't believe it. Damn. People, broadly speaking, do not expect you to be full-on 1950s racist Hank Hill.
Anna Kasparian, she was one of the co-hosts of the Young Turks for like over 10 years. And so she, I think, had like she had an experience where she felt unsafe or was made unsafe in a public place. And then she complained about it. And then people got mad at her for complaining about it, I think. And then that kind of radicalized her. I think that's basically what it was. I could be wrong, but like that's what I remember it as. Is that sexually assaulted? Yeah, no, I didn't want to get like graphic, but yeah, basically.
Get him out, guy. Get him out of here! That's not what they're looking for, okay? They're fine with the Silicon Valley tech version, the occasionally based, occasionally Neil deGrasse Tyson soy face. They love that Elon.
What I mean by radicalized, some people are saying that as if like her viewpoints now are normal. What I think happens a lot of times with people, and I could use her as an example. I could also use Elon Musk as an example. I could use J.K. Rowling as an example. I could use Nick Merckx as an example. And I think that I could probably come up with a few other names, is that a lot of times people display one form of a right-wing viewpoint, and then that immediately causes them to get alienated from left-wing communities, which causes them to go farther to the right than they would naturally would have gone, because those people were pushing them away so much that they found another group.
Right. That might be true for some cases. No, that is true. But J.K. Rowling was fucking mental about trans people. That was her choice. Like, she's an adult. She's an adult with a lot of power, actually. That's her choice. Asmund's not right wing. I don't believe Asmongold's like a right winger. He's like an example of one of those sort of like kind of apolitical, like a quasi political person with liberal values and liberal leanings and believes in free speech and like probably doesn't have an issue with people being trans or fucking gay or whatever. But it's funny watching this person like Asmongold watching the Sam Hyde thing and just kind of like falling for it, you know, because it's like that's the thing. Like it's that 4chan post about saving the alt-right and how they were like, yeah, be vague as possible, because the only people who will know what you're doing are other Nazis and leftists. But normies won't care, and they'll think the leftists are crazy for accusing you of the thing that you're signaling to but aren't actually explicitly saying.
And it shifted them more. Joe Rogan's another great example. It shifted them more to that other side than what would have naturally happened through their own personal inertia.
If I came in and tried to explain to Asmongold why this is like Nazi shit, he would think I was insane. He would actually think I was mental, and nothing I say would matter like to him. You'd have to work so hard to break down like exactly what he's saying and to kind of show past the facade, I guess.
See kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's what I mean by radicalized. And those are some examples of I think it happening.
It's this idea that Americans aren't good enough, this misunderstanding of what America is. You're just as bad as the people you bought the website from, if this continues to be the case.
True.
Are you able to listen to valid criticism? It's not from Russian bots. It's not a coordinated attack on you. It's tens of thousands of people pissed off because they think you betrayed them. I hope to God you're a leader.
We are pissed off. Like, you know what? And everyone can just make up whatever this betrayal is in their head, right? Like,
and the rest of you can keep watching this right now.
I think that I think most people are probably frustrated that Elon said some of the things that he said, but I think that the issue also is the way that it's communicated. And I feel like the issue, like for example, like Vivek Ramaswamy saying like that American culture is lazy. I think that if somebody like Donald Trump said that, or I said that, I mean, not that we're equivalent, but like a person who is like a native-born American who's a white person, let's just speak plain English here, said that, I think that it would have been received in a much more positive light. And I think that the main reason why it was received in a negative light is because it was coming from a person who was perceived as an other. I don't think so. Really? You don't think so? I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot of criticisms and commentary on like American culture being aesthetics and like face value first and substance later. I feel like that's been incredibly common for years, and I think that a lot of people have expressed that. Yeah, fakery. Yeah, Vivek's native born. I'm not arguing about that. I think Vivek's an American too. I like Vivek. I think Vivek's great. I even agreed with his post. I think he's right. But what I'm saying is that when you're conveying a message, the messenger matters. And the way that you convey that message matters as well. And you might think that it shouldn't matter. And I actually, in fact, agree with you in a lot of cases. I think that people should be able to look through the bullshit and they should be able to just see the message and think about the idea. But the fundamental reality is that that's not what happens.
Nazi is when he disagrees with mass Indian importation, retarded title. Is that what it is? Quartz Tech, you have 5 seconds to type how many people come in on H-1B visas every year. Total. You don't need to figure out the fraction for the Indians. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, well, looks like we got a loser. Looks like we got someone frantically Googling because they have no fucking idea that what they described as mass importation. Jesus Christ.
What happens is that if you communicate something in a way that's extremely aggro, a really great example of this is, I think, Destiny. Destiny communicates a lot of ideas that in a lot of cases are factually accurate in a way that alienates people.
Oh.
And I think that that's very evident. And if you read comments about him or you read people that are discussing things about him, is that a lot of people don't like they don't like how he says things and the way that he says things. And that causes them to say what he said was wrong. No.
Wait, you guessed 50K. So you guessed a little bit lower than what it actually is, which is like, I think 65. And you call that mass importation. Jesus. So it's basically correct. Yeah, it just means that you have no idea what mass importation means. How many births are there in America every year? There's at least a few million, right? And you think it's a mass importation to have 60,000 people coming on H-1B visas. If it's Indians, that would be probably less than 50K then. You think that's a mass importation. So did you lie? Or did you just figure out the answer really quickly? And like, did you lie? Why is that mass importation? How big is America?
I'm saying, like, yeah, he's aggro, exactly. And doing that ends up alienating more people. It's a dumb take. Well, yeah, kind of it is. That's my point. That's my point, is that it's what I said originally, is that the strongest argument isn't an argument. That's my whole point. That's the entire point of what I'm saying.
Whoa.
Do you get, like, kind of where I'm... do you guys see where I'm coming from with this? Like, I'm not crazy, am I? You think people get shit here? Oh, I'm sure, right? Yeah. Let's see where you're coming from. Yeah, no, I think it's a huge factor. And I feel like I've made that same mistake myself in a lot of cases.
About asmongold.com / what's the guy's name? Moist Critical. That's the website, asmongold.com/moistcritical.
What?
Yeah, America is 350 million people, yeah, and they're calling it mass importation, yeah, of Indians. Like, this, the fact that this MAGA civil war erupted over this many people, like, it's so stupid. I don't know. I wonder if that person, since Sam was too much of a bitch to say it himself, Quartz Tech, what's an American? Sam was like, we all know what an American is, but what actually is an American? What do you think an American is?
You can now, if you're not Elon, you can jump over to the regular video and start watching. What I actually believe, I think that the U.S. economy is grinding to a halt, and that the tech bros and investors, it's like someone tweeted about this, the bubble in the Japanese economy, where Japan was faced with the decision to either start importing people or get ready for a long winter. I saw that tweet and that immediately rang true.
Low-skilled Indians. I'm sorry, H-1B visas are not low-skilled, you fucking idiot. It's the complete opposite. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is this because of the thing? Is this because someone... a cheeseburger enjoyer? See what I mean? That's what I mean. You're a coward. You won't say what that actual essential quality is to being an American. That's why Sam has to say, we all know what an American is, but he won't actually say, he won't qualify it. He won't say, like, why are you talking about, like, outsiders when America is a country built by outsiders? Why won't you just say what an American is? Like, why are you such a coward? I know what your answer is, like, but I just don't, I don't know what Sam's answer is. I just don't know why you guys can't say it. Like, what do you think he was saying there? An adult human female, true. I think for the H1 visa job, someone clipped, like, a bunch of, like a very tiny selection of H1B visa jobs to make it look like they weren't actually high skilled. Even though you can look at them, it's like they basically all are.
True. I think that these investor bros are counting on AI to offset the loss in productivity of this dying empire.
I think that it will. I think AI will replace it. AI and automation will replace 70% of the jobs. And I think it will happen within our lifetime.
Let's go.
That's why I've always been a big advocate for universal basic income. I think that's what's going to happen. Now, you could maybe try to make laws to prevent this from happening as quickly, but I think that inevitably this is what the outcome will be.
Being realized that AI is, for all intents and purposes, a glorified spell check.
I think it was in the 1800s when people were saying that technological innovation will result in us living in a life of luxury in the next century or even a few decades.
I use AI all the time. I'm a pro subscriber to ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. I have Perplexity AI as my default search engine, and it's about as good as...
That was misinfo. I'll look into it then.
Happy New
He was
Year,
sure
and
you...
your voice is better than kings and generals.
Oh, thanks so much for the $49.99, Joan. That's really generous of you. What the fuck? I really appreciate that. Why can't America get high enough skilled workers from America and the EU? Wait, why the... sorry, wait, what's an American? Wait, what? Are you not an outsider if you come from the EU? What's an American? Quartz Tech.
As searching forum posts was 20 years ago.
That's really good. I think that he's downplaying it way too much. I feel like if we really think about it, what form of technology 20 years ago isn't way better than today? I really think that AI is going to continue to get infinitely better. And I think technology will as a whole. Dying empire? Well, I mean, I think that I think he's talking about Japan, by the way, for that. So I'm getting my PhD in AI. Yeah, sure. But AI is still super inaccurate. And even then it lies.
Where is it? Where's that list that people were chopping up from the H-1B visa to make it seem like it was a bunch of low skilled? No, H-1B visas are for skilled workers. It's for people who are doing things that they don't have enough of in America. List of H-1B visa sponsorship jobs from, IT professionals, computer scientists, systems analysts, engineers, professors, secondary education teachers, healthcare professionals, physicians, surgeons, nurses, dentists, psychologists, scientists, financial analysts, accountants, management consultants, market research analysts, marketing professionals, lawyers, legal advisors, architects, journalists, editors, technical writers, publishers, publicists, public relations specialists. What are the ones in the US? They're generally for tech, right? In the US. Where are most H-1B visas? Are most H-1B visa jobs USA? Right. Software engineer, software developer, senior software engineer, assistant professor. You qualified to do any of these jobs? Courts? I guess you could be an associate. You're associated with someone, right? Damn, you get 150K for that. Shit. The fuck? I mean, low skilled. What are you smoking? Maybe if I go really far down, maybe there's Kmart runner, right? Kmart shelf stacker. Surely that's somewhere in here. What's the lowest paid one? 60,000. This is for education, postdoctoral fellow. To be a fella. A little fella. Oh, so you said you don't oppose high-skilled Indian immigrants coming in through are you in favor of it then? Have you just been flipped on it? Or are you going to find a new reason to be upset? There's a hard minimum of 60K a year. But in America, I hear people bitching about 40K in America. But if you earn 40K dollars a year, that's like $30-something thousand in the UK. You'd be fine with that. You can have a pretty decent life on 30,000, especially where I live. God. So is 60K bad in America? Medical technologist? Yeah, but that could just be when you do the ultrasound and then the machine tells you it's a boy, right? Or a girl.
I think that you're right. But I don't think that's a counter argument. Yeah, I don't think so.
Big pharma.
Not some revolutionary thing. It's extra dimensional autocomplete. The words have weighting and tone and various other dimensions that are vectors, and what you get at the end of it is an article that can almost fool a computer into thinking it was written by a human. I think
that a lot of people get fooled by AI now. And I think that the best evidence of that is how we don't see as much AI art anymore. Because in fact, I think
a medical technologist isn't an ultrasound technologist. Right, really? Is that true? Is that almost as if I was joking about trying to downplay the skill required for an H-1B visa? That's good. Wow, you got me.
See even more AI art than we've ever seen before.
Shit.
People are dumb? Yeah. And I think it will become more and more common.
There's a game of musical chairs going on with money, and people are desperate for a way to keep that game of musical
Do you
chairs
drive?
going.
Hell
even if
no.
it means fucking us over. The idea that these...
I'm probably going to start, though. I've got a contact for driving lessons because, you know what? About once a year, I'm like, you know what? It would actually be okay to rent a car for today. Like, that would actually help. So, yeah, why not? Got the spare time. Got the money. Let's do it. Chug, chug, chug.
These tech guys want to bring in exceptional people. It's just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their...
I think that they want to do both. I think that they do want to bring in exceptional people, and anybody who is driven to make their company exceptional wants to bring in exceptional people. But the reason why they want to bring in exceptional people is so the exceptional people make more money for the company. And so there are two ways that you can make more money. You can generate more sales, or you can save more money.
Company without leaving the country who will work for 50%. That's the other thing. They keep saying they'll work 80 hours a week, which is bullshit. Nobody works 80 hours a week. They work 20 hours a week of actual work, and the rest of the time is spent fucking around on the phone and showing the boss that they're working 80 hours a week, sitting in the office.
So true. Well,
80 hours a week. And furthermore, why should anybody have to work 80 hours a week? Why is this?
So again, yeah, true. By the way,
to buy shit we don't need.
H-1B visa requirements? No, I'm saying that H-1B visas. So there's a separate visa. It's called like an O-1 visa. And that visa is mainly for like these super high performers. And I think, for example, and these are people inside of every field. Like, for example, I think XQC got one since he's like, one of the top streamers. Yeah. So it's not extremely uncommon either. But the point is that I think that obviously anybody who wants to improve their company not only wants to hire the highest performers, but they also want to pay the lowest amount of money possible, because that's the highest form of optimization.
Race to create slaves. Why is that a good thing? Why is that a humane thing? Why is that good for humanity?
Yeah.
How is it possible, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're left or right, why is it a good thing to want slaves? They'll work 100 hours a week. They'll work in their sleep. They'll work 200 hours a week. They'll work infinity. They'll have no lives. That's not a good thing.
Well, yeah, they'll buy all the shit.
I think that there's really a very it's very hard for me to say, because like usually like I spend a lot of time invested in like doing content or doing things that are surrounding my content, right? And I would say that I probably spend way more than 40 hours a week doing that. And when I was involved with like Starforge and OTK stuff at a peak, I'd say I probably did more than 80 hours a week doing it, if you include streaming and everything involved. But that also there's like a cost to that. There's a huge social cost to that. I was very rarely social, etc., and I'm still not really. But yeah, I hit it. Yeah, I did.
Sigma.
It's not a good way to live in a lot of cases. It's a mental health cost. Yeah, exactly. Streaming is not a hard job though. I don't. Your opinion of whether streaming is hard or not is not relevant to me. It's not. I don't care what you think about that. But it's not about whether it's hard or not. It's about whether it takes time. And so if you're investing this amount of time into something, well then that amount of time is now gone. And so that's it. And so try working as a plumber 80 hours a week. I mean, that would be awful. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I don't know. Anytime that people start discussing jobs and working with a streamer, everybody always has to like, it's like this weird form of like virtue signal where like, oh yeah, but like this job is harder, that job is harder, your job is easy. Nobody cares how hard or easy your job is except for you. Nobody else in the entire world cares. Nobody respects it. Nobody gives a shit. It doesn't matter. So the entire premise of this entire value system is totally self-serving.
You know what? I actually think that's kind of insightful from Asmongold. Yeah. Like everyone likes, especially because there's such a fucking like suffering Olympics that goes on amongst people where like everyone wants to be the most skint person in the circle. Everyone wants to be working the hardest job. Everyone wants to be the most fucking depressed, depending on how far people are going. Like everyone wants to have the most fucking struggle. Yeah. Oh dear. Good. I don't respect you guys, okay? This is a hard job. I work so hard.
Nobody gives a shit. Let's move past that. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you're working and you're doing that stuff all the time, you don't really have as much time to like go out and do things for fun. It's harder for you to like build relationships. It's harder for you to maintain friendships. It's hard for you to pursue personal goals. And I think that in a lot of those cases, you have a lot of people who feel like,
kitchen cooks are getting H-1B visas. Are you talking about just like a regular fucking, what would you call it? A plongeur? Or are you talking about like a chef in a high-end, prestigious restaurant, like cooking fucking Michelin star? What are you talking about? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that information from? Or are you talking about someone who comes to America to do like an educational position, but they also get a job as a chef when they're there? That has nothing to do with the H-1B. We literally had the numbers on screen. What the fuck are you talking about? You talking about like a chef or just like a regular fucking cook? Because if you're in there like deciding the fucking menu and in charge of shit, then yeah, that's a bit more skilled than just being like a burger flipper. Quartz was Googling when you had the numbers up. Yeah, well.
Like, this is something that like a lot of people invest a huge amount of time into working, and what they have to show for it is a lot of money and nothing else. Now, this might sound great for a person who also spends a lot of time working and they don't even have money either, but
like probably the people saw the word chef and just thought fucking like burger flipper. Yeah.
It's like a hierarchy of needs. After you meet that benchmark, and this is also psychologically studied, after you meet a certain benchmark of money does literally stop making you happier. This is a proven statistic. And so I think trying to expect everybody to work 80 hours a week is really fucking brutal. But it's also true that if you want to be the most successful people, you have to be a person that works constantly and is putting in huge hours. And I think that if you look at streaming, that's the case. If you look at anything, that's the case. A lot of the people that are the best are obsessed. And they hyperfixate and hyperfocus on it, and they do it every single day. And
the fucking replies on my Twitter are so funny right now. The diversity of thought. You're a right-wing Zionist pig. Fuck you. Why are there Negroes in Britain? Oh no. Oh no. What do I... Not an echo chamber, guys. Not an echo chamber. Broad church.
They will outperform you if you're not doing that. Those people work 8 hours a week, want those hours not for money, but because that's what they like to do. Both, right? I mean, sure. Do you think a guy working in a different country for an American company shouldn't get an opportunity to live in America? H-1B gives that opportunity. If that opportunity comes at the expense of an American worker, then no, I don't think they should have the opportunity. It's that simple. So, yeah, I mean, because I would want to advocate for people in this country to be able to be the most advantaged. Yeah, for sure.
To pay them more, it's just money. They'll do it for $20,000. That's what they're saying. They're pretending like they're complimenting their diligence and their work ethic. What they're really saying is we can hire them for cheaper. That's what that
exactly. Yeah, and I think it's a huge issue, and I think that the issue fundamentally is like really kind of fucked up.
Thanks for the $5, Jericho. I'm a smart chatter. Here's some of my money. I suppose that does make you smart, doesn't it? Damn, not bad, not bad.
Because if you're relying on effectively a underclass of people that work for less money than the normal citizens do, it's kind of nasty, right? You're basically advocating for an underclass.
Means 80 hours a week or
same
pay
with illegal
them
immigrants.
100,000 more a year. It's the same thing. They're just saying you can pay these people 150,000 instead of 400,000 or 80,000 instead of 250,000. It's just money. Any system that gets set up is going to be gamed. This one is gamed by Indians who are master gamers. Pull up the Cognizant article. This is a company that was found guilty of setting a pattern and practice of discrimination against non-South Asian and non-Indian workers. That's not the intention of the program. The intention of the program is to create a meritocracy. But like Thomas Sowell said, you have to judge things on their outcomes, not their intentions. You can make a law called the Everybody Good, Free Money, Everything Good law. But if the end result is that all of your life goes to shit, that's what you have to judge it on.
Yep.
And so this H-1B stuff, you can't judge it on the floral, high-minded, beautiful, humanistic language that's used to sell it. That's just
This is kind of what I was saying before, and this is why it's so popular. It's what I was saying about how like the optics surrounding a conversation are more important than the conversation itself. And it's more important that it sounds like you're doing the right thing than you're doing the right thing. And I think that in fact, like, and you guys know what I'm saying, right? Intention versus effect. Like basically the optics of an argument are more important than the truth of the argument. And I think that this is like another metaphor for like what Vivek was criticizing with American culture. It's just in a more like philosophical way. But I think it's fundamentally the same thing. People care more about optics and visuals and aesthetics than the actual outcomes. Looking good versus doing good. Exactly. Yeah.
Immigration agency report shows high H-1B visa salaries. This is all your burger flippers to that fucking Quartz dipshit in chat. Let's have a look. Forbes. Okay. What we got here? International students. Wait, where's the fuck? Is there not a graph or something? Hang on. Wait. A government report shows the notion that H-1B visa holders are cheap labor is a myth, with the average salary for H-1B professionals in a computer-related occupation reaching nearly $130,000 a year. Whoa. Whoa. Don't just brush this off. This is effective right-wing propaganda. That's why I'm shitting on it, right? I'm explaining why it's wrong. No, that's not brushing off. Brushing off would be like, I just watch it and be like, huh, imagine believing this. Bleh. The median salary for H-1B professionals in computer-related occupations increased by 26%. I think it's most of them are for tech as well. Slaves. Because we're talking about, if it's Indians, we'll be talking about tech. We wouldn't be talking about chefs if it's Indians. Like, the majority of them are tech, and that's why the majority of them are Indian.
Looking good. Like, how many people are changing their flag constantly on their profile picture and making tweets about the current issue, and then they end up doing nothing? They're slacktivists. There's even a word for it.
You have to judge it on the end result. Here's another one: hire workers at a fraction of the cost of American workers. Force them to work longer hours because they won't leave their job.
You said the average chef on an H-1B visa is $49,000. Well, it looks like the entry level for a chef is $39,000 in America. And then once they go up, it would go up to $80,000. So that's about right, no? You were making it sound like it was a fucking burger flipper, bro. $25 an hour. I think that's good. I was living in Miami, well, like for like a month. $25 an hour, that would have been all right. Could have managed that. Would have been livable.
They quit, they're gone from.
You said, but you were trying to imply that these were low skilled, you fucking liar. Why are you doing that? Why would you bring that up?
America. This is
and
not.
Again, that's a huge power imbalance. If the company now has control over not only your employment, but also your existence in the country, that's really scary.
Helped by a government oversight committee or anything like that. It's just the case.
It's not slavery, but it's exploitation. And also, this is another component. In a lot of cases for exploitation, both parties consent to the exploitation. I think that a lot of the people that are working in those jobs know that, and they're willing to.
Oh God, this piece of shit mentioned me as well. Another bread tuber. 458,000 subscribers. Okay. Ethan comes for Mika's rhetoric over a nuanced conversation. Oh no. You can't do that. Listen, you're only allowed to fire shots one way, right?
Too far. It is also a joke that I've seen in other contexts. Hassan brought up a tier list of having, for example, with Black Americans, who's invited to the cookout versus
oh, is they just reacting to the video?
Yeah, something like people who make boxed mac and cheese or something. I can't remember the analogy, but anyway. Also, Ethan Klein uplifts creators recently that do not support Palestine. For example,
is this person going to contribute to it?
On the fact that not get age restriction.
Shaking their head. Okay.
This is a clip that was circulating as well. Lena AB is dancing around it. Jewish people Zionism that many people pointed out in itself can be deemed as anti-Semitic. I think Ethan Klein has openly attacked and was on Hassan's street to a Jewish person. And there are anti-Zionist Jews, Sam Cedar. And he won't do it.
Oh, yes, there are some anti-Zionist Jews. Okay, whatever. Fuck, don't care.
Undertake that exploitation themselves. But the issue isn't necessarily between them. Like, there's like a ethical wrong that's being done here, but it's mainly that it takes jobs away from other people instead. It sounds like quid pro quo. Well, it basically is, right? I mean, that's the way anything is. How does 80K control existence, though? So you're saying that because there's not a lot of H-1B visas that it's not important? I think that you make a good point, actually. And I think also, yeah, there are a lot of people that aren't affected by this at all. They're acting like it's the end of the world. You're totally right. It's a small fraction of a percent. But at the same time, it is an indicator. It's kind of like what I was saying before about how I think that the trans women competing in women's sports, how many cases of that really happen? It's extremely fucking uncommon, right? But the problem is that it is an indicator for a mindset that a lot of people completely disagree with. And it's like, if somebody thinks like this and they have this value system, a lot of people are like, okay, that's enough. I've heard enough. I don't need to hear anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? Same thing as the trans topic. Yeah, right. And like, because how many trans people are there that are competing in sports that are, again, why is it that every single one of them that's doing very well is, male to female? I wonder, right? And so why is this tiny fraction of a fraction of a like, think about it, right? You have like all of the people, how many of them are trans? How many of those people are playing sports? How many of those people playing sports are male to female? And how many of those want to compete against their chosen gender rather than their selected gender, right? Like, we're talking about these, it's like tiny, infinitesimally small concentric circles, but it becomes a national issue because it is an indicator of an ideology and it's an indicator of a thinking process. And that's the reason why people have an issue with H-1B visas, because if you want to talk about material effects, I think you make a good point that 80,000 people isn't the end of the world. Sure.
Set up a system that can be gamed, it gets gamed. That's how people
like,
work.
Man, having a biological advantage.
Resistance.
Yeah.
They're looking to maximize their benefit from the system. That's just human nature. Massive payouts over claims they discriminated against American workers in favor of foreign workers. Apple paid $25 million to the deal, which is like $25 to a regular person.
Yeah.
Apple engaged in a pattern of citizenship status discrimination in recruitment positions. The claim that we can't find talented.
This guy's the woke left equivalent on the right. I've seen that the whole woke right messaging. I don't think that really works. And the reason why I think that it doesn't work as messaging is because a lot of these people have already been called racist. They've already been called, homophobic, transphobic, anything like that. I feel like if labels worked, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. It's like being woke, like wanting to benefit your citizens first and not bring in a group of people that are locked into a exploitive relationship with an employer that's negative for natural citizens. I don't think that makes you woke, and I don't think anybody else thinks that either. It's a completely astroturfed thing that's being said that I don't think that even the people saying it believe it.
I don't think Asmongold gets the take there. The fact that they're calling him woke because he's obsessed with identity and vague virtue signaling and emotionally driven arguments and incoherent. That's why they're calling him woke. But okay.
I think they're only saying it because they hope that it will make the person feel stupid and not say what they think. I was putting your people first woke. Whoever said that's an idiot. Yeah, they just wanted to shut up. Yeah, exactly.
People here. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's a 5-year-old insult reversal. You're gay. No, you're gay.
They're calling him like the stereotype of a woke person, like the right-wing stereotype of a woke person, but just for whiteness instead of POC.
Yeah, the claim should be that we can't afford to pay talented people enough, or we don't want to. Sorry for getting overly serious here with you. At the end of the day, I think you should buy Bitcoin.
Oh,
there's this tendency to want powerful people or people in a leadership position. You get emotional when their every worldview doesn't line up with yours. Trump's not based enough, or Joe Rogan's too whatever. But these are the men who define our times, and I think it's important you allow them to be flawed people to some extent, but also to push back when they go nuts. But in this case, I think
he's completely right. And this is like another issue that people have, is that you're either a hate watcher or a sycophant or a dick rider, right? A hate watcher or a dick rider. You can't be a normal person who follows a person for like their views on these things, but you don't agree with other things that they believe, right? Like, for example, I think Elizabeth Warren has a lot of really great opinions about like how, corporations should be run and how they should be regulated. And I think that she had great opinions on student loan forgiveness, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with everything else that she said. And so I think that, again, it's people can't itemize ideas and they have to look at people as a whole. It's binary. Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth Warren is a hot take. Well, I don't know. I think if you go back 10 years, 15 years or so, and you look at like a lot of the things that she said, I think that almost everybody in here would probably agree with her. I do. I think that if you took a speech of Elizabeth Warren from like the Occupy Wall Street days and you had Trump say that speech, people would be spamming based.
I think that, it's critically important. It's moist critically important. It's moist critical. This is the whole thing that moist critical says every time we talk to him. He put it all on the line to become the free speech guy.
Why moist
and
critical?
To turn
Why is he
Twitter
important?
into the global discussion space of the world. And you don't accidentally become adored by people. He can't just say, oh, I was just building a business and then I was saying stuff online and then I guess people looked up to me. No.
No.
There are plenty of quiet billionaires. There are plenty of quiet moneymakers, inventors. There are plenty of quiet engineers. There are plenty of people who aren't going to the Met Gala in the Satan costume.
Oh.
Okay? There are plenty of people like that.
The
You
Illuminati.
don't accidentally become the hope of a nation. You don't accidentally become the hope of a generation. You don't. So if he wants that, I think he can have it, and I think he deserves a shot at course correction. He's been under attack by everybody for his whole entire career. So I think he deserves that shot. If he fumbles this, then that's his legacy. I don't have any sort of committed opinion as to what's going to happen from here. I'm mostly concerned with Asmongold, as we said. Moist critical. What games are they playing? Tall Guy, what was that game we played? Tall Man Run. That's what I'll be doing tonight. A little bit of Raid Shadow Legends.
God.
What's the game?
Sponsor.
Last War Survivor.
Oh.
Big into that these days. I'm mostly doing that. Elon's number
so
one.
So is it like just basically internet opinion, guys? Is that it?
Diablo 4, huge achievement. Ooh. I'm number one ranked Raid Shadow Legends. Raid what? Last Survivor? Last Survivor. I'm number one on that Last Survivor. Check me out on the boards there, guys, all right? Boom. Peace.
There it is. Well, I'd like to know which parts of this video you disagree with. I think that like the only, I mean, it's a 40-minute video, right? I mean, it's been a long fucking video. I'll link you guys the video. I think that the majority of it I did agree with. I do think it's important to let people come over and immigrate sometimes, like to a degree. I'm not a uncapped immigration kind of guy. I think that it's important that it's not just like, you know, a huge deluge of people. But I do think that, and I think if you look at a lot of like older immigrant communities that have integrated into American culture, I think that there are those people, and I think Elon Musk is an example of that, of a person who is, you know, really African American who's come to America and, you know, basically been an American. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that. But otherwise, I think that Sam brought up a lot of good points, and I think that really the issue is that, and this is a problem that I think a lot of it's a problem that I think a lot of like smarter people have, is that they try to argue statistics in order to invalidate a person's lived experience, and this never works. And so what happens is that they say, well, you know, statistically, this graph is going up. Statistically, these numbers are going up. But when this person is still having to pay $6 for eggs, or they can't afford health.
You're using statistics as well, though. You're saying that people don't have enough spending power. That's your problem, right? But even though, like, yeah. But the problem is if people say that that's like a general problem that we need to vote based on, even though real wages are going up right now in America, He's just countered a stat with a stat. Like, the fuck?
Health insurance or something like that. They don't care if the economy is recovering. They care if they're recovering. And I think the big problem is that, like, when Elon Musk...
It's not that. It's not just that people care if they're recovering. It's that they care about if they think they're recovering, if they feel like they're recovering. So that might mean a real wage increase might not be felt right away, especially if you've suffered under inflation. That's a good, reasonable argument you can make. It can also be that people spend too much, and they spend more the more they make. Like if people spend more than they make, then they might feel like they're not recovering, even though it's their own fault. Or there might be people in particular sectors who are not feeling real wage increases, but that wouldn't explain, like, it is a nationwide problem if it's generally going up. So that wouldn't explain like why Trump won, you know?
Vivek or any of these guys try to make an argument to like why we need H-1B visas. I think that everybody basically agrees that having people that are like really high performers is a good thing. And like bringing people over, like, you know, Operation Paperclip, like I think most people agree, yeah, this is good, this is great. But when those people end up just being there to serve the purpose to undercut American wages, that sucks. And it's also a matter of degree. I think if you're bringing over 1,000 people, that's a totally different thing than if you're bringing in 1 million people. And that's a totally different thing than if you're bringing in 10 million people, right? So like everything... Like, it's like making, and obviously, like, the amount of something does matter. It's the same as, like, if you're cooking anything, you can say, like, oh, well, it's just a little bad, but it'll just be bad in, like, a small level. Not really. In almost every cooking recipe, if you used more of any of the ingredients, it would make the food worse, unless it's sugar with Kool-Aid. It's just going to make it worse. So there is a medium for that happening that's beneficial. Are we comparing?
Why is Paperclip his example? I don't know. It was like a couple of thousand people, right? I don't know why.
Operation Paperclip with random, we're not gonna, like, guys, I get that, like, people have these opinions. This is not a safe space for people to be racist. I'm sorry. You're a retard, number one.
Okay, wait, what this person say? Are we comparing Operation Paperclip with random? What the fuck is that word? I've never heard that. I've heard a lot of anti-Indian shit. Because do you know why? Do you know why I know lots of anti-Indian shit? It's because I lived in the Middle East, and there's nothing more fucking shitty towards Indians than I've ever seen than like an Emirati local. Oh my God. What? So Nazis were fine? Like, fuck me, man.
Because the only person who's comparing that is you. I can't have this on my stream. Even if I think your racial joke is funny, I have to ban you for it because it will get me in trouble with Twitch. Okay?
Okay.
So if you type stuff like that, we're going to have to ban you. It's not my opinion. This isn't something that, like, I'm like, oh, I want to punish you. We can't have that.
Cucking out to the racist. Okay.
Is that a Pajit is absolutely a racial term. It's a racial pejorative term used towards Indians. It absolutely is. It's unequivocally. Yeah. What are we talking about? I'm Indian. I didn't even know that. No, I know, and it's not like on the level of like the N-word, right? Because I can say that, and I'm not calling it the P word. But at the same time, yeah, no, we can't have people saying that. Sorry, guys. And anyway, is 4chan speak in public? What? Well, I mean, you don't use it in a platform that you're going to get banned for using it on, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So yeah. Anyway, it's advanced racism. I think it's just it's intermediate. But anyway, I really think this video was pretty good, and I think that Sam did a really good job illustrating a lot of people's anxiety and fear. And I think that he good. I think this video was a lot.
I forgot that one. I forgot to do that in my little rant, my little Nazi fucking rant. I forgot about the economic anxiety. It's all economic anxiety. Same with the riots, right? It's all economic anxiety. Fuck, man.
Better than I had expected. I didn't really know what to think about it because, like, I've watched Sam Hyde off and on over the years, right? I mean, yeah, sure. And so I didn't know what to think, but I think this is a very good video. And I think it was thoughtful, and there were a lot of points that he made that I know that there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with, but I think people need to look at the reality that other people don't see the world the way that you see the world. And based off of, I think, a lot of people, and I would say even the majority of people, and I think the H-1B visa argument kind of proves that, a lot of people do not care about an abstract idea of America when they can't get a job. That's what they're really going to care. So yeah, it's a reality check. Yeah, he's dramatic. No, I don't know.
It's not about can't get a job either. Like unemployment's not the issue in America. Like, again, fuck it.
I'd have to look, and we'll see a few more comments about this. And it's a great time living, and Sam Hyde's the voice of reason. I mean, I think that he's come up with, like, he said a number of things. Like, I remember he said that like the media now is like just a cascade of what's it called? A cascade of, there's not sirens calls or something like that. Just like these like annoying sounds. I'm trying to remember what it was, and it just like keeps people on edge constantly, right? And over and over and over. Botnets? Yeah, I don't know. Siren songs, cacophony? No, dog whistle? No, it wasn't the word. I'd have to go back and think about it. But yeah, it's a long time I've seen the video. Why are minimum wage workers in America concerned with H-1Bs? H-1B people are not taking the jobs of these people. It's only for tech people, and it's really hard.
Look, this is it. It's the meme. It's the vibe based politics. Is this everyone who voted for Trump? This is a landslide victory of the 4% unemployed people in America. Somehow you win 49% of the popular vote, but you only have... Jesus. Tech CEO. Like, this is... Oh, God. Fucking lunatics.
To get, and they make you run like a dog for it anyway? Well, I'll address this. So basically... why are minimum wage workers concerned with this? Because there were a lot of people that posted images of jobs that were apparently filled or going to be filled by H-1B visas that seemed like they were not tech jobs and they were low-skilled jobs.
They're not low-skilled, though. They're just different kinds of skilled jobs. Like, no one who's minimum wage is getting replaced by an H-1B visa worker. You can argue that H-1B is used by companies in exploitative ways, and I think Elon Musk has been accused of doing that with Twitter, but it's not the same. Because it's not just like wage suppression. One thing that is actually quite true about migrants workers is that they're less likely to unionize. I think people like that about it if you're an employer. But it's not about... Is this people just looking at jobs? It's like that person looking at a chef job and being like, oh yeah, that's just someone who flips burgers.
Not taking a job to those people. Well, again, whether you want to argue that those images are fake or not, or they're misrepresented, that's fine. Yeah. But that's the reason why they think that. It's only for tech people. Well, and there's also a lot of tech people too, and make you run like a dog for it anyway. And I think that's the problem. Because if you make these people run like dogs for it, what you do is you create an ecosystem where you have to run like a dog to compete with them. And a lot of people don't want to do that. And that's kind of what his point was. Yeah, no ban. The guy's just asking, why would he get banned? He's not going to get banned. Yeah, why would he get banned? All other countries have more strict rules, yet America is supposed to be an open door. I think the problem and the reason why America is perceived as more of an open door is because of the history of America.
Because of vibes.
And like the Statute of Liberty.
No, it's perceived as an open door because because Republicans just say it is. And they're half of the fucking voter base. They just say it is. That's the only reason. It's actually really difficult to go to America. I was looking at different options that I would need to go through to go to America as a YouTuber, like as a self-employed content creator. And if you have a job or if you can get hired or anything like that, it's much easier. But I'm pretty sure when I looked at how much money I would need to invest in myself to go there, like maybe there are other ways. Maybe I have to speak to like a lawyer if I'm really serious about it. But like one of the ways I looked at was like it would cost up to like $150,000. Like it's not like I'm paying for something. I'm just investing it in myself. So I'm not giving the money away or anything, but you need to actually just have that saved. Just lying around. Like a spare $150K, bro. That's quite a lot. Yeah, it's not an easy country to go to.
He says, like, give us your, your huddled masses for, yearning for freedom or something like that. So, like, I think that the, American culture has been built off of that in a more consistent way than I think a lot of older countries. And I think that's the big reason. French fucks that. Yeah, but exactly, right? I mean, this is what the French said about America. So, yeah. And I worked for a company that hired engineers. We did pay them lower salaries, but they worked remotely. What's the need for importing citizens now when remote working is so common? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're making an argument for outsourcing, and I think tons of people do that now, right? Of course. It's the abuse of career replacements of entry-level positions. Yeah, I think so. That's what it is. The poem wasn't on the statue originally. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I had no idea. I thought H-1Bs were limited in quality. They are. I mean, we already have a case study of what happens when we constantly rely on foreign talent instead of cultivating local talent. Just look at Canada. It's an absolute shit show up there. I'm going to be honest. I'm not Canadian. I don't know what's going on in Canada. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue whatsoever. AI and robotics, actual fear for low-skill worker, not H-1B. Yeah, I think that you're right. And I think that robotics and AI will replace almost all jobs that don't require critical thinking. And I think that they will also replace trade.
Okay. Thanks for the $5, 8-bit Sepher. If you're really European, name one Warhammer Primarch. I don't know that word. Whatever. I'm illiterate. Wow. Whatever. Ugh. I really appreciate the donor, though. It's nice. Nice of you. Nice of you guys. Failed. So Asmongold will soon be done on AI. Yeah. Yeah, you could get an AI script to put out one of those Sam Hyde videos. Easy enough. That wouldn't be a problem. Okay. I'm probably going to have to put up that ridiculous fucking breadtube hit piece now, just because I don't like people being able to say that shit about me with that. Like, if you don't like my position, just say what it is. Why do you have to mischaracterize it if it's so obviously bad? So we'll probably have to make that a segment. Fucking dickhead. Like, how can you be like, oh, I'm so worried. I feel like they're going to come down on me like a ton of bricks in my, when I put out this nuanced conversation. Also, here's a total strongman of someone that I don't like. Like, here's a total mischaracterization of the conversation with someone that I'm predisposed against. Fuck me. Fuck me. What a dick. What a cunt. All right. And a smaller creator. This live channel. I'm a smaller creator. She had like 51k subs. Whatever. It is what it is. Right. I'm going to go. I think 5-hour streams. We'll probably go for 5-hour streams for the next little while because I want to do some work off stream as well. And I need my brain power for it. You know, I can't just stream for 8 hours and then with no social battery try to do other things. Fuck that. We might have some debates planned up. Maybe one tomorrow. There might be a panel on the whole Tommy Robinson grooming gang UK shit. And there might also be a debate on abortion, but we just need to figure out the dates, potentially. We had a bit more planning. Okay. Anyway, love you guys. Bye.